Hello, 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 hello. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Let's see. Can I hear myself? All right. Good to go. I see all the fellas in the room. Let's see where the ladies at. What's Sony and what's going on? SBI, what's going on? Happy Life, what's going on? Said Black China is a queen. Char, what's going on? No, okay. I hope so. I hope that was a joke. Her mother should have flown in when she was cutting up like that, man, and beat her behind. Everything's good. Happy Life. Yeah, I don't get chicks like Black China. I really don't. You toss in a winning hand, and the funny thing is, he defended her against his sisters, and she still clocked him. I hope he takes a red pill. I started. That was supposed to be. That was going to be on my channel. That was going to be my original video. I still might do it. That Rob Kardashian. I said the red pill is calling you. Until I saw Sophia Nelson and China Fox defending this. Said, so how can you guys even fix your mouth to defend something like this? I mean, women have been posting men's dick pics and all kind of stuff, man, for the longest. And all of a sudden, when a man does it, it's bullying. So get out of here. I'm surprised he didn't call OJ's hit squad. Have her taken care of, man. She's posting pics of him posing in the bed that I paid for and in the car that I drive that I paid for. At least if you go have some kind of ethics and at least do it discreetly if you're gonna cheat like that. Now I was gonna say he should pay for do a GoFundMe, get Alan Roger Curry to come in and train teach him how to train his woman. But I didn't know her mother was a stripper. So she was brought up in the trade, man. So she's a second generation stripper. I didn't even know they made those. South, China Fox is crazy. Like I said, man. Like I said, she's a whole bag of French fries short of a Happy Meal. They even put it in a box. She's just crazy. Hey, Laquan, what's going on? Well, a hangout is whatever topic is on the table. Any women in the are there any ladies in the house tonight except for Char? Well, Rob Kardashian, man, is his father divorced his mother, and his father died, and he's the baby boy with nothing but older sisters, man. So he's got a lot of female qualities. That's what happens when you're raised in a matriarchy, basically. The drop in silver. Um, that is a very good question. Let me drop in silver. Let me uh, let me look at the chart real quick. They say it's a flash crash, but let me look at the chart. Ah, it's down there. Well, you know what? I had, what is that, 15? Uh, yeah. Well, that's today, but that's a nice little drop. There's something going on. It's deflation probably going on, man. It could be it could be money is headed to the cryptos. I haven't looked at the cryptos today, but it sounds like deflation. I'm looking at it as like 1590, which is well below well below the target I thought it would hit. I thought it would be like in the 16s. Let's see. Let me go back. Let me go back. Let's go back 1 year. Ooh, that's ugly. Yeah, it's below its 1 year low. Yep, that's ugly. I don't know. I didn't see any fundamentals. I didn't see any fundamental news. Let's see if I can share my screen real quick. Since screen share. Here we are. All right. And see that? If you guys can see on the screen, it's below its it's 1 year low. Let's see what else we're gonna look. What can we look at? Look at 5 year real quick. It's 5 year low is right around 14. Well, there's a price level right there. Last time it was at that. It looks like it's found support. It's what it looks like right around 15. Looks like real strong support. Look at that. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, right around 15. Was it 1562? 1536. 1536, 1580, somewhere around there. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Looks like it's found support right there. So it may have bottomed out. I don't know what the news is. Let's take we got the year. Let's take 3 months. Let's take a month. Let's see that. I think that's a month. Yep, that's ugly. That is ugly. That is ugly. Ugly, 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 ugly. Yeah, it looks like it's trying to find support. That's what it looks like. Yep. Yep. Well, I think that's what they call the flash crash right there. I think it overextended itself, but it looks like it hit bottom. We'll have to see. What do you guys think? Let me detach let me pop out my chart real quick so I can see what you guys are talking about while I'm looking at the screen. Yep, yep. That's what it looks like. Let's look at gold real quick. See what gold is in sympathy. Yep, something's going on. Gold had a double bottom though. It looked like it recovered. Yeah, I think it went too low, and I think the buyers are coming in. Um, this is ahead of the G20, so there might be news because the G20 is supposed to be meeting in Germany. When you see a dip like this, that means you're going to have that signals there's a currency crisis. That signals deflation. When you see them not buying gold like that, you see a big downward mover in gold. It looks like they're going to announce something at the G20 because it's ahead of the news, and they look like they oversold it, and it went below its I think it went below its like 2-year low. So it's trying to find support. We'll see though. You got to keep an eye on it. This is the weekend. I think the G20 is in town. So let's look at our cryptos real quick. See if all this stuff is in sympathy. Let's look at Bitcoin. Normally when you see something like that, Bitcoin took off. That's what it looks like. Let's see. Bitcoin chart. Let's see. Coin index. Da-da-da-da-da-da. See if it's in sympathy. Yep, everything looks like it's in sympathy. Yeah, everything looks like it's in sympathy. Let's look at the 1 day real quick. Yep, looks like it tried. Well, it found a double bottom, just like gold did. It's in sympathy. That's what it looks like. There's no hourly chart, I don't think. Let's look at 1 month, 3 months. It looks like Bitcoin is trying to hold. It's on a it's in a range. So it looks like. See that? See that? It's like 1, 2, 3. It looks like it's in a range. It's like in a narrow range. It might be a triangle coming down like this, and with a bottom. I don't really have the tools to actually draw, but there should be a triangle coming down like this, and then with the support right there, then with a triangle it'll either break to the downside, and that's with a triangle that's a consolidation, and a consolidation will actually move toward whatever direction that the instrument wants to move in. So if it breaks upward, that's a buy. If it breaks downward, it's a sell, because we're in a very narrow triangle with Bitcoin. I do probably with all the with all the instruments right now. The G20 will probably tell you exactly what's going to come in and out of it. That would be my guess. See what you guys think. No, between the lines, we're not here first. Well, it could be now. This is fundamental news because the trading algorithms wouldn't kick in on silver, gold, and Bitcoin. In other words, everything is in sympathy. Everything's holding and waiting. Bitcoin is in a, you know, you could tell a trading algorithm because all of a sudden you'll see a spike because all of them will get set off at the same time. Well, since I'm on here, any more questions? You guys want to keep on looking at charts, or what do you guys want to do? Yeah, the thing is with the cryptos is let me pull this back a little bit. That's thing with the cryptos. Let's what is this? Where are we at? We had 3 months. Let's try a month. Let's see what it looks like. See this? See how it comes down? See you have you have a line like this. This is there's three ways that this could break out of this triangle. Okay, that you have this coming down right here to a point, and you have this you have this support right here, right? The trend line is going to be your resistance, and like it could go sideways, but it's hard to sell. If it hits bottom again and it bounces off, that means it's a sideways pattern. But normally, what happens in a consolidation pattern like this, it will break out of a triangle. And like normally, cryptos are hard to tell because commodities, a triangle will follow will resume the the direction of the previous trend. If it does that, then the cryptos will go to the downside. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna. It looks like it's headed back down to support. That's what it looks like. 3 months. Yep. Yep. It looks like a very broad triangle, and it looks like the whatchamacallits are in sympathy. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Your poke balls are ready too. Where are poke balls? A woman of the past. Yeah, she was a woman of the past. Was a woman of the past. She was a really good interview. What is Litecoin? Isn't Litecoin just a fraction of Bitcoin? All right, there's Litecoin. Let's see. Let's go 3 months. They had a bigger spike, but they look like they're going to be in sympathy. There's the support for Litecoin. There was their peak. Now they're headed. Looks like they're headed back to their support. So it looked like it was a spike, like broke out of resistance, held for a second, and it looks like it's a delay of what Bitcoin did. Let's look at 1 month real quick. Yeah, Bitcoin did this a while back. It looked like it broke out of its resistance, which was right there, spiked up, and looks like it's headed back basically in sympathy with everything else. So it should be a buy or support right there, which is that what's that? The 37 bucks. So if I was going to buy it, I would look around $37, unless something else weird happened, because it's already there. It's already below its former resistance or former support, and it looks like it's going to break down to right about there. So I think that's 37 bucks. That's where I would, if I was going to buy it, that's where I would buy it at. That's where I'd look to buy it at unless something changed. Somebody wants Solo TV 84. Uh, I've never seen Solo Solly on any one of my hands. Solly's on in the clubs, man. Friday and Saturday, Solly's in the club. He's out there campaigning. So it's very seldom do I actually see Solly in one of my hangouts. I've been on a couple of his, but very seldom is he in one of my hangouts. Any ladies in the room? Well, if ladies aren't in the room, what do you guys want to talk about? Uh, really, if you're trading, depending on how liquid the market is, if you're trading, you're trying to trade bounces, buying low and selling high, but you're trying to trade bounces. You're trying to, if you get a nice range, like if I was trading right now, where Bitcoin is, I'd be trading it. I'd be trying to trade the range. 15 grand for a sex robot. I'm not into dolls. I'd either have to go higher or lower. You know, there's something I saw that sex doll that gives a mean blowjob. I mean, I could get that one because that was cheaper. I think that was like what? I think that was like maybe what, 500-600 bucks. Rubber doll just doesn't do it for me. So I'd have to get a real advanced one that's a little bit more realistic, so, or something really really cheap. I haven't really followed his comments. I haven't heard anything that he said. Normally I would get some kind of news, but they don't really pay that much attention to the AU president. To tell you the honest God truth, you hear more about what's happening in Kenya or what's happening in Nigeria than you hear about AU. In fact, you hear more about Mugabe talking than you hear about the AU president. That's kind of still kind of a weak organization. Yeah, it's going to get cheaper. It's going to get cheaper, especially if those cuts keep coming. They do have one, like Ex Machina with actually real skin. They do have one because they have the system to actually keep the skin alive. So they do have one. It's just well, I want to see. I might put up a link, but I want to see if the women are there first because it's their hangout. You guys have yours tomorrow. And I don't even know who the AU president is. He's not normally not. Normally, my guys haven't talked about him, so he must not be that important. If the ladies want to talk, they can. They might not want to. And she didn't have any. I'm just seeing if you got, this is their hangout. If they don't want to talk, they don't have to. If they don't come on, I'd like the ladies to come on first. If before I let the guys on. Once I let the guys on, man, you guys bum rush the stage. So, not really. I think our hangouts are fairly civilized. It's a nice wide discourse. I mean, I try to run a pretty tight ship. You guys, if it was boring, you guys wouldn't get entertained. You guys, I hear a lot of guys says to let them fight. If the ladies want me to drop the link to come in and chat, they can. They just have to ask. Well, that's what you say, Rashad. You say you don't need any entertainment. A lot of the brothers beg to differ. Actually, the discussion we had about pro black, man. Actually, that's probably one of the most popular hangouts I've done because it's like over 5,000 views and still going. That can happen. I didn't hear about a law, but that can happen where they encourage men to marry multiple wives because a lot of them have actually left or gotten killed. Because there's a lot of Eritreans that have left. They have gone elsewhere to work, so it's possible. Well, you guys are calling him out. Ed was probably working, man. He's probably driving right now. Oh, well, Edward can talk. So, but Edward keeps things going. With Jay-Z, the story of OJ, I think that's just an old man and regret because he's 40, he's almost 50 years old. He's 47 and he's looking back at a lot of stuff that he should have done. And even I was looking at a lot of his symbology that he was talking about because when he had on they say he was picking cotton and then he put on a Klan uniform and performed for him and he took the hood off. That means he tried to be one of them. It didn't work. In other words, if you look at if you look at what it says, basically the hook where he says goes through all the types of niggas there are and said at the end of the day you're still a nigga, whether you're rich, poor, educated, or whatnot. And that's why I said the story of OJ, because OJ says I'm not black, I'm OJ, and at the end of the day, OJ was what? Still a nigga, right? So if you join the white group, which basically the Klan uniform was basically that you're joining the enemy, you're joining the Klan, and once you take off your hood, guess what? You're still a nigga. So in other words, you might as well um, bring that money back. When he starts sprinkling the money back to the hood, you might as well bring that money back to your people. Because at the end of the day, you're still going to be them. You never will be with the other group, no matter how much you try. That's what he's trying to say. So that's the old man's regret. Like he said, it's better to be rich than live rich. Yeah. Well, he started on the street dealing drugs. He got into rap. So basically, that is. No, I don't think he's crazy. I think Edward just has a type A personality. A lot of stuff Edward says makes sense. He just has very strong opinions. But if you listen to him and you take away from um, his personality, a lot of stuff he says makes sense. He's not crazy, and he does actually listen. When he does actually listen back, and he evaluates his position. So he's not crazy, but he can grate on people, especially when he's in a discussion. When it's a debate, he tends to run on and on and on. So you have to stop him. You only go for single mothers. What does that mean? Yeah, well, black people have too much. Well, that's who we are. That's who we are. We're passionate, outgoing people. That's who we are. It is what it is. We are not um, authoritarian, strict Germans. We don't have Germanic blood, so we are outgoing people. That's our talent. That's our lineage. What are you gonna do? Linda wants me. Okay. Are we trying to do hookups or what? Well, between the lines, you have children. He gives he gives me hope for millennials. No, I think all of the United States has an obesity problem. We just do it better. We just do it better because it's in the food. Because the UK has the same problem amongst black folks. It's in the food. We're eating food that's not designed for us. So that's part of the problem. Because Caucasians were basically their genome, their genome was actually adapted to eat a lot of proteins because their climate and whatnot. So a lot of fats and a lot of proteins. They don't gain weight like we do. So if we eat the same food, guess what's going to happen to us? You guys keep calling Edward out. All right, all right, all right. Leave Linda alone. All right, calm down, Linda. No need to yell. Between the lines, leave her alone. Look, between the lines, leave her alone. This is a ladies' hangout. Leave her alone. I don't want to have to put you on timeout. Well, I got three millennials. I know. I have three millennial children. I know. Partially, it's real easy. All you have to do, all both sides have to do is take accountability for what they do, say what they mean what they say, and that's it. It's called honor. It's real simple. Black women, men and women have doing it for hundreds of thousands of years. It's not that hard. Most people want to live a life that they can't live. Be honest with, if you're honest with yourself, then you can be honest with others. Stop looking on TV, looking at the commercials, and wishing that you can live a life that you can't unless you're going to get down and do some hard ass work. Oh, I haven't heard from him since last week. I don't know. Char is his co-host. She's here right there on the chat. Ask her. She can tell you more about Valdez than I can. I mean, I can email him and stuff like that, but he's got a private life, man. He's got kids, so he's probably busy. Yeah, I got one millennial son and two millennial daughters, and they are a handful. No, you don't need the enforcement of the law. You just need honor because the law. If people don't follow, people actually follow the law more than they do not follow the law. Because if you didn't, you'd have chaos. There's not enough police to check all these people. Most people obey the law for the most part. And we turn off screen share. Unless you guys got more questions. All right. I think it should be back to normal. Yeah, most people are law abiding. It is what it is. But it's a complex thing. And I probably, for the ladies that understand, I probably should do more on it. What's happening is that the Industrial Revolution is actually breaking up it's actually breaking up your culture. So all the rules that your culture sit on or have abided by, most of them don't apply because the fundamental um, social environment changes so fast that your rules can't keep up with it, and that's what's happening. Like our culture was built for very very small groups, like no more than a city of like 500, and now you live in cities of a million, 200,000, a million, 5 million, whatnot, and so now you have to rewrite social rules to follow it, like marriage. Like they found out that marriage in small towns, basically people stay married. The divorce rate is like less than 10%. But when you go into an urban area, because you have more people and more opportunity, and people can't socially hold you to the social rules, then the divorce rate goes up over like 60%, especially for black people. Black people are basically built to live in small villages. They're not really built to live in very very large cities, and so that's how come we have all these problems. That's how come the divorce rate for black people is like damn near 80%. Yeah, I'm gonna give the ladies too much pussy and dick. It's not just pussy. 'Cause women cheat. Women cheat a lot. Like I remember my partner, he used to say when I was young, he was working. He said, um, when he said men cheat a lot. I said he used to say, who do you think we're cheating with? Some other species? You got to be cheating with a woman. And I can't tell you how many married women hit on me, man, back when I was young. When I was in my 20s. I could have been a class A whore if I just wanted to, mess with married women. But I was always worried about messing with married women because Messing with married women is a dangerous life. Okay. Husbands do not like you having your penis in their possession. You know, they do tend to get upset. From what I understand, the foreign bride divorce rate is like around 10 or 15%. It's not that high. In fact, Obsidian gave me that stat. It probably will be. I don't think it'll be abolished. I think what'll happen is that the state's going to get out of it. In other words, there will be no. You can get married all you want. There just won't be any laws to back it up. In other words, if you get married, all those family courts and divorce laws won't apply. So we'll see what the women still want to get married without guarantees. That'll be interesting, though. I would love to see it, man. We take away all the guarantees and see if women still want to get married. Any oh, you know what? I have I can't tell you how many women I've turned down because because I don't date married women. Can't tell you how many. Especially when I was in my early 20s, man. Um, I can't tell you how many married women I turned down. I had one girlfriend that was married, and I was with her a year because she was separated. I was with her a year before she finally told me she was married. And said, "You didn't know I was married?" I said, "How?" I said, "If you didn't tell me, how am I supposed to know that you're married?" Because she gave me her home phone number and all that stuff, and I actually called. And she always answered the phone, so I didn't think she was married. But she after a year, we were living together. After a year, me knocking the bottom out of it, she says, "Well," and she started talking about her husband. I said, "Wait a minute, you have a husband?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "When were you going to tell me you were married?" "I thought you already knew I was married." I said, "How the hell would I know that you're married?" But you know how it is when you're young, man. Once you get regular coochie, it's like, okay, I'll just have to take that L. But she knew, well, she already knew if I knew she was married, I would have never messed with her. It would have never gone any further. I'm gonna give it about maybe 10 more minutes, and then if the ladies, no ladies want to volunteer, then I will drop the link for anybody, and I guess we'll run for like an hour. What's up, Char? If you guys were wondering about Valdez, the angry man, ask Char. She's in the house. So, hey, Janelle. Okay. Oh no, man, I'm tired tonight, man. I've been up since Pacific time. Been up since like 6 this morning Pacific time. So I am a tired soul. I almost didn't do this one, man, because I was watching my Lakers preseason. I wanted to see what Lonzo Ball would do. Well, there is the link for the ladies. No, no, nope. If the ladies don't want to keep it going, man, I'm like, I am spent tonight. So we'll see. You know what? Who was hired as general manager for the Knicks after Phil left? How do you? Yeah, well, you know what? It depends on where you are. I've been in about three big ones, man, and so far it's no big deal. I mean, as long as you're. At one time, I probably could have died because I was supposed to be on the freeway when I think it was like 20, 25 years ago when the Martin Luther King earthquake happened, and a few people got killed because a few of the freeways, man, they just the sections just dropped. So I was supposed to be on the freeway, but I overslept, and probably thank God I did. HR, what's going on? So if I mean, well,
Hey, good night, BJ.
hey, what's going on? What's going on,
I,
Janelle?
I am good. How are you doing?
I am well.
Oh, okay. I was listening to you just a few minutes ago when you were stating that marriage may change, meaning that ladies may not be entitled to the same privileges they got once a divorce occurred.
Yeah, you want it
So
won't. In other words, it won't be a marriage contract anymore.
so that something that has been proposed?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sweden's thinking about getting out of it. There's four states in the United States. I think it's four, maybe five. They're talking about ending state marriage. So, in other words, if you want to, there won't be an automatic marriage contract. You're going to have to make it one up yourself.
So meaning the state will no longer be involved. You'll no longer need a lawyer, a judge.
No, it's still, well, a lot of some of the states is because of gay marriage, and some of the states is that uh, it's not working. Okay, guys are just walking away from it. It's not working. It's too much contention. So, and they were looking at the millennials, and they were saying under the current conditions, they were saying that like between 60 and 80% of the millennials will not get married. Male millennials won't get married. So
And do
there's
you foresee,
go ahead.
do you foresee this trend taking place with the next generation after the millennials?
I think it might be shorter than that. I think it might be in the next 10 years you're going to see this big push to end state marriage all over the West.
So then how would the courts decide who will get full custody or joint custody?
Uh, that is a very good question. There's a very good question. You probably could get custody or joint custody, whatever. Well, what they're probably going to work out is a custody sharing. The same thing as if you didn't get married, because there's a lot of that's going on in like the Nordic countries where there's a um, custody sharing, physical custody sharing. So there is little to no child support. So in other words,
Okay.
they're going to take the money out of the child because most of the time the people fight over children for money.
That is true. And in other cases, one parent just, they're not sane. So it would be best for the sane individual to raise the child.
Well, the thing is, the person that really wants to, people that really want to raise their children are going to do so, and because once
Yeah.
they take the money out of it, then okay, there's nothing other than feelings to fight over.
Okay.
And I would say I would say the majority of guys will probably be a lot more sane if the money's taken out of it. But then again, I do probably what's going to happen is that the fertility rate will drop because there won't be any guarantees with a woman has a child. But we'll see. If the universal basic income comes in, then it won't make any difference anyway.
Okay. Well, do you think
Sure.
more men will be encouraged to get married since there's nothing for them to lose? There's no alimony, there's no child support. It's just like a relationship, except you're married.
Uh, You know what? That's a real good question because it's never happened before. Normally, the society puts two people together, and they've been doing that for going back eons. So it'd be a real interesting thing to see it happen, the way you actually take society out of marriage. It'd be a personal thing.
So do you think ladies would still want to get married, or do you think that they'll just prefer to be in a relationship?
That's a damn good question. You know, that's a real good question. I do not know. I do not
Well,
know. I
I
think
think it
women have
just
been.
depends on the
I think
person.
women have been socialized to marry, get married without a. If there's no incentive for them to get married, I think women will opt not to. I really do. Women are far more practical than we think they are. They might be emotional, but they know which side of the bread the butter is on.
That is true, but I mean, if I was supposed to put myself in that circumstances and still get married, then I would make sure that I have a good job so that if anything happens, I know that I'm taken care of. And I think that's, the direction that most individuals, if they want to pursue marriage, especially if the courts will be taken out of the equation, then both parties will make sure that they have a good job to take care of their children, and that I will still be in a good situation, whether I'm married or whether I'm divorced.
Yeah, well, yeah, you know, that is what um, that's that is the nature of where black people raise their girls anyway, is to take care of themselves and their children. Not necessarily the same on the Caucasian side, where they're taught to be dependent upon their men. But
And
it'd
why is
be they were raised basically they're raised in a patriarchy, going all the way back to Greece, which is like what, over 2,000 years old. So basically, that is their culture, going back to 2,500 years.
so Black African American women are basically raised to take care of themselves and their children, and white women are raised to depend upon their husband.
Yeah.
So do you think that's where the real disconnect stems from versus what the African American relationships or the white relationships? Because we have two different mindsets and philosophies going
Oh
into.
yeah. Oh yeah. They talked about that, man. The thing is, they shut that argument down in the '60s when Moynihan was talking about it
Uh-huh.
because for whatever reason, black women do not like to bring up a matriarchal pattern, even though they actually exist in one, because it's too easy to blame men. Because if it's a matriarchal pattern and there's a matriarch in the household, then a woman is basically responsible for herself. She can't point at anybody else. So they have resisted that for the last 60 years. In fact, they still resist, even
But
though
then I
it's.
don't know,
Go ahead.
because if you resist a man and you resist a relationship, then what's the argument? I mean, if you're not going into the direction to say, okay, I want a man, he's gonna be the head of the household. If that's already something that you've determined for your life or for your children's life, then what's the argument?
Because it goes against the grain of the broader society. All your laws are set up for a patriarchy, at least a loose patriarchy, where the
No,
woman
when
is.
I say that, I mean,
Huh.
why are women still contending with men if they have decided that men are not equipped to lead them?
That is, that is a because it's not that they don't think it. The thing is, if they admit it, guess who's responsible for for what the society and the family looks like?
Okay, the woman.
The woman. Now, do women want to take that kind of blame?
No.
So there you have it. So in other words, they blame it on the man, even though he does not have any power. It's too easy. He can't
Understood.
fight back. So basically, that's how come there's a big dust up on YouTube, because actually you're hearing men's voices where you couldn't before. So women don't like that. Black women don't like that. White women are used to it. You know.
I can't exactly say that I'm used to it because this is my first time really like listening to YouTube and like just entertaining the gender wars and how it has affected like African American relationships.
Nah, ain't no gender war. Ain't no gender war. This stuff has been going on, man, for Jesus, 40 years. Ain't no gender war. Black people doing the same doggone thing. The only difference, only reason we even call it a gender war is because um, black, basically black men are holding up a mirror, and black women can't refute it. So basically, they're getting upset and they're
Mm.
talking crap. Other than that, there ain't no gender war. You can't. This like I used to tell my daughter, that she'll come in and she'll say something that I know is not true. I said there's two people you can't lie to. It's your family and God. Okay. So black women telling us what they don't do and what they can't do and what they're like, they're wasting their breath because guess who? We're raised in the same families. We date each other. We sleep with each other. We're married to each other and all that stuff. We know exactly what the other party does.
That is
So
true.
we're wasting our time. It's because I was supposed to do somebody asked me to do a review, um because they were saying that because it was a study that's saying that black girls are looked at as more adult, more sexual, and needing less protection.
Is
And
that true?
that's what white people perceive black people that way anyway. They always think that black boys are older, more aggressive, more dangerous, all that kind of stuff. And they look at black girls the same way. They always think they're older, more sexually active. In other words, they give the same. So you could be like 9, 10 years old, and white people give you the same, look at you the same way as if you were 25 years old
But that's
because they,
doing a individual
huh?
like
Go ahead.
that's doing it in the individual like justice. Because even if you may look older, you still don't have the same mind capacity to think like if you were 25 years old.
No, they're perceived. They don't have to look older. They're just perceived because of their color. They're perceived as less innocent. They're
Wow.
perceived as less innocent. They're perceived as more mature. All that kind of stuff. That's what they're perceived as. Like Tamir Rice, like the guy that officers thought shot Tamir Rice. He's 12 years old, and the officer thought he was like 19 or 20. So obviously he's a little boy.
Wow.
But that's common. And then women, and they did the study, and they did a poll of teachers, and they said that there's two groups that call out in class more, and that's white men, white boys, and black girls. In fact, white boys and black girls are chastised for calling out, which I thought was interesting. So black girls are more assertive in class. Well, it makes sense because black girls get better grades. Like I said, even going back into the 1940s, 75% of your valedictorians come out of black high schools are women or girls. So in class, they're more assertive.
And that is basically because the education system caters or is tailored for
Oh,
African.
this was even before feminism. No, basically, the black society is a matriarchy, and basically, this is how we teach um, black girls. In fact, I've heard that going back 25, 30 years, and there are a lot of I've heard that because I'm in the conscious community, and that was the thing, especially with encountering police. Okay, where black boys are taught to be docile, right? Yes, sir. Blah blah blah. Put your hands up. Don't say anything. Don't fight the police. Don't say anything out of the way. All that kind of stuff. Where um, black girls aren't taught the same. Black girls are taught to be verbally assertive, and black boys are taught the exact opposite.
So
because
in
of
other words,
go ahead.
the roles are they're trying to reverse the roles.
No, they were the revolt. The roles were reversed because of slavery and Jim Crow. Uh, if an assertive black woman says something, what happens to her?
I would think nothing, or
Pretty much nothing. If an assertive black man does the same thing, what happens to him?
maybe reprimanded.
If not outright killed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. So basically, in these, if you do that over 100, 150 years, you're going to have a cultural pattern.
And
So you hit,
then the parents and the woman, they're going to teach their children to be docile, their male children, and then when you go to school, it's reinforced.
yeah. And well, basic feminism just reinforced it on steroids. The pattern was already there, but when we have feminism, you basically reinforce it even more. So if you have an assertive boy that's in class, he gets put on Ritalin. So that's to tamp down the white boys. But the thing is, so if you have an assertive black man, what's going to happen to him? So you enforce the pattern even more.
So
So
as a
now they,
result, we're all passive males who don't necessarily have like a strong leadership or a commanding presence, but then a lot of females are not attracted to males who aren't leaders.
uh, you know what? That is something that's an issue. Okay, how do you change that? Unfortunately, most women raising boys don't think about giving their boys over to another woman as she sees it.
Because they want their boy child to grow up and to still take care of them until the day that they die.
You know what? That seems to be the case. It seems to be the case. I Nobody has quite put their finger on it, but I've observed that a lot. In fact, Sophia Nelson she was saying exactly the same thing. Something I've heard, going way way back. That It seems like women cater to their boys, or mothers cater to their boys, or basically patronize their boys.
Yeah. And then they make it difficult for them to grow up and to become a man and to function and to take care of their families because it's easy for them to leave their relationship, go back home to their moms. I honestly just think it's a psychological issue, and I don't think people realize how damaging it is to men for you to raise a individual and not equip him with the tools and the skills necessary to be a man on his own, because as a parent, you're not going to be around forever. And if you
Yeah,
don't,
yeah. Normally it would be the father's job to do that, but
yes.
if the father's not in the home, guess what happens?
But even if the father is in home and he doesn't have those skills or the knowledge to teach his son how to be a man.
It's really weird. It's a really weird dynamic. It's because you would think it would be just the women doing it, but if you even talk to the men, um, the first thing he said, you got to get these girls educated. And he said, well, why do you have to get the girls educated first? He said, because she's got to take care of her children and herself, regardless of the man, right?
Yeah.
And if you listen to white society, that's completely opposite of what the way they think, right?
But then if you listen to that, like just hearing you state it, you're already like teaching the young African American female that there's a probability that you will be alone with your kids.
Well, that's true because a lot there basically in the South there was a whole lot of males that didn't make it.
Okay.
A whole lot of males that didn't make it, or got put in, sent away, or had to leave to go to work or something like that. There's a whole lot of males that didn't make it, or just straight out died. The lifespan of a black male in the South was not that long.
Whew.
So the odds of you being a widow are very, very good in the South. So that's probably one of the reasons. But those cultural memes that got passed down and they're still with us, even though in the modern era they don't mean as much as they used to.
And we have not adapted the mindset to operate in the modern era.
Unfortunately, not, because it's nothing for. That's how come the divorce rate's so high. It's nothing for a black woman to get tired of a man. Guess what? I'm just gonna get rid of him.
That is
And that's
true.
not.
There is no incentive to stay.
Nope. And that's you think that the divorce rate is like 75, almost 80%. You add another 10% that's separated. What's left?
Nothing. Broken homes, broken relationships.
You would think that if with the marriage rate being so low that the divorce rate would be even lower. It would actually go down, and it hasn't. In the black community, it hasn't. So it's something that black people need to get together and talk about.
But it's interesting because I remember a video you posted about like the ladies, the feminists in the 1970s, and it's like if we were supposed to get together, I don't remember which one of the ladies stated this, but then we would have to examine our own actions and see what we were doing wrong and how we could change it.
Yeah, well, you had this. You had this core of women that said, okay, if we're going to fix the family, we got to fix the man, because he's taking the brunt. Black men took the brunt of racism. Let's be honest about it. Because even I had a video up about the St. Louis race riots, right?
Yes.
And there's one story where they were on the what they call them, the train then, but the trolley, right? They were on the back of the trolley during the race riot, and they got pulled off the trolley. There was a family that got pulled off the trolley, a man and a woman, and one boy and one girl, right? Guess who they killed?
The man.
The man and the boy, the males. Guess who got left alive? They were injured, but they were alive. The females got left alive. I mean, it's not even black women want to say they suffered equally and during slavery and Jim Crow and stuff like that. It is absolutely not true. Not even close.
Well, I mean, according to the one video that you put up, I think it was a long time ago talking about, but I just watched it recently about the hotel that the slave owners would go to with their mistresses.
Oh, with their mistresses, yes. Yeah.
I mean, there wasn't any hotel for men, and they're just women.
And that's where the schism between the black female and the white female came in. Because the white male was allowed to have sex with black females. He might get talked about, but he was allowed to sleep with black females. But white females was under fear of death. So on both sides, was not allowed to sleep with black males. Even in Great Britain, basically it was almost the same thing. Even going back to, go ahead.
I don't understand, because it's like, okay, slavery is over. So why still arguing about who suffered the most injustice? Well, we're not in chains anymore.
Because who has the most damage and needs to be healed most?
So because, I mean, okay, so when you say who has the most damage, okay, men obviously have the most damage, and men would need to be healed. So how would we go about with healing after slavery?
That is a very good question, because they tried in the 50s, they tried in the 60s, and they definitely They kind of tried in the 70s. Since the early 70s, they haven't even tried anymore. So we're walking around with this cultural pattern that doesn't fit, and basically you have a disintegrating family.
But it's, I don't know if you've heard about this, but it's not just healing. I think we live in a culture where people are trying to forget about slavery, forget that it even occurred, and just move on.
Uh, Unfortunately, you can't, because you're moving on, you're moving forward, and trying to forget about it. And what's happening?
Nothing.
You're getting, actually, problems getting worse.
Yeah.
It's not even nothing. Problems getting worse. In other words, if you don't understand what happened to you and try to, there's a lot of cultural patterns that we carry that we don't even know why we carry them. And if you don't go back and examine them and look at them and try to change them, you know,
But
if you just change the way you raise your black boys, that would
yeah.
be a start.
Okay.
And women, you can't change. There's one or two things that you can actually do. If black women was just at the age of 7, just give their boys over to their fathers. Just give them, just hey, you go raise them, and you adapt these boys so that they can grow up with, and be successful. And you give those men the tools to actually raise the boys. You can do that. You could have single sex schools where black boys can get what they need in a school environment. You could do that. There's a lot of things that you could do, but the thing is, it's not going to happen because basically most black women said there's nothing wrong with men, right? They're just whiners and they're shiftless, they're lazy, they're irresponsible, right? Okay,
I would say they would
be
say
honest.
right
No,
there.
be honest. What do you really think? What do you really think? This is your hangout. What do you really think? Let it
I,
go.
to be completely honest, I just think like the movie, there's a few good men out there.
There's a few good men. Well, what about the other 90%?
It's difficult. I'll say they're a work in progress.
No. Be honest. I want honesty. This is a no cupcake zone. Don't beat around the bush. What do you really think about it?
I think I agree with you. I mean, okay, okay, some men, and I could honestly say this,
No,
regardless
no,
of
no,
what
no,
I,
no, no. As a group, we're not talking about some. As a group, we're big boys. We can take it. Give it to us straight.
I think men need reprogramming. I think
Oh,
it's just no morals, no values. We live in a culture where there's like no accountability,
hmm
and just it's crazy. It's chaos. It's a lot of stuff that is rough. It's difficult. I mean,
so if you were to reprogram boys, because you probably don't have any children, right?
no, I don't have any children.
Okay, so it's probably a difficult question for you to ask, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. If you were to if according to the men that you have been around, the men that you have dated, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you take the men that you have been around and been associated with, and you could take them back to a little boy, what would you change?
I would have them learn what it is. Learn accountability. Learn to be
Okay, okay.
even even when the truth hurts. Learn to have good morals. Learn to have respect for yourself. Learn to respect another individual. Not necessarily to say you have to pander or you have to cater to someone. Learn to have self-respect for yourself and
hmm
dignity for yourself, and to learn that you're a king and that you don't need to be doing like these stupid things or following rappers like Lil Wayne, or like dressing like with tight pants and just some crazy stuff, bleaching your hair blonde. I mean, the list goes on.
Yeah, well, yeah, millennials have their issues. Let's put it that way.
And I'm one too.
I know you're
Too.
one too. Well, I'm saying you see them around you. I have, you're one of them, but I raised 3, so I know what you're talking about. But they don't. Fortunately, they don't dye their hair blonde, and they don't do half of that stuff. Probably because we didn't allow it.
Yeah.
So they don't have. I mean, they have like uh, like my girls don't have any tattoos. My son has them because he plays ball, but my girls don't have any tattoos. Okay.
Hmm.
They haven't followed that culture. And I know what they do because they couldn't bring it home. So basically, they have been taught not to have it. My son, he has a couple, but he doesn't. You know, he's not all inked up or anything like that. Even though he'll be 31 this year. So as far as millennials go, I wish they were more productive. But as far as people are concerned, they're pretty respectful. They take accountability and basically they hide stuff from me because they don't want to hear my mouth. I asked my son. There was because I had babysat my grandson, right? Because he had a tournament he had to go play. So I babysat my grandson, and he wasn't used to being in my house, so he whined and he peed all over the place, and I didn't have any. You know, he's like he had just turned 3, and I didn't have any pull-ups. So when my son came back later on, I said, okay. I said next time send pull-ups with him, okay? He said, well, he knows how to go to the bathroom. I said, yeah, but he knows how to go to the bathroom in my house. But he was mad with me, so he whined and he reverted. So that how children show their displeasure, just like puppies do. They pee all over the place. That's what he did.
Wow.
So the next time he brought him over for me to babysit, he said, yeah, I put pull-ups in the bag, Dad. I said, I know you didn't want to hear my mouth. He said, no, I didn't want to hear your mouth. So, but I have he's a wonderful father. He's a wonderful son to me. He just needs to learn how to be a better husband, but that takes maturity. I told him that he needs to learn how to be a better husband, but that takes maturity. But he was mostly raised by his mother.
And it's interesting that you say that because I have a friend who has a son, and she's currently single right now, in between relationships. And I asked her, I said, "Are you raising your son to be a good father and a husband to his future family, or are you raising him just to be a good son for you?"
What'd she say?
She said she was raising him to be a good father and a husband to his future family, because I've seen it a lot where it's like, even though
what I'm saying, she said that, but you know her. Do you see evidence that she's doing that?
I haven't really seen the interactions. I can only go by
Char will probably tell you, and you probably know, but you will probably not admit it. Women lie.
That is true. But I just wanted to trust her.
And women will tell you the answer that she's supposed to say. She's not going to tell you the real answer.
Yeah.
In fact, that the biggest problem with Black women. In fact, I just posted a video talking about the generational imprint. I was trying to get it up before the hangout, but I kept having there was issues with me rendering the actual video because the sound wasn't coming out right. But I just posted a video. Yana Van Zant did a show about an episode about I'm mad at my mother, and about the effect of generational, what does she call generational curse, but generational imprint. But the same things keep coming up with Black women, especially, is shame, guilt, and it need to be right.
Why do you think Black women have shame and guilt?
Okay, well, in the video I explained, but I reiterated here. Okay, were you is your family from the United States, or did they come from somebody place else?
From the Caribbean.
Okay, so okay, because of the slave experience, and I'm sure it's probably the same place. It depending on if you're from Jamaica or you're from one of the other islands other than Haiti. Haiti has a different experience because they kick their oppressors out. But under the slave experience, because of the caste system that we're in, Black women do not like being at the bottom of the caste system. They really don't. They really do not. And because of the shit they had to put up with, because of the images they had to put up, that they have to internalize, They do not like it. So a lot, and because of the experience that we've been through, Black women carry a lot of shame because basically we have been treated like low caste people, and Black women period actually internalize that more than men do. But they're
because we're more emotional.
No, because that's just women. Women have to live in the environment. They are more emotional, but basically they internalize the culture. They internalize their vessels. They absorb. They take matter. They take material in, and all the social cues and all that stuff. They take that in. They into their vessel because they have to give it to their children, right?
Yeah.
So they internalize the culture. And they do not. If you could see it by what they wear and all of them trying to change themselves with the hair and all that kind of stuff, Black women carry shame. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because of what was the family pattern, racism, all that stuff they internalize. They carry that shame, and that shame exhibits itself in different ways. Guilt is because they're powerless to change it. I don't like I don't like the role that I've been cast in. I don't like what's being said about me. I don't like hearing the shame, but I cannot change it. That's guilt.
Understood.
Okay. And so that exhibits sometimes it comes out in them being docile. It comes out in them doing other things, and it also comes out if they project it out onto their man. How come you're not going out there changing the system so I don't have to be ashamed of myself anymore?
Changing the system to what though?
In other words, putting Black people on top. You hear it with Chrissy all the time. We're not Black men aren't promoting us. No, Black men aren't promoting you in mainstream media because we don't control it. So you need to take control of it.
There are a lot of African American women who are promoted in mainstream media.
In other words, what they're saying is we are not the standard of beauty in the United States.
Okay.
Which is what they want to be, standard of beauty. So you can promote, you can show the movie stars going all the way back to the 30s. That doesn't matter. We still are not the standard of beauty. That white woman is still considered the most beautiful, the most desired, all that kind of stuff, right?
So how are African American men supposed to knock a white woman off a throne?
It's not logical. It's not logical. He's just supposed to go out to fight the white man and find a way to do it.
But what would that accomplish? How would that enlightenment?
It would accomplish a lot of dead men. That's what it would accomplish. But it's the feeling.
Oh my God.
And logically, Black women know that it would accomplish a lot of. They'd have to sacrifice their fathers, their brothers, and their sons to actually go out there and get it done. They know that it's not possible. And it's just
my family don't need to die for me to be the
you would think
that in America.
You weren't raised in this culture.
Okay.
Because I'm sure there's a lot of things that American Black women say that you don't understand. It doesn't make sense to you.
Understand. Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I mean, I completely understand because once I was in Atlanta and I met a guy and we met at the airport and he was like, "I know you're not from here," and I was like, "How could you tell?" He was like, "Because I looked at you and you smiled."
Oh yeah. Wow. Yeah. Black women are expert at the resting bitch face. Let's put it that way. They have the best RBF on the planet.
And I was like, is life this difficult that you just can't smile back and say hi?
Basically, Black women build up a wall and very high to see who can get over the wall.
Okay.
In other words, you have to risk being cussed out by me, and that proves that you're man enough to step up to me, that you can handle me.
That proves that you're delusional.
because women, black, my fiance hated, she hated to go out because she said she hated that she had to smile for a man to actually notice her.
Okay.
She hated.
So then
Okay,
how would you seem approachable?
because 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 what I have, because I'm so sexy and I'm dressed half naked, you're supposed to approach me anyway instead of just being friendly. That's the first thing I had to encounter because basically for most of my life I went to white schools, right? I have to deal with this. All of a sudden when I come back to the black side, it's like, why are they so mean? Okay.
Mhm.
But they expect you. There's a certain level of roughness they expect from you because that's what they do.
Understood.
I'm wondering nowadays when I see people, women do that, if they just angry because of life. 'Cause a lot of them
Yeah,
just
I agree.
seem so mean. Like, what the world?
And you know what's funny? As difficult as things may be in America, as women, we still have it about 10 or 100 times better than women in other countries. We could vote, we could drive. I mean, we
Mhm.
have these privileges, and it's like we still don't appreciate it.
I don't know
Yeah,
what's going on.
um, because it's new. There's no cultural pattern for it. Can you guys hear me?
Hear
Yeah.
you.
Okay, okay. Doggone it, Chrome. Yeah, it's new. A lot of this stuff is new. Um, women's liberation is a new thing. It's not something that's been around for a long time. Women's liberation was not possible before the Industrial Revolution.
So, what started the women's liberation?
Uh, ba- really, what it started, it was basically the Civil War and basically black men getting the right to vote,
Okay.
and that started women's suffrage. Well, actually, women's suffrage had actually started before that because
Okay, I don't understand.
the elite women actually wanted power, share power with their men, but women got the right to vote because of
It
the
came
Civil War.
from Oprah.
Because, huh?
Somebody in the comments, right? It came from Oprah.
Oh yeah, if Oprah was there back then, yeah, I guess so.
Mm-mm. Well, let me throw in my two things I
Oh,
wanted to ask you from last week.
okay, okay, go ahead.
You mentioned to Gigi about you were talking about older men because that's what she was asking you about, and you
Mm-hmm.
mentioned that some women, even in their 60s, they're still squirting.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to ask you about that. Is squirting, is that something that's controlled? You have it or you don't? What's that all about?
Normally you either have it or you don't. It's women squirting is not common. They said you could. I've heard that you can be taught to squirt, but from my understanding, either you have the talent or you don't, and it's kind
Okay,
of
that's
rare.
what
It's kind of rare. You would know more about it than I would. I mean, you know, like I said, of all the women I've had, I've never had a squirter.
okay.
And I think there's only one woman that actually admitted that she actually could, but I wasn't sexually attracted to her, so I never found out whether she's telling the truth or not.
Okay.
if that ma-
Alrighty then.
if that makes sense to you.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that there's some women, just like there's some men that can, have a high sex drive and they can go every day till they're like drop dead in their 90s or something like that. That's rare. Same thing with women being able to lubricate um, past past uh, what is called Menopause.
Oh, okay.
Okay, most women start to lubricate less and less and less and less, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So a woman
Oh,
that can lubricate, that she's still wet and she's 60 years old, that's rare. But it can't happen. That's what I was telling Gigi. It depends. It
oh,
depends on the guy. I'm not saying that. I said she get a 52-year-old guy, and he can blow out her back 7 days a week. And he's a keeper because that's rare.
oh. Alrighty
Same
then.
same thing that a woman that's in her 50s and she's just as wet as she was 18. Okay, that's rare. She'd be a
Okay.
keeper.
All right. And then also you mentioned about dreams last week.
Okay, as far as
And my question for that, I've always wondered about dreams because I have really wild dreams.
mm-hmm.
And when I speak
Okay.
of them, people are
Uh-huh.
really amazed. They're amazed that I can remember it, number one,
Okay.
and then
Okay.
how it changes. So I'm
Okay.
wondering, is there some way I can get it interpreted? Books,
Um, yeah,
um,
well, you get dream books. They
study?
will give you. You can actually pay somebody to interpret them. But the thing is, it's the first thing you need. What my teacher told me is that dreams are connected to your personal life, and and basically your subconscious is talking to you uh, through images. So the first thing you should do is when you keep a dream journal or a notebook next to you, right? So when you wake up and for 90
Yeah.
days, just write down your dreams and certain
Okay.
themes will start to come up. And then there's two things you could do. This would be my suggestion, right?
Okay.
For 90 days, keep two journals. One for when you're awake, what happens in your waking state. Just not everything, but say important stuff. Like say if your car broke down or you had problems at work or something like that. Something just your highlights, right? Um, write that in your
Well, that's
regular journal.
cool.
Excuse me.
That's, that's cool because I actually do that. I have my hairdresser has suggested I start writing my dreams down. So I've been doing that for 3 years, and then I
Okay.
keep a daily journal. So
If you match the two up, say if you write down if you have your dream journal and your regular journal,
uh-huh.
go day by day. Okay, match them up. Okay, say the days, what happened during the day, and then what you dream about, and you keep doing that, and a pattern will start to form.
Hmm.
And then once you get connected, because basically you in your dreams, your higher power is trying to tell you something. This is my interpretation because how my oracle speaks to me, right? That's how she speaks to me. Um, she'll send me something, and just 9 times out of 10, just before I wake up, my last image, okay, she'll send me something, my last image, so I'll remember it, right? Normally it's
Uh-huh.
my last image, something really important would be something weird, my last image, and it'll happen for like 3 days in a row. And then right, after about 3 days, whatever was coming will actually come and it'll actually happen. And then, in other words, she's trying, and I learned to try to interpret. Okay, she's trying to tell me something, and when it happens, I start matching up what what type of dream it is. It's not always the same. Say sometimes I'm lost, right? You know how you've been and have a dream and you wander around in the city trying to find something, you're lost.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Um, that means, well, that will come out to me that I'm unsure about something and I need to find a direction. In other words, I'm scattered, so I need to find a direction, or I'm looking for something. That means I've forgotten something that's really important that I need to do. And she's trying to warn me that I need to do this right now, otherwise there's going to be consequences. So, uh, um, there's a whole lot of, in other words, you get a feel of having a conversation. In other words, a lot of times I'll have a dream and it'll be really, really weird. And I say, now before I go to sleep, okay, what does that mean? As I had this dream, what does that mean? And a lot of times I'll get the answer during that
Oh,
during that
really?
dream. She'll send me something to kind of explain what she's talking about, further explain what she's talking about. And you learn by doing that to actually talk to your subconscious or your higher power, because during your sleep you're actually your aura actually goes out of your body and expands, right? In other words, your body is asleep, so your brain doesn't have to run your body because it's sleep, right? So
Uh-huh.
your higher consciousness can actually use all the activity to do other things, and basically it can't talk to you and tell you it's like, okay, Char, this is getting ready to happen, and you better watch out, and explain to you in words. No, it won't do it. It'll send you in images. You have to interpret what the images are. So if you basically, if you go back to say like 30 days, that
Okay.
you match up your dream journal with your regular journal, and you see what happened during the day and what you dreamed about during the night, and there's a pattern that will form. In other words, and sometimes you get to the point where you dreamed about something for like a couple days in a row, and then something happened on that second or third day. That's a premonition that's trying to get to you, because basically there is no past or present. We have energies that come from both directions. So you can get it. You can get it. A premonition is actually energy that's coming into your subconscious that you're
Uh-huh.
actually feeling from the future, because there is no past or present, right? So you get energy coming from both sides. So you can actually get energy from the past and from the future. So you're feeling the energy coming from the future, and it'll come to you in an image, and you have to interpret that image. And some people are more sensitive to it than others. But they're saying you will get something. You won't know what it means because it won't be strong enough, but you can start to interpret it. And sometimes it'll be um, something that's in the future that's going to come, because an action could have started someplace across, on the other side of the globe, or at work, or a boss will be thinking something. The energy will actually hit you, and you'll be interpreting it. It'll come to an image. You won't know what it means, but when it happens, you say, okay, now I know what the image means. And over time, you will learn how to interpret your dreams, because they're yours. I mean, you can go to a dream guide, and they can actually give you an idea of. They say they'll give you a pattern and say, okay, this is what the pattern's trying to tell you. But it has to match up with,
I'm gonna
and they'll
try
ask you,
that.
would this happen in your life? Did that happen in your life? Did that happen in your life? And then they can match the two up. But you can do it yourself. It's better if you do it yourself and learn how to do it. Because a lot of guys, a lot of people use um, dreams in psychiatry,
Hmm.
because whatever's troubling you in your subconscious will come bubble up during your dreams. There's a lot of ways it can, there's a lot of things that come through your dreams. Sometimes it's a premonition. Sometimes it's just what happened, and you're trying to, you know, it can't. Your logic mind will not let it come up. But when the logic mind goes to sleep, it'll bubble up in images. You just have to learn how to interpret them. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
It does, and I'm going to check that out.
Hmm.
But my dreams are so wild. Just thinking right now, like, now, how
No,
is
the
this
thing
gonna
is,
mean anything?
the thing is, no, the thing is, it comes to you in images. It's not logical. Images are emotions are not logical, are they?
No.
Okay, your logic mind is turned off.
So
Your
images.
logic mind is turned off. So basically, there's two ways that the subconscious can talk to you: is feelings and images. So if because you get feelings during your dreams, right?
Yes,
Okay,
somewhat.
you're gonna get feelings and you're gonna get images. So basically, if you write down the images are probably more important than the feelings.
Okay.
Write down the images. Don't focus on trying to figure out what it means. Write down the images.
Okay. So I'm really have to look at what I've written down because I've written down, well, this
Yeah.
happened, that happened, and looked this way, and I felt
I
like
mean,
this, and
if you
yeah.
got your dream journal, you can pick it up. We can try to decipher it if you want. It's up to you. Because
Okay.
I know it's personal, but it's personal, so I'm just saying
It's
it's up to
gonna
you.
be wild. I'm just telling you. So let me grab it. I'll be right back.
All right. All right. I'm sure she's not gonna. Our Mac, I'm sure she's not gonna share those kind of dreams. Yeah, Farah. Most Somalis do not go back. Even Somali, from what I understand, unless you're in the main city, Somalia is not a nice place right now. Charles got sex dream. I'm sure Charles not gonna share her sex dreams with us. I'm sure she's gonna keep it
I
PG.
do have those too, but I don't want to
I'm
talk
saying,
about them.
I'm saying, I'm sure you have them. I'm saying you're not gonna share them.
Okay, let me
I'm sure
give
you're gonna
you.
keep. We might get an R rated, but I'm sure we're not gonna get anything X. So
Yeah, let's see. Okay, this was January 2nd, Friday night.
okay.
I, I was in a school where we were about to graduate.
Mm-hmm.
No, we're about to take graduation pictures, and Bernie
Mm-hmm.
Mac was taking them.
Okay.
So just that alone is wow.
Okay.
Um,
What did anything happen while he was trying to take them, or just that's just one image?
let's see. It was very generic. He had
Okay.
us to hold up our pictures we had already had, and he took a picture like that.
Okay.
Let's see. Of course, mine was very off-centered.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
You weren't.
Also, mine. Go
So
ahead.
so basically graduation means what? Finish, right? You're finishing something, a long-term project or something like that. It normally means you're finishing something, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
True.
It was it your high school?
Um, I don't remember, and I didn't specifically say, so
Okay.
maybe
Okay. You're graduating.
I
You
didn't know.
graduate. Normally it means you're finishing something. So or you're about to finish something. Like you're about to,
Well,
there's a project that you had or something that you did because graduation. What you complete a completion, right? So you
this is so
completed.
cool.
Yeah, you
January
completed something.
31st was
Yeah.
actually the last day of the contract I had at that time.
Okay. I mean, did you know that the contract was going to be completed?
Yes.
Okay.
I think they told us, let's see,
Is it before or
they
after the
might have
dream?
told us
Is it
before.
before? It was before the dream. Well, that's what it
Yes.
is. You figured it out. That's what it.
Wow.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Well, what was Bernie Mac all about? What are you taking pictures for? What was that all
That
about?
I were you okay? It was did it, you say he took the pictures, so that's off, and you say the pictures were off centered. So
Yes.
you completed the contract. Were you happy the way the contract was completed?
I was, but we were told that it may be extended,
Okay. So
but
some
it wasn't. When we had the announcement, they said it wasn't going to
so
be
so
extended.
so it could have been something that might have been a little bit off, right? It
Yeah,
wasn't it wasn't perfect, but it was completed, but it wasn't perfect, right?
correct. Because another office picked up where we left off for the next
Okay.
month, for the month of
Okay.
February.
Okay. I mean that would be my first guess. Um, and we basically Dadisi used to tell us that all the time. Find out what the images mean. Okay.
Oh,
There's a broad uh, there's a broad spectrum. That's all a dream guide will tell you is okay. You have a image. It'll tell you, give you a meaning of what it means. Okay, like graduation is completion because you complete. What does it mean to graduate? You've completed something. You graduated from
oh,
something. You're moving on to the next thing. So that's just one. That's my first guess. So that's why I asked, how does it line up with your real life?
oh, okay. I'll finish reading this, but I wanted to address something in the chat room. That's
Okay.
part of a dream I had. Bronze Beauty, she just popped in the chat room.
Uh-huh.
And I actually had a dream once. I have to look up what date it was. That what is that comedian name? A comedian was actually who she is. Because there's no picture of her.
Uh-huh.
Mike Epps, that's who it was.
Mike Epps.
Epps is actually Bronze Beauty. I woke up, I laughed,
Uh-huh.
and I wrote it down. So
Okay.
that's how wild my dreams are.
Okay. Now
Just to
that is
tell you.
wild. Okay, a comedian is actually Bronze Beauty. Does Bronze Beauty make you laugh?
I don't remember. Did you
Okay.
make me laugh, Bronze Beauty? I don't remember. I don't remember. And I see her
And
all the time. We speak and everything in the chat, but I don't recall her making me laugh. I don't.
oh, okay. I mean,
Nothing
well,
specific.
okay. That's an odd one because it has to be something that's related to your interaction with her, or basically, sometimes, sometimes I get an image. Sometimes I have a dream of an old girlfriend, and it'll be a stand-in for something else, for something female, but it'll be a stand-in for something else. It won't be her. It will. I mean, it'll be image of her, but it'll be something else.
Okay.
So, I mean, just so that dream of you and the old girlfriend, does it mean that you miss her?
No, no, no.
Okay.
It means that normally it's going to be it's going to be a female in my be a female in my life, whether I'm going to meet her or not meet her or something like this. Something else. There's something going on with a woman, which is, and the image of what I get, an image of a woman to be one of them, right? Won't be that specific woman. In other words, it'd be somebody that, basically they're a placeholder for something else, and it could be. And sometimes it's my because my oracle is my anima, right? It's my ideal woman. Okay. And sometimes if she really needs to tell me something, um, she'll pick one of my girlfriends and she'll show up and she'll actually talk to me. That means that, that I really need to do something because she'll actually come in as the image of one of my girlfriends and actually talk to me. That means I really need to get on something, which is
So, in
which is
reference to
personal.
that,
Yeah.
have you ever heard something like from like I think your oracle and you've not listened?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And turns out, okay, she was right. She was trying to warn me. That's how I learned that she's trying to warn me. And when something's really important, she's trying to warn me, and I don't listen. And trust and believe it's coming. In other words, it's already coming. It just hadn't gotten here yet. And she's trying to
Yeah.
tell me before it gets. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's done it quite often. But normally, if I don't get the images, um, and I'm not getting it, then one of my girlfriends will show up in one, or even I had a couple of, I have one girlfriend, she was older than me. She actually died a few years ago. She'll show up. Then I really know there's something going on. She shows up because that's my oracle really trying to tell me something. If it's really bad, my grandmother will show up. In my image, my grandmother will show up. Well, no, if my grandmother shows up, then it's something about my children.
This is so interesting.
But it's something that's personal to me. In other words, you have to make your dreams personal to you. That's why, like I said, she we cleared it up like in like 5 minutes because Char kept a journal of her dreams and her and a daily diary.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all it is. Once you find out, and you will find out this, it'll be a repeating pattern. Normally, when you have you'll have a stand-in for something else, like if Mike Epps was Bronze Beauty or a
Uh-huh.
picture of Bronze Beauty. Um, you know, then you try to figure out what context did the image show up in. In other words, what surroundings? Was it online? Was it just a picture in the chat room? What context? And then you compare it to your regular journal in real life.
Okay. I'm going to see if I can figure that out. Because just by trying to remember, I only remember his voice coming through the computer.
Okay. Did he say anything that you remember?
He just kind of dragged whatever his laugh was, like, something like that. I guess that was to say, ha, 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 you thought I was a woman.
I don't. Yeah. Okay. If somebody masquerading to somebody else, right? That means it's false identity. Okay. Let's take a couple guesses. Was there a troll that was bothering you at that particular time?
Yeah.
Was there?
Probably.
Huh?
I'm probably. I have to look at the date, but probably.
Yeah. I'm saying if you had a problem with a troll, I mean that'd be my first guess because you have somebody, you have a name, but that person is not who they say they are, right? Because obviously Bronze Beauty is not a man. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm saying is you have to get creative and kind of think outside the box. What is the image trying to tell me?
I wrote down, let's see, April 10th, Saturday night, Kenny Lattimore. That's all I wrote. I don't know what happened, but...
Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Maybe
I do
try a day or two. Try another day, like a day or two in front, and then maybe a day behind. It could be something that already happened or something that's going to happen.
Let me see. April 8th, ex-boyfriend. April 9th, friend in Dallas, Texas. And then the next day, Kenny Lattimore. And then,
okay.
That's interesting.
So did it happen just one time? It's like a one-off, or it was a reoccurrence?
I've never know anything about Kenny Lattimore.
Okay. Okay. So in other words, did the dream just happen once, or was it reoccurrence?
Kenny Lattimore was once. Dreamed about my friend in Texas, not often, maybe once or twice a year. But my ex-boyfriend, that happens a little for me.
Okay.
So I got him here April 8th, April 17th, April 19th.
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
Well, we now you know what it is. It's a man. Okay.
Actually, he actually saw me a couple of weeks ago, but I just refused to turn around. I just kept going. I heard him call me.
Okay. Well, that's probably what it is. Sometimes every now and then, if you really this is particular to me. Is Janelle? Is that you bustling around?
I was doing something, but I'm good now.
No, if you're gonna be moving around, kind of mute yourself so we don't get it on the feed.
Will do.
Okay. So it's trying to remember my train of thought. Sometimes with me in particular, I have it's really strange. I think I told this story. I have two girlfriends, right? I had two that are basically.
Don't mean to interrupt, but I'm coming off the chat. So I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm coming off the chat. So I just want to tell you guys good night.
Okay. All right. Good night. Thanks for stopping by.
Take care.
You too.
It's particular to me is that I have two exes that basically we call ourselves on the same line. In other words, we vibrate on basically the same frequency, all three of us, right?
Uh-huh.
And if you have a vibe, if there's a vibration you have you're really close to a particular X, right? And you vibrate, you have the certain frequency that you have when you think about them. When you're asleep, you can't contact them, can't talk to them, but then actually the image of you will pop up in their minds and vice versa.
Hmm.
So in other words, you can if X is really thinking about you, that image will pop up in your mind, and almost like the next day or two they'll call you and say they were thinking about you. But it has to be a real strong connection between you and them. Like remember it's an issue that I had with a girlfriend, a girl I was dating at the time, and my ex. We would, um, one could tell, my girlfriend could tell when my ex, even though she was in another city, was thinking about me. Because we're all on the same line. She could tell when my ex would call. Because we're all kind of like energetically connected. It was the weirdest thing. And they were jealous. Mother of my children, she couldn't stand it. Never met her. Never talked to her, never met her. Only saw a picture of her, could not stand her. And never met her.
Wow.
Anybody could come up. Any other woman could come up except her.
Wow. That's interesting. That is very interesting how that connection is.
Yeah.
But I know it's real. I mean, I believe you because you're telling me, but that I'm saying now, we're like that. So, yeah, I can believe that.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Yep. I mean, even now today, even though the other girlfriend, I hadn't seen her in 4 years, she'll pop up in a dream, and the next day she'll try to message me on Facebook. And vice versa. I'll pop up in hers. If I'm thinking about her, she'll get the message. It's weird. But you really have to have a very strong. You have to have a very strong connection because you almost have to know what frequency to actually contact them on. It's strange.
Yep. Once I was sleeping, and I woke up, and the phone. I just opened my eyes. The phone rang, and I knew it was my ex-boyfriend. And we had just we were engaged for a while. We've been together, from 19 to I think I finally just let it go. I think I was 29, and he started dating someone else after I said, "Okay, we're not getting married." And I knew he was on the phone, and I just said hello. Yeah. And he didn't say nothing for a second, and then he started speaking, and I just knew it was him. I just knew it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right before the phone rang, his picture popped up in your head, right? Yep. Strong connection.
Wow.
What are you guys arguing about in the chat room now?
Someone wants to know about the Kenny Lattimore dream, but I truly don't remember.
Well, it's just an image. It's it's an image. The thing is, what does the image mean in your real life? And normally within a day or two, it'll show up. Unless it's a recurring dream.
Nah, that's not reoccurring. I've dreamt of Usher a couple of times. And that dream, I still remember, and that dream was 3 years ago. I was with him, and we were kissing, and his mother was angry. Oh boy, she could not stand me. But his
Okay.
grandmother had no problem with me because
Mm-hmm.
I was an older woman. But
Okay.
the grandmother was cool, but that mother, oh boy,
No.
puts can kill.
Oh
She
yeah.
didn't like
Yeah.
that.
No, no, because mommy wants the best woman to have grandchildren.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah.
But I'll dream of him maybe at least 3 times a year, at least. And I just dreamt of him last month. He was doing a video or something, and I was helping him with the music. So yeah, I have some strange dreams, but I am going to go through this and look at my daily journal and see. Now that I understand this image, it has nothing to do with really anything else. And I have heard you mention, no, I've heard someone else mention about the past and present before, and I wanted someone to expound on that. Uh-oh. Hello? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Oh, I'm here. What's going on? I don't hear you, BGS, if you're there. I am all alone. I am by myself. Oh, he'll be back, I'm sure. Sorry, folks, I can't sing, so I can't entertain you that way while we're waiting. But I will say again, I do not remember the Kenny Lattimore, so stop asking. And as far as the sign, I really hate to say what that is because I want to learn a little bit more about it before someone just say, oh, you're like this and you're like that. But hey, I just want that little privacy, just a little bit. Unless you ask me again, then maybe I'll tell you. And I wonder where woman of tomorrow or the past is. Gigi. I did enjoy her last week. She has such an entertaining life, I must tell you. It's very interesting. She entertained me. How many celeb dreams I've you dating a dream? I have many. There have been many. Um, what is that guy named? Lupe Fiasco. He's one. I've already told you about Usher. Um, I think Q-Tip. I think. I'm not for certain. I think that was Q-Tip. Yeah. Asking again. Okay. Cancer. So go ahead and tell me about that. What does that mean? Life is over. What? What was going on? Asking again about significance in my argument. Oh, okay. Skin tone. Uh, it's not really light bright, but I tan easily. Kind of light, I guess you would say. Go out in the sun, I tan a little bit. Tyrone, who's Tyrone? Oh, you think I should call Tyrone? Oh, real funny Hulk cigar. Real funny. We don't need to talk about that. Let's see. Shall tell us a little bit about yourself? I don't. I'm not that interesting, Laquan. Not that interesting. Not a whole lot I can tell you.
All right.
I support the
Yeah.
manosphere. Okay, he's back.
All right. Yeah. Computer crash.
Ah,
Yeah, I should have rebooted the computer before I started the session. But here we are.
All right.
So while I was away, what did the cats do?
They asked me a whole lot of questions.
They-
So what's
oh,
your sign? How light you are, your color.
uh, the mysterious Shar, huh?
Yeah.
That is your picture, isn't it?
I
Is it
told
not?
them.
Is that your
Yeah.
real
Uh-huh.
picture? Okay. Well, I
Yes,
don't know.
that is I.
Well then, okay. So they should know your color if that's your real picture.
Yeah, that's true.
You would think so.
Let's see. SPI Latino had a question.
We can let them. We can let them. Have you finished? We can let them
Yes.
on.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, is there anything else you wanted to talk about?
Uh, those were the two things from last week. So whatever happens this week, I'll put that on for next week.
What did I answer your question?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Yes, you did.
All right.
Squirting is unique and images are great. Gotcha.
Ask the fellas, see if they had any squirters. You know, because squirter is kind of unique, but it's kind of rare.
Oh, let's see if I believe them. Okay.
Okay.
Come
Yeah,
on,
all right,
guys.
fellas. All right, fellas. Who's had a squirt? Who's in the
Come
chat
on.
room who's had a squirter? Come on. If press a one if you had a squirter. I told you it's rare. Oh yeah, well, Darker Vision said he has. Darker Vision says he's had one. Anybody else? Oh, here's one. Yeah, here's one. Okay, he's the only one so far. Oh, American Male says he's had one.
Hmm.
I will send the link in a minute. We got SPI Latino. This is a female handle, but I'll send you a link in a minute. As soon as we. Okay, one chick from the island, Quantel Gray. Okay, see, well, I said I've never had one, so, but we've had about 3 guys that have had one. Between the Lines has had one. Oh, Captain Kirk, we said. Captain Kirk is about squirting, a female squirting. We're trying to figure out how rare it is. So I've never had one, but we're trying to figure out how many guys have actually had to put a towel in bed. I guess so.
Wow.
American Male says he had to put a towel in the bed. Gemini did it for you. Jim, what does that mean, Quantel Green? Gemini did it for you. I don't understand it. Ah, well, it's Friday night. You probably are busy, Charles. Oh yeah, look, when I said one, it was unexpected.
Oh, all righty then.
It's not common. Let's put it that way. Oh no, it's not P.
Yeah, I thought either you had it or you didn't.
Yeah, you either have it or you don't. It's overrated. Yeah, well, I don't know. Well, I couldn't tell you between the lines whether it's overrated or not because I never had one. Yeah, well, yeah, I've had lots of creamers, but no squirters. Creamers are common. That's male talk. Well, you know what I'm talking about, Charlie Willie. You've been around enough dudes to understand.
Yeah, I like truth. I don't have a problem with it. Just give it to me.
No, I'm just you asked. I said it's not common. In fact, I've only known one woman that actually said she could. You're telling on yourself, Bronze?
Yeah, I wouldn't think it would be
Between the
young.
lines, it said it gets frustrating after a while. Why? Because you always have to cover up. You ever have to put something over the cover between the lines?
Well, it appears that no one kept them. That's for sure.
Um.
They just experienced it. That was it.
Well, it depends. I guess it can get quite messy. You know, if she squirts. So yeah, if you don't, the cleanup. I mean, I'm sure the cleanup is horrible. As an American male says, the cleanup is horrible. I would imagine that it is. I was on and she was older too. She was in her 50s. I was on what was it? A Pal Talk hangout, and it was old lady. She looked like in her 50s, right? And she squirted. She squirted across the room.
Wow.
Yes, that's what I said.
Wow.
Bronze Beauty. Unfortunately, there's a lot of women like you that are out there. You just but Bronze Beauty, you're a relative newbie.
I know that's you, Mike Epps.
She cracking you up, huh? But you never orgasm. You know what? It's really weird. For Might be telling too much. It's really weird to actually make a woman orgasm real hard the first time she never had, and see her expression.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that before because you guys were talking about it, but because you didn't mention it on the women's hangout, I wasn't going to ask it.
Okay.
Did you ask a question? Bronze Beauty asked you a question.
No, she said, did I ask a question?
Oh.
I don't think I asked. Did I ask a question? I don't think I did. What I was saying is that the question I asked, I think you were. I don't think you had that many The last time I talked, I don't think you had that many boyfriends. So that wouldn't be unusual that you never had an orgasm. I think. I can't remember our conversation. You may have talked about it, may not. It might have been somebody else. But I think you were saying that the last time we talked that you hadn't had that many boyfriends, or maybe one or something like that.
You're going to do something about that.
Well, we have. She's in New York. Young Eden. He's a virgin, so. But he might be too short. I think Young E's like 5'6". He might be too short for her. You're chronically single. You're willfully single. Just like a young man in an urban city that hadn't had any sex because he's not trying. You're willfully single.
Yeah, for a man, definitely.
Yeah, if you're chronically single, it doesn't bother you. If it don't bother you, keep right on rolling. It's one more thing. So if you don't need it, I mean, I'm not saying you're not missing anything, but you're probably more productive without it. Let's put it that way. Relationships, they're wonderful, but they are a distraction. They too cost time and money. Let's put it that way. And that don't mean anything. He's 20 and you're 27. That doesn't mean anything. If the roles were reversed, he was 27 and you were 20, it definitely wouldn't mean anything. So the thing is, are you experienced, or are you more experienced than him? That's all that counts. I think my girlfriend, I was 22 and she was 41. And we were together like 3-4 years. So
Oh, okay.
It just depends. Well, I put the link up. So the link's up, and uh,
Do you believe in the G Spot VGS? That's from
yeah.
Laquan
Oh
Jones.
yeah. Oh yeah. Yes. Yes, indeed. My favorite target. Let's put it that way. If you know how to work it, it's not a fair fight. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, that's been a myth. A lot of people are like, oh, it doesn't exist. Oh, it exists. Oh, it doesn't exist.
It exists.
It exists.
I've made a career out of it. It exists.
It's there.
It's there. It's there. Trust and believe it's there. I've taught many a men how to find it and manipulate it. So the thing is, if you don't know what to look for, you got to know what to look for. You have to know what to feel for. And it doesn't, it's not, in other words, it's not, it just doesn't, it actually swells, because basically what a G spot is, basically it's the underside of the clitoris. That's all it is. Because the nerve bundles are on top. Okay. The nerve bundles are in the middle, but the nerve bundles also extend downward too. So basically, if I'm probably get too technical, if you make it swell, then those nerve tissue around the nerve bundles will swell, and that is the G spot. So that's for a woman, that's her second most sensitive spot on her body. Is her G spot. If you know how to find it, know how to manipulate it, and this sounds like a guy hangout. If you know how to manipulate it, you know how to time it. You don't want to hammer it. Okay, you want to tickle it. Most guys want to hammer it. You can't hammer it. You want to tickle it. If you tickle it and you aim for it, then you can manipulate how long she goes or when she goes or whatnot. So in other words, I tickle it, you go away from it. So basically, when it's after it's time for her to finish, then you can actually go after it, and basically you can time her and finish her, and basically sometimes it becomes mechanical, especially if you know the woman. Sometimes it can be boring, because like I said, 90% of the sex should be for the woman if you're doing it right.
Yeah.
Because basically you're giving her pleasure. That way you don't, if you're servicing her, then you don't have to worry about having sex. Will always come to you. You don't have to worry about it. You ain't got to beg, borrow, steal, or anything like that stuff. If you know what you're doing. The thing is, most guys worry about their orgasm over hers. Yours is gonna come. That's what I figure.
Right.
I get
You're
mine.
Gonna get yours.
I get mine in 30 seconds, or I get mine in an hour. So okay. So basically, when it's time to finish, I'm gonna finish. So whether it's 30 seconds before she goes or 30 seconds after she goes, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna finish. So it's better 30 seconds after she goes.
Bron Beauty said men are selfish. Well,
I left my ass
even
as a
if
guy.
that was the case, girl.
Left my ass as a guy hangout. Bronze Beauty, you should basically, Bronze Beauty, you should know your own body. If you haven't had an orgasm, you haven't given yourself an orgasm, you should know your own body. Because if you don't have a map to your own body, then one of two things: if you don't have a map to your own body and you haven't given yourself an orgasm, if you get with a guy, he figures it out, you are in a hell of a lot of trouble. You don't want your first orgasm to come from your boyfriend, because that is going to definitely put him one up. You talk about instant addiction. If you were my daughter, I would not recommend it. You should know your body better than he does. You should know the map to your body better than you should know all your sensitive
Yes. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Gigi.
I mean, is there anything else you wanted to talk about?
On those.
Oh, you got to mute the.
Put that on for next.
Gigi, you got to mute the feed from
She dropped off.
from YouTube. Yeah. It's woman of the past.
She'll be back.
Yeah, she'll be back. But as real good book is real good book. I always recommend to young women, recommend to men and women. But is if you can find it, Teresa Crenshaw, The Alchemy of Love and Lust. Really, really, really good book. In fact, that's where I learned about imprinting and all that other kind of stuff. Is there's two books I learned from about the physical addiction is from Teresa Crenshaw, Alchemy of Love and Lust, and then the basically the imprint.
Okay, he's the only one so far.
You have to Gigi, you have to mute. You have to put YouTube on mute.
Exactly. Thank you. Okay. Char, you're so sweet. How are you? I mean, I've been listening the whole time. I heard my name, so I decided to say hi.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing great. Wow, what a long story. Your dreams. Incredible.
Most people don't do that. So the thing is, you have the key right. You know, if you journal, you have the key already. You just have to learn, be patient and interpret them.
Yes. You got to pick up a book and figure it out, the meaning of the ocean. For example, I heard that if the ocean is nice and blue and quiet, that means you're okay. We have no problems. But if it's shaky and dark,
any storm. Yeah, anytime you have a storm, that means you could have inner turmoil or outer turmoil.
Yeah, I mean, I forgot the meaning. I was connected to my dream back in my early 20s, but it was an entire trip. I transcend to my dream, period. I just ask to go there, find out, and then come back in.
Yeah, you can do that. Your subconscious will do it for you.
But it's a big book.
Yeah, it depends.
A dictionary of meanings, you know?
Yeah.
What an elephant means, what a giraffe means, what a man means, whatever.
Yeah, and plus that'll get you started. And plus, if you start tracking your dreams and along with your journal, the meanings will, because these things will reoccur. It'll be personal to you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but and Char, everybody ask in the chat room. You are very active in the manosphere.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, she
writes about you, man. I just love this about you. Seriously.
You ride shotgun. You know,
it's true. I wanted to say that.
Char's gonna write a book in about a couple of years.
Okay.
She could probably be a dating coach because she's seen both sides.
Oh, I see. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Feminine, masculine, well blended. That's hard. If you can balance, how nice.
Well, she's not. She's probably logical. She's probably has thick skin. So that's basically for a woman to be in a company of men.
Wonderful.
Yeah, that works.
Let's see. I don't see the chat room. Let me have to go back to that chat room.
Going to the web page.
Yeah, there was. Gigi says she's from Morocco. That's where her accent's from, and probably a little bit of French, right, Gigi?
Yes, indeed.
Really?
Morocco is North Africa. Is the tip of Africa. It is across from Spain.
Mm-hmm.
We have the Mediterranean Sea on one side and the Atlantic on the other side, I believe.
Yeah. Is it right near the Strait of Gibraltar, right across?
I believe so. Yes, it is. I remember I went there when I was super little. We have to take a long ride on the ocean, and then we're on the rock.
Yeah.
and then it's English all of a sudden.
Yeah, the English took it over. In fact, they were
Like,
arguing about it. They were arguing about Gibraltar because the English didn't want to give it up after they left the European Union. They
oh,
said there was a big squabble about who's going to get the Gibraltar.
okay. Well, I don't know what the trade is, but I know it's all about business.
It's because it's strategic. If you control the Mediterranean, if you control the Strait.
I see. It's a
Yeah.
control.
Yeah, the British Navy took it over years ago from Spain.
Well, there is a lot to learn on
Yeah,
history.
yeah. Yeah, well, yeah. If you look at it, it's this is just geopolitics. The same thing with the Ukraine and what was it? The port for Russia. That's how come there was a big kerfuffle about the Ukraine. The Ukrainian wars, basically, so they could take the Russia's warm water port away from Crimea. Once Crimea separated, Russia wasn't interested in it anymore. So.
Wow. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Morocco, on the other hand, we have Mauritania down below in our feet.
Mm-hmm.
And those guys, they're like only the fatso girls. I mean, if you're not fat, you're good for nothing, period.
If you're not fat, you what? Not you're what?
You're not good. You're not good. You're just not. You're just not.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's why they if they want a woman to get married, they stuff her so she's fat.
Exactly, made really fat.
Yeah, because being fat is what means you were wealthy.
Yeah, or something bizarre.
Yeah. Well, no. If when there's a lack of food, then if you can eat, you have enough calories. Fat, that means you're wealthy.
Right, but it goes to a point that it's kind of disgusting.
Well, people overdo things.
Yeah.
So now if you're fat, that means you're lazy because there's enough calories.
It means you're lazy, or it means that you have an emotional problem, so
you overeat. Yeah, because there's enough because there's more than enough calories for you to
a lot of sugar pops.
Yeah. Sugar is before the sugar was kind of rare before the
yes, it was
before the Industrial Revolution. Slaves, before they figured out how to make sugar affordable. With the I think it was the sugar pressure cooker. They figured out how to make sugar with a boiler. Before that, it was really, really expensive to make sugar.
I see.
Sugar was a rare commodity.
The
Industrial Revolution. In fact, that's what they.
Yeah, I just read the history of that.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot the name of the book, Sugar Blues or something.
Yeah.
I just read that last month.
Yeah. Yeah, salt and sugar were rare commodities. You could actually trade salt and sugar, and now we're flooded with it.
Let's see if I can find the title of the book I had.
Mm-hmm.
I have like
Sugar Blues.
That's like when your body craves salts and sugars, carbohydrates and salts, because they were rare. They're rare in nature. Go ahead.
The worst is the liquid sugars. Those are the worst sugars.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when the child is young.
Yeah.
It's just not a good thing to do.
It's called Sugar Blues, William Duffy. I'll put in the chat.
Yeah, so basically you're fighting an addiction, salts, sugars, and fats. You're fighting an addiction because your body craves it. Mm-hmm. And basically your whole fast food industry is based on what? Salt, sugars, and fats.
Yeah.
Because in nature that is rare. Salt, sugars, and fats.
It's hidden in everything. You read that label, ridiculous.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, it hits your subconscious. Black people is even worse.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because we're not, especially fats.
Well, American male.
Mm-hmm.
He's funny.
Oh, American male is good. Edward's not in the chat, so American male is good.
Like there is like more men than women here.
Well, because
that.
my male subs have followed me. I don't have a big contingent of female subs, and I think a lot of my female subs secretly hate me. So they basically sub to me so they can keep track of what I'm saying and report back.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. Because they only comment when they want to bitch about something. So
that sound about right.
Yeah. I'm surprised they didn't. I'm surprised. I went in on Black China, and I didn't get a whole lot of thumbs down. I thought I would get a whole lot of thumbs down.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to check it out. I got a couple of phone calls. I had to go to the grocery store. So.
Oh well, you have a life.
Yeah, you gotta squeeze it in them days off.
You have a life. That's what it means.
Yeah, it is tough trying to keep up with everyone I support, especially OJ. I mean, I say OJ. O'Shea, he's been having so much content. I'm like, I can't keep up, sir. Slow down.
He has a gift.
Yeah, well, he must be out. He must be between classes. It must be summer for him.
Yeah, he can hit 200 miles an hour.
Oh yeah.
I can't. I will be exhausted. There's no way I can.
Hey, he said he's an ugly man. If he wants to get in, he's got to talk.
No,
huh?
He's doing fine. I don't think he's ugly. I think he's doing totally fine.
He describes himself as ugly. Says you got to do some work.
Right.
Yeah, you got to have a mouthpiece.
Well, I mean, I enjoy because I like to learn better English, and I'm interested. But I like he was really, really good, and then he's like going straight up to the bottom line.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's talking to black men, so you got to be direct.
Oh my God. Sometimes it's scary. I'm like, what? Yeah. But no, I mean, very good speech. I enjoy to learn people who does better than me. So of course, that's why I like to listen to O'Shea. He's articulating so well. I mean, and then he does a lot of things on the same time. So.
How long did it take you to learn English, or did you already know it before you got here?
No, it took me a while. It took me about, I would say, 4 years.
Really? Okay.
To start having a decent conversation.
Okay.
It was the
excellent.
Well, I'm not. When you're not below your 20s.
Oh yeah.
It changed on the process how you're learning.
Yeah, those pathways are always there. Well, what I've heard, I have to put into practice, is that instead of trying to learn the language, you just learn the lexicon, and you kind of bolt it on to English. In other words, well, English is probably a little easier because to learn another language, because there's so many English words. So basically, and English has so many different parts from other regions. Like there's a little bit of Latin, German, there's a little French, a little Nordic. So they're all kind of glummed together in English. So basically, what they say, as far as an English speaker, you just bolt it on. In other words, you just add words to your English lexicon.
Lexicon?
Yeah, a lexicon. In other words, lexicon is the group of words that you use.
I see.
So in other words, you have a dictionary, but say like if it's a lexicon, like a doctors have a lexicon, lawyers have a lexicon. There's a group of words that they always use.
I
So
see.
that's their lexicon. Even the rappers have a lexicon.
Never heard this word. That's
Yeah, even like an urban dictionary is just a lexicon, the meaning of words. So in other words, there's certain words that hip hop people or urban people use, and those group of words is what they call a lexicon. You can have a big one, you can have a small one, but that's what it's called. So in other words, when I like even when I stutter, I'm translating. In other words, I'm trying to pick the right word out of the lexicon.
right.
So in other words, when I stutter, it's like, okay, which word do I use now? I'm trying to figure out which word is appropriate.
Yeah, and how you can express the best what you want is it.
Yeah, and at my age, I got about 10 words that I'm going through before I actually spit one out.
Wonderful.
But if it's a group, say like if I'm talking like a particular subject, if I'm talking about say like I'm talking about charts or I'm talking about finance, then it's a smaller lexicon. So I'm basically I don't trip over my words. Basically, go straight through. Or if I'm talking about something in particular, I go straight through. But when I'm talking in general, I'm trying to figure out, okay, what word do I use here, there, or the other, especially in a mixed group like this, because I have people that are not urban. I have people that are urban, and so it's like, which word do you pick? Especially English. English is like cooking.
It's cooking with many exceptions. It driving me crazy with the exception, and the verb are changing spelling incredibly, like switching on me. I'm like,
yeah, that's because English doesn't follow a standard world pattern. Okay, in fact, it's backwards because English is basically it's a scientific language more than anything else.
Perhaps.
Because the English speakers didn't speak like that in early English. It was closer to where everybody else speaks. Like black people have the problem with it too, because black people follow the same grammatical pattern that everybody else does, and we have to basically learn the standard English grammatical pattern.
Well, yeah. Grammar, punctuation, and then when you got your first blanket, you need the second blanket of rules.
Mm-hmm.
But there is an exception.
Yeah, but the only thing good about English is that it's very difficult to speak it well. But it's easy to be understood.
True.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So in other words, you don't have to speak it. You can barely speak it, but English speakers can understand what you get the meaning out of what you're saying, because
well, you can talk on a certain level. Then when I was starting talking in English, I didn't have the deeper level, and then we cannot go deeper. I have one layer basically.
Mm-hmm. But you can be understood. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean deeper than going to details. And it was hard.
Yeah.
A little better. You gotta read more. I noticed, seriously, the best thing that helps, it's stupid, but it's like getting up in the morning and reading 2-page daily.
Or you read it out loud?
Yes, that's what helps. Period. I mean, that would break down everything.
Well, the easiest way is what they said. The easiest way to learn a language that they told me is actually to imitate. So you find a
characters.
all the actors that have come from someplace else and want to learn English, right, or basically do acting. They imitate. So in other words, you find a comedian or find an actor or find somebody that speaks and you just imitate them. You try to match their tone, match their mannerisms and what like that. Like how an impressionist comes on and they can imitate like John Wayne or somebody else like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You find somebody that you enjoy and you imitate them. So in other words, how would say whatever? Who's your favorite actor, English actor?
That's a really on top of my head. I don't.
Yeah, just off the top of your head. Yeah, it's just anybody. It doesn't have to be your absolute favorite, number one favorite. Just off the top of your head.
Okay, you
actress or actor.
I thought you touched a part of my problem. I never remember. Okay, Nicolas Cage has that.
Okay, Nicolas Cage. Okay, if you took Nicolas Cage, you watched his movies.
Yeah, the biker, especially when he was like,
yeah.
On fire.
In other words, okay, you practice imitating Nicolas Cage. If you do that every day, or you do it when you think about it, it's better if it's a comedian where you're telling a joke. But if you do Nicolas Cage every day or whatever, then you will learn the pattern because you'll be exactly doing duplicating what he says. And you will learn to think, okay, well, I want to talk like Nicolas Cage, and you actually do it. And over time, you will actually learn the pattern of English. You'll actually perfect it.
Interesting. I should try that then. Talking to myself, people's going to think I'm crazy.
Not really.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm moving a lot. So, like today, I moved all over the place. But
I mean, you physically moving, like moving from one place to another, or moving around, right? You moved around a lot. Okay.
I don't stop.
Okay.
It's ridiculous.
Well, you got that kind of energy.
Yeah, I have to. And I drive a lot, so I'm always driving.
A happy life. So Nicolas Cage always looked like a drug addict and an alcoholic. Well, yeah, he plays that well. Nicolas Cage always plays those anti-heroes, those weird characters.
Yeah, he's like interesting personality.
Okay. The link to the Google Hangout. All right.
Oh.
I'll paste it. Oh, she's telling me. Mike Epps, is that you? You know, well, in other words, Brian. Yeah, I won't forget about that one. We're gonna call Bronze Beauty Mike Epps from now on, huh?
Speak up, Mike.
Yeah, Mike Epps is a fool. He's kind of fallen off a little bit, though.
Yeah.
Where is he? Is he from? Is he from the Midwest?
I don't know. I have to look it up.
Okay. Do I have your email, SPI?
SPI, he's funny too. What a trip.
Yeah, he's dual language, so he speaks Spanish and English.
Ah.
So, but he was raised here. He was raised here, so it might be different. I don't know if I have your email, SPI.
Let's see. He gave it to me. Let's see.
Linda's not coming in, man. Linda's a keyboard warrior. Linda might be at work, man, or she might be laying next to a dude, and she ain't supposed to be on a hangout.
Okay, there's his email.
Oh, here he is. I got him.
Okay.
I got him. He emailed me. All right, I sent it to you, Alex. Oh yeah, Linda's a sideline warrior. her and Rose. I can see Rose in here. Rose is another sideline warrior.
Well, she was brave enough, I saw at one time.
Who's that? Rose? Yeah, after I pick on her and I call her out and call her a coward, and then she'll, Brits hate to be called cowards. So I call her a coward, and then she'll come on for about 5 minutes and then duck out. But I told her you're a lioness in the comment section. I said, but you're a lamb when you come on to the hangout. She said, I will always come for your throat in the comment section. That's what she said.
Rip, whatever it is, speech impediments, whatever you got, you are what you are.
You are what you are, yeah.
You're gonna be judged, whatever. You can be a beauty queen, you still gonna be judged. Oh, you got a mole right there. Oh, you got one gray hair. It's gonna be something, so can't worry about
be something,
what people say.
Now I think it's because it's recorded. Like Jacqueline hasn't been back because she knows it's recorded. Jacqueline can't control herself though.
That's nice. She can listen to the recordings. That works really well.
Yeah, well, she doesn't like if she's on. She doesn't like to listen to the recording. She says, "Oh, I can really cut up." But she's not the only one. I seem to bring that out in a lot of women. They got to be right. They got to be right, and they're gonna argue me down until they're right. I say, "Well, you don't know me."
It's all right to be wrong and not know something.
Yeah,
that's how you learn.
Yeah,
and even if you disagree, if you say 2 + 2 is 4, well, BGS, I really think it's 3. Well, baby, it's 4. Okay, let's just agree to disagree, and you go away thinking it's 3, and they go away thinking it's 4, whatever.
But the thing is, she'll ask me my opinion and then argue with me about it.
I guess you're not entitled.
Like when she asked me where should Black women go outside the United States, and I gave her my opinion, and she argued with me about it. I said, well, if you have a better idea, please come up with it. But I don't know. Why are you arguing with me? You asked me my opinion. So when it comes to me, if I give an opinion, I have to have it backed up with, citations and
charts
charts and citations.
Right.
I said it's a hangout. I used to get that in a lot of my really early on in my hangouts on my Ibmore channel, is that it'd be an 8-hour hangout, and dudes will find something they disagree with like 4 hours in, and then I might have said it once or twice, and they'll have a whole conversation about what I said once or twice because they disagree with it. And I said, okay, where did I say that? Because it said 8-hour hangout. I can't remember everything I said. So they said, I said, dude, that was like 10 seconds of an 8-hour hangout, and you were having an argument about that? Come on now.
Wow.
Really? I mean, there's one guy, Skeliok, was anytime I talked about Africa, he would just write an essay. I said, dude. I said, that wasn't even in the flow of the conversation. He said, I'm a little anal about Africa. I said, yeah, you think? I said, why don't you get your own channel? Okay, and then you can put up your argument on a video, and I can look at it. People really think you like reading like essays in the comment section. That's hard to read an essay in the comment section.
Right.
It's like after the 5th paragraph, my eyes kind of like start to get crossed. It's like I don't feel like finish reading this.
Really, where is it going?
Yeah, and people, I mean, I can't really argue because people are really passionate about it. So in other words, I say something and they're really passionate about it, and they have to give me like 2. And sometimes I actually copy and paste it and say, "This is like 5 pages. If you typed it out, this is 5 pages, and you really felt this strongly about like a 30-second comment." I mean, I was talking about. I was talking about looking back where I was talking about this video about hunger in America, right? They were talking about cotton. And this one guy was saying, well, the cotton gin has been around for a long time and people should have adapted to it. Because I said they weren't talking about the cotton gin. They were talking about the cotton picker. And he kept going on and on and on and on about, well, I looked it up and he said the cotton gin. I said, dude, I said, okay, look, the cotton gin was invented in 1793. Okay. By Eli Whitney in 1793. The cotton picker wasn't perfected till 1948. That's what caused the black folks to get driven off the land because it went from picking 2% to 96% by machine. And he said, "Oh, I didn't." He said, "I didn't catch that." And it wasn't even something I said. It was something in the video. I said, "You weren't even born." You had these people telling you what was going on the cotton fields. Are they supposed to adapt? I said, where are they going to adapt to? They're telling you what their problem was. But people love to argue with me. So
Wow.
not as much now as they used to. It's not half bad like it used to be. It used to be constant. But
they didn't probably get the reaction they really wanted.
Well, the thing is, they believe something. You know, millennials especially, they believe something, but sometimes millennials are too lazy to do their own research. They argue with you so that you will tell them that you will do the research and you will hand it to them. Said, no, you go out and do the research and prove me wrong.
Yeah, I don't care for arguing with people. Because all it does is your voice in octaves. That's as far as you really get. You don't get anywhere.
That's how I invented the chair. Where okay, if you're really that argumentative, sit in the chair and everybody's going to ask you questions about why you think the way you think.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
So that kills the argument. Instead of them arguing with me, I said, okay, you have a theory. So how do you like your theory being questioned? And most people don't. Especially when they have to hear the recording. So they can't say that I picked on them. I remember you heard me first time. She said that I lied to her and I abused her and I picked on her. I said, sweetie, they have the recording is still up. If people think that, they can go back and listen to it.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Well, I like to be on the chair. I think it's a fabulous idea.
Well, you were in the chair last week. You answered a lot of questions. People liked you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You guys are fun, of course, but also you know how to like go deep into knowledge, like layers after layers. Is really fun.
Yeah, you know what? That's you know, I had, like I said, I had really, really good teachers.
I see. You were saying that you had teachers.
Yeah, I had real good teachers in 3 phases, like in business. The guy that taught me to do commodities, he really deep into reading the charts and comparing the charts to the fundamentals and stuff like that. So he took, I mean, about 6, 7, 8 months. I learned from him, and then my spiritual teacher Dadisi, which I posted.
Okay.
Absolute, you know, as far as that, absolute genius. He spent. He started when he's 18, I think, going through the Masonic and Gnostic studies, and basically started teaching it when he was like in his 40s. So basically, he spent like 30 some odd years going through it, and basically, you know, he was
in a straight line.
Oh, he was. In fact, I put it as one of his videos. He's actually grounded. One of the few people that are grounded. When I asked him what a chakra was, he didn't just tell me they were just energy centers. He said no, they're actually where nerves come together and they transmit electricity and whatnot. And they're like with all that electricity running through these ganglion nerves, they transmit an energy. And those are where your chakras actually meet up, all the way up to the top of your brain.
Cool.
And he explained to me that where the
burner
33 degrees actually came from, that's your spine.
Yes.
33 bones in your spine, yeah. So basically he could ground, so he could ground the esoteric in reality and give you examples and images and stuff like that. He was actually a master at that, because he was always drawing the images so he could unfold them and understand them, and he was always comparing his images to something else. And so basically, you know, in other, it doesn't work if you just tell somebody what it is. You know, you have to give them a picture. So when I teach esotericism, from what I understand, I give you different examples. It might be different examples of the same thing, but I'm saying is so that you can get grounded, that this is not just some lofty ideal. It's actually grounded into reality, into your physical experience. Yeah,
I believe that. And so this video you posted on your new sorry, I'm having
on my ItMore channel. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Your ItMore channel. Okay.
Yeah, it's called what is it called? Can't remember what it's called now. America.
We'll find it.
Yeah, it's there. You can see him. He's in his dashiki and at the board. You can see the image. It's recent. Oh, A Treat for Angry Man, because Valdez asked me about my teacher, so I said, let me find a video of him. So I posted, but it's A Treat for Angry Man, and that's basically an hour-long lecture that he did on symbols and stuff like that. Really, really deep stuff. I mean, it's he just kind of scratched the surface, but for most people, it's like, okay, I never heard it explained that way before.
No, I never heard this word. Territory.
Excuse me?
The word you said is so complicated. I gotta write it down.
Esoteric.
Esoteric.
Yeah. ESOTERIC. Esoteric. That's mundane, and there's esoteric. Esoteric is a higher knowledge of whatever it is. In other words,
other vibration.
Well, no. In other words, it's just it's a higher understanding. Like there's people that listen to music, right?
Yes.
You know, they listen to records, listen to music, right? And they can play it through anything. Could be through any kind of speaker, any kind of device, right? And then there's audio files, right, that are really, really particular about their music, their equipment, all the specifications and how to get better sound out of this and that. Those are called esoteric music listeners. In other words, it's a higher level of music listening. And what audio files are trying to do is trying to basically get as close to the original performance as they can.
There is a musician that is excellent. His name is Scott Huckabee. He had an accident.
Yeah, BGS said, when do we get to the point where we are impartial counsel pairs, the men and women off with each other? What do you mean, TM Goldie? I don't understand. Or impartial. They used to do that. Okay. In fact, Gigi can probably talk about it in Morocco, where the village or the elders actually decide who you're going to marry, and they pair you off. But that's normally a smaller society, a smaller village, where they actually know these young people from the time that they're born to the time that they're paired off. So in other words, if you're surrounded by a bunch of kids and you know all these individuals personally, you can tell who's compatible with who.
Right.
So it's not. But in a large urban setting, you can't, because you can't get to know each and every person.
But you can do you can, if you want to do your compatibility charts.
Yeah. I mean, that'll get you closer.
That will tell you if that woman is for you, because they're going to look at your Venus, and then it will tell what kind of woman you need.
It'll get you closer, but the thing is, nothing is as close as elders that have seen you.
Of course. Oh, yeah, that's pure, but we don't have this luxury anymore.
What I'm saying, so in other words, everything else is secondary. But he said, when we're going to get to a point where there's a council that will pair men and women off. I said, we have to get to a smaller community.
Yes.
That's actually what is meant to happen, where where the elders actually knew each individual child and knew which each individual child's personality, likes and dislikes were, and how these children were actually raised, and says, okay, well, this one has a bad temper, but this one's logical, and she'll cool him down. So we're going to pair them off because they actually make a good couple.
Absolutely, that's fabulous, because I want people take their time in life.
Yeah, where they were compatible for harmony in the village. Whereas whereas the higher you go up, then that's political.
Oh yeah, it's a headache up there.
Yeah.
It's really a headache.
Yeah, because you're not pairing, you're not matching two people, you're matching two families.
Yeah, you're matching the money.
Yeah. Because I remember my daughter, because she didn't want to marry the father of her child, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so now, since we treat him like a part of the family, because he's basically father of my grandson, right? So we treat him like part of the family. My daughter gets mad, and I tell her, "We didn't bring him into the family. You did.
Yeah,
you had a child. You had a child by him, so you brought him into the family. So now you're mad because we don't like him, because we're supposed not to like him. Come on.
Oh no, you need to keep an eye on him, and good or bad, you need to coach all that. Of course.
Yeah. That's what we told her. I said I told her, tough luck, Cupcake. Put your big girl panties on.
You gotta drag the boy. You gotta raise that boy, that girl, whatever, and then you're limp with that guy for a while.
Yeah, my daughter, when he first born, well, Dad, he needs a male role model. I said, he has a father. Try him first.
Yes. Totally.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can, that's what woman's supposed to nourish and try to compromise, because especially when things happen like this, I know exactly where she is.
Yeah. So basically,
and she'll be happy later when she'll see her big boy in front of her.
As far as we're concerned, she has no choice.
Okay.
It's not up to her. Okay?
No.
It was up to her to have the baby and make him part of the family. Now it's not up to you. Tough luck. Go sit in the corner.
Rules. Yeah. It's good to have some traditional rules. It's always a long run. It might bring a result.
Yeah. So now he's more protective of my grandson than anybody, because that's his
boy.
That's his boy. Yeah.
Good. Boys need your father.
Yeah.
I hear you. There's so many poor children everywhere, but anyways.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's part of the modern society.
Yeah.
Eventually, we'll figure it out. It's hopefully within my lifetime. I don't think so, but hopefully.
Yeah. But if you want, like right now, no, seriously, I'm. The shortcuts in the modern world is to connect with the older world, and if you find a nice, I personally like to see people's character, like how they cook, are they caregiver, or whatever style you like. You can see your planetary placement. You can do a chart, matching charts, and see.
It's a good starting point, but the thing is the other factor is how are they raised?
Like some people, for example, they are very hot for each other, but after 2 months, the heat is gone.
Well, it'll give you their personality, their core personality that they're born with, what tools they have. But the thing is, the other factor is their family, how they were actually raised, and what was implemented on them afterwards, added on afterwards. So sometimes chart can be nice, can be right, and it's like, okay, how was that person raised? I said, okay, had a lot of stuff a lot of the negative stuff that will come out of the chart.
Well, actually,
could be, yeah.
Yeah, I like astrologers. They're classic, and so I choose. I don't do my chart like a freak, every year.
Yeah.
Because it's abusing the. It's abusing to do this. You do your chart every, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. Because your dashas, your time periods are running to one planet anyways. That's a little deep, sorry, but what is nice about astrology is to understand the person, match with you, especially like you invest so much. We have so much little time at a certain point, and we invest our time into. Since it's so large now, we so many of us, and there is no tradition. So the only thing is the class. I like classical Vedic astrology.
Yeah, it's a good starting point. It's a good starting point to give you a heads up on what kind of personality that person actually has. It's a good starting.
Yeah, it shows you the intellect. It shows you the loving side, and then friendship, and then the last time it shows you how you are. I'm distracted.
Yeah.
But my son has a big party in the back of the house.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, it's Friday night. He's young. He's a millennial in his 20s. Well, SBI, you wanted to jump on? Go and jump in.
Hey, well, I wanted to wait on Linda's because Linda's trying to get in, and she had a disagreement with me, and Char's gonna help her get in the stream.
Oh, okay.
But I was trying to, when I was in the chat room, I was trying to formulate trying to get her argument because she disagreed with me, but she never stated her argument. So right now, hopefully she'll get in. But she's a keyboard warrior, but she's saying that she's gonna come in, so I'm gonna wait a few minutes.
Well, hopefully we'll have a discussion. So
right, that's my goal. Because
okay.
if you're gonna disagree with me, at least state it so that I can go ahead and put a rebuttal to it. But don't just disagree with me just for the heck of it.
We got to remember there's still women, right?
Yeah, I understand.
This is not a male hangout where it's all logical and debate, because a lot of times women will state feeling and they think it's thought.
Well, it's my goal to see where her emotions are at, and then how I can formulate it in a way that we can talk about those emotions and then somehow turn it around.
She said she forgot the password. What is she on, an iPad or something? Okay, no food fight. No, we're not gonna allow a food fight, especially on the women's channel. Char will boot people out because we got Sergeant Char Willie here. And Char Willie,
attention.
Yeah, Char Willie's pen pad is very strong. She will she will send you to the sunken place in a hurry. I don't know. It's funny that women will come to a women's channel with guys and still, I guess they feel safer arguing and fighting with guys if it's in a female hangout.
Oh yeah, that's true.
If you want to argue with guys, you can come to the Itmore hangout and you can argue all day long. They give you the work of God. Maybe it's a little too strong over there. If you really want to fight, you come over there. They'll fight you all night and have a good time doing it. But I guess it's one thing if you're arguing with one particular guy rather than 20 or 30.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Bronze B
So
said
many
those dudes
different
are crazy.
personalities.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're actually they're all right. You know, I know it gets a little wild in the comment section, but it's a dude hangout, so I think they're rather well behaved for the most part. Every
They
now and
do
then
pretty well.
I had to send a couple of them, put a couple of them on timeout, send them to the corner because they don't think I'm monitoring the chat. Especially if I'm monitoring the chat, they don't think I'm monitoring the chat, so they get kind of.
Wow, how you can do this? I can't even answer when people talk to me. I'm like, wait, where's the?
Well, if you read it, you can answer them directly because you're on the call. So you don't have to type. If they see it, just answer.
Right. Okay.
Just call out their name and give them an answer, since you're on the call. Yeah. Or that's the only thing is about the guy hangout. It's really lively because you have 10 people in the queue.
You have
so it's never a boring. It's never a dull moment in the Idmore hangout.
No. It's really good.
I'm surprised. Edward must be busy. Well, I didn't announce it, so Edward might not even know it's up.
I think he remembers though.
Well, he's subscribed to the female channel, to the women's channel.
Yeah, he must be busy.
Yeah.
I guess it's a woman channel / manosphere.
Well, not really. It's actually for you guys.
I know it's for us, and then nobody's coming to. Well,
I know women are shy. Black women in particular are shy.
No, show off. Who cares? We live only one.
No, they don't do it. They don't. They don't like. Obsidian said the same thing. All his female subs email him secretly. They don't do it publicly.
Ah. Okay. Well, I can understand that.
They have a disagreement. They'll email him.
Yeah.
And I have a friend. I helped her with a woman's show, and basically, the one thing that women will show up for is relationships, but anything else, no. It's the relationships they would call in. If it wasn't, they just listen. They'd listen, but they wouldn't call in.
Well,
that's if I really wanted black women, if I really wanted them to show, I'd just say something they really didn't like. In fact, I'd just bring in all my trolls. My trolls won't come. The thing is, my trolls won't come on. They'll type, but they won't come on the hangout, which is weird. He said, if you really don't like me, you really disagree with me, get on the hangout and say so.
Yeah.
No. It was keyboard ninjas. That's it.
It's okay. It's just us.
No, the thing is, I can debate, and
I know,
and it's going to be recorded, and they don't want it to be up there forever.
Be lost.
I delete it, yeah.
Well, I can understand that. I'm sure you're a gentleman in general, GBS. So I'm a witness. You a gentleman.
Well, you know how Geminis are. We're a double sign. So
yeah.
There's the I have an angel and a devil on one on each shoulder.
Hey BGS, so I got a question because I know you mentioned it in the men's channel, but can you remind us how? I remember vaguely what you said about how you communicate with women, whereas you go from emotional to logical and then back to logical and emotional. No,
what you do is you you go through her feeling mind first, which is her emotional brain first. So you ask her how she feels about something. In other words, say if you want her to understand something. So like say if it was an important topic, say if I'm living with a girl and say, okay, we have to pick a house. You don't walk in the house and tour the house and ask the woman, what do you think about the house? because she's gonna give you you know. Well, how do you feel about this house? And she said, "Oh, it's cute. I like, it's cute. I like the colors and blah blah." In other words, it's cute. In other words, that's a feeling. It's cute to me. Okay, okay. What's cute about it? And then she'll tell you, "Well, I like the floors and the design and blah blah." In other words, she's giving you a feeling. Okay, okay. And then after she goes through that, then you can go back through the thinking mind because she's already cataloged everything. Now her thinking mind can go back and examine it. Okay. So then, okay, do you like the floors? You like the room? You like the kitchen? Do you think the kitchen is Do you think the kitchen is big enough to put a table in, to put appliances in, stuff like that? Then her thinking mind will kick in, and it will start to examine stuff. But you actually but she's going to tell you how she feels about something anyway, so you might as well get that out of the way.
So it has to be that. It has to be that specific.
In other words, Carolyn May says you have to invoke. You have to invoke it. So you have to invoke it with words. So if you say think, you're going to invoke. You're invoking her logical mind, and that's in conflict. But he asks you how she feels. Ask her how she feels about something. Then you invoke her emotional mind, which is bigger and can do more work. And then once her emotional mind catalogs things, then you can have her thinking mind, where her logical mind, which is smaller, can actually go back and actually examine it.
So she has to examine. So it's not already predetermined what the logic behind what she thinks of X before she says it, or she
in other words, she has to feel it first. She always has to. A woman always has to feel it first. So, in anything you say, that's how come with a woman, your tone matters as much or more than what you actually say, because she's going to get the feel of what you're saying first anyway. Because if you have a discussion with a woman, I would say 50% of it, she won't even remember what you said, but she'll remember the feeling and tone that you expressed.
Especially when they have their periods.
That's a whole different story. Her period is fine. Her premenstrual is bad.
Mm-hmm. Stay away.
The cramps before the release.
Oh yeah.
Once it comes down, then she's fine. But the premenstrual.
Yes.
But
exactly.
but there's if she is premenstrual, there's an acupressure point right near her hip bone. I give her aspirin or Midol. I wait about 15-20 minutes. I rub I massage that acupressure point for menstrual pains. In about 30 minutes, she's back to normal. So I learned that a long time ago in my 20s. In fact, my girlfriend, when she had premenstrual pain, she should take a Midol, right? And then she said rub. So she lay down and I'd rub her acupressure point, or she sit in my lap and I'd rub her acupressure point, and then relieve her cramps. Yeah.
Wow, what a luxury! What a luxury!
It's either that or she'll be a bitch all day. So it's easier to take 30 minutes and rub her menstrual point.
There we go. I'm gonna let SPI talk. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. I was just
he's learning. No, he's listening.
You can fight with a woman if you don't understand when she period, and you can fight and have a nasty fight.
Well, I won't mention that on here on the hangout. That's a guy thing.
I'm sorry.
There's a way around that. There's around this. It's called a hot tub of water, and Charlie Willie might know what I'm talking about.
Oh
yeah. Charlie Willie might know what I'm talking about. It's a hot tub of water. That's where you start. I'll add something to it. Hot tub of water and an orgasm.
The Ukraine and what was it?
Okay, Gigi's got to play. Got to mute it. You got to mute it, Gigi. Mute the playback on YouTube.
Oh, yes, I was got cut off. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be out of.
Okay, that's okay. But it's called hot tub of water and an orgasm. For those that are in the know. those that have done it will know what I'm talking about. Those that haven't won't.
Unless you heard about it.
Huh?
So unless you heard about it.
Unless you heard about it. Well, if a woman has heard about it and hasn't tried it, she said, "Yeah." Oh, that's nasty. Yeah, well, you haven't tried it.
Try what? I'm sorry, I didn't.
You didn't understand it? Yeah.
No.
Well, you probably never tried it. Huh? If you didn't understand it, you probably didn't try it.
Okay.
Bronze. Do you want to know Bronze Beauty? If you want to know, I'll tell you. Excalibur said yes. BGS is right. It really works. Yes, it does. Yeah. Do you want to know? Bronze Beauty? Do you want to know? If you want to know, I'll speak it. But if it was a male hangout, I just say it. But the ladies have to give me permission. Well, SBI, you can continue. Huh? She did laughing my ass off. So SBI, you can continue while we're waiting on Bronze Beauty.
What were we talking about before?
Oh, Bronze Beauty said, I hate blood. I can't fathom it. That's what the hot tub of water is for Bronze Beauty, to stop the flow. That's why I said the hot tub of water comes first. It interrupts the flow. In fact, up to about an hour or so, huh?
So she got the crying face on there.
Well, you haven't tried it, but if your cramps are bad enough, you'll try anything. But it does work, huh? Go ahead, SBI.
So what was it? What was it that you were saying before?
What's that?
Want me to continue on?
Yeah, you can continue. Yeah, She finally got it. She finally got what I was talking about.
Because is it about the logical and the emotional side?
Yeah, whatever. Bronze Beauty, trust me, it works. The hot tub of water stops the flow, and the orgasm stops the cramps. 1, 2. But if you never had an orgasm, you wouldn't know.
Oh, I see now.
She says she's never had one. So. But it's not for the squeamish. Let's put it that way. Because if you were a little too vigorous or you wait too long, you will bring it back down. But that's probably TMI right now for this hangout.
Hey, Shar, what's going on with Linda? Is she still trying to come in, or what? Or she's
Linda's not trying to come in, man. She's
I told her to reboot, but
she's not trying to come in, man. She's keyboarding.
She's just making excuses.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, she kept on going. She kept disagreeing with me, and it's like, and this is my argument. My argument was, it has a huge negative connotation to it. And American women can't fathom to think anything good of it. They just automatically go, "Oh, that's
good of what?" Because we weren't in on the conversation. Good of what?
I was talking about submission.
Okay.
And she was saying, "Oh no, you're an idiot. That's why would." I guess she was disagreeing.
Black women and submission. You might as well cuss them out. Okay. might as well cuss a black woman out if you're talking about submission.
Well, that's what she was doing. She was cursing me out. I'm like, okay, but what's your argument? Where is your argument? Where are you disagreeing with me? And
there is no argument. She feels that submission is wrong. So there is no logical agreement or disagreement. That's what she feels.
Maybe she wants you to explain it. Do you mean handcuffs or what? Maybe she's not for certain what you mean.
Submission simply means following his direction and lead. That's what it means.
Yeah, and I'm saying in America, or at least in the first world country, they've turned it into and they attach a negative connotation to it, where it's just women automatically think that, oh, well, you must be under him, or he must, probably treat you like shit, or you probably, I don't know, you're less than him, you're a slave.
If he's supposed to be captain of your ship, he's supposed to be the leader of your family. You have to submit to his authority. Otherwise, he can't do his job. It's up to you.
You may not be for certain what you mean.
Right. Because I was trying to attach it to, remember that video you just did about the marriage with that one footballer, I think it was, and how he was thanking his wife.
The basketball player.
Yeah. Oh, my bad, basketball. Yeah. So I was trying to attach that to that video that you were doing, where, because he had the extra time in his hands to be able to be successful on his own right.
Yeah.
And it was because she was holding him down.
Yeah.
And playing that part, and it doesn't mean that she was less than him.
No. You have to. It's an agreement. You have to want to be submissive to him. That's what you have to be. In other words, if you're gonna play, if you play a sport, okay, you have to be submissive to the coach. Otherwise, you're not gonna get on the court and you're not gonna win. Some things are not gonna happen. You have to be submitted. You have to submit to his authority. That's what it means. So if he's not a good person, or he's not a good husband or whatever, then submitting to his authority is going to get you in trouble.
Yeah, there's nobody wins.
Yeah. So in other words, if you don't want to submit to his authority, why are you marrying the dude in the first place? Because the first thing I asked him was, how come he's not leading? My fiance used to do, well, I don't like where you're taking us. I said, you're not following me anyway. So what is the difference to me?
What was like how do you attach that, right? So for example, with that player, right?
Mm-hmm.
You think that it was a certain level of submission that his wife played, and his home was taken care of, whereas he was able to do his job and really, be able to, become successful because he didn't have that extra work.
Well, the thing is, okay, if you're an NBA basketball player, you're traveling half of the year. You're away from home, especially away from home. If you're not working out, then you're doing other stuff, right? And basically, your job is emotionally stressful because you're under stress all the time, and you can't do that if a woman is nagging you at home, right? If she's not taking care of what she's supposed to be taking care of at home, it's not quiet. It's not running right, then you can't do your job. You can't do your job. Can't do what you're supposed to do if you want to have a family. I found out when I was trading, the old lady, she wouldn't do her job. So basically, it was hard for me to trade because she was always nagging me about the kids, about this, about that. So it's difficult. And any trader will tell you, it's best to be a single man without a girlfriend, without anything, if you don't have a good wife that plays her role. Because most women need a lot of it. They desire a lot of
Okay,
attention.
so let me follow it up with this and play devil's advocate, right? And because this is a female channel, so I'm gonna play devil's advocate. So, what what does this man, or what would he have? What kind of qualities does he need and maintain in order for a woman to even want to follow him like that? I always talk about a program, but I don't go deep into it
because it's
yeah, go ahead.
it can be specific to the woman. Okay, can be specific to the woman because you can have a really strong personality and have a real tight grip, and it doesn't match her because she's because it's overbearing to her. She needs a looser rein. Some, like some women, it's like just like anything else. Some women, all you have to do is tell her, get together, talk to her, tell her, she'll just actually do it. She doesn't need for you to stand over her or watch her every move or discuss everything. You give her a general direction and she'll just do it, which is the kind of women I prefer. I don't, some guys, some guys are really patriarchs, right? They're really telling the woman every step that she has to make, what kind of clothes she got to wear, how to raise the kids, how to cook the food, all that. He's giving her step-by-step direction. And there are women that actually need that. They're actually lost without that kind of guy. So in other words,
so can it be dependent on her maturity?
I know it just her maturity, her personality. Like my son is easy. He's easygoing. He's easy-go-lucky, right? And his wife is young, and she needs a firmer hand. She needs him to tell her to take care of things and tell her what to do. In other words, I need to get a car. He needs to go find her a car for her to drive so he can tell her what to do. And she will act, if he was that kind of man, she would actually follow him. Because when I talk to her, I have no problem with it. When he talks to her, she whines, okay? But she needs a stronger kind of guy because she's looking for a more fatherly kind of guy, more of a patriarch, more authoritarian, right? Because she has a how can I put it? She has a even though she can be whine, she can have a smart ass mouth, but internally, she's actually a passive. She's actually a passive woman. And if you have a strong personality, she'll bend to it. So
let's say I was a woman and I'm asking you this question.
Okay.
How would I know that? I mean, let's say I did. This is kind of the relationship that I wanted to have because I do want a family and I do want to be a stay-at-home mother. So how would I know I would even be ready to take somebody's direction?
You would know if you've had relationships before. You'll know it. And then you'll know it if he asks you to do something and you either buck up against him or you the way he says it, the way he does it, you either rebel against it or you follow it. That's how basically how you find out unless you had another guy similar to him before.
What about how do you deal with conflict when it comes to disagreements in that type of relationship, that type of environment?
If conflicts.
I'm saying from the female's point of view, not the male.
From a female's point of view, normally, if there's a conflict from what I found, from a female point of view, when there's a conflict, is because there's an unmet expectation, and that happens a lot because women will expect you to do something or expect you to know what she needs or what she wants without her verbalizing, and a lot of times that's what's going on.
I always say to guys, for example, that when a woman tells you that she doesn't know what she wants to eat when you ask her, it literally means she wants you to make the decision, and that's why even though she knows what she wants, she is giving you the first option to you making the decision for her. That's what I'm saying.
Well, basically, the vessel wants to be known. If really they don't say it, they really don't say it, but really a woman really wants you to read her mind and know what she wants without her actually saying it. That's what she really wants.
So, in an instance,
but that's impossible for that to happen. So basically, it depends on the woman. If she's experienced and she's a little bit more logical, then that's what she wants. But she'll know that's a silly idea. Nobody can read your mind. And
what about an internal mindset where they're having an issue resolving, where sometimes a woman might tell you should know what's wrong, and she internally can't get herself to actually vocalize it instead of giving you a hard time for it.
Because you're trying to get her to vocalize logic. And a lot of times what a woman wants is not logical. And she knows it's not logical. And she knows if she brings it up, it's not going to be logical. And you will either reject it or laugh at her. And she doesn't want to be embarrassed like that. So she'll make up something else. So she can get mad and then she can spill it out. And say, I was mad when I spilled it out. Instead of saying it logically. So you ask her how she feels about something.
So you don't ask what's wrong. You ask, how do you feel?
Yeah, you can ask how she feels. Or basically, if it depends on her personality. You know, if she a hood chick, you ask her, what the fuck is wrong with you today? You know. Well, so basically,
how does a woman get to the point where maybe fixing that internal issue to where she can maybe stop that type of behavior so that you can have a good back and forth, or is she gonna is she going to eternally just go to that automatically?
You have to train you have to be willing and patient enough to train her how to do it. And secondly, she has to want to follow you enough to actually engage with you and learn how to do this two-part thing. Because most of my conflict is because a woman didn't want to do what I asked her to do, and she just didn't want to flat out tell me she didn't want to do it.
Because one thing I really liked that you said before, and this was a really long time ago, and I watched this video like last week, and it was I think from a year ago, and it really stuck with me, and I think it's genius, where you said that if she can't get herself to vocalize something, but she wants to tell you something, how she should maybe try writing it down, and just handing you the piece of paper to give to you, because by then she's already forcing herself to make that resolution on paper.
Oh yeah, basically she's putting it out in the real world, and once it's out in the real, women are better at dealing with putting their feelings down on paper, because once she puts it down on paper, she has to think about it. Then her logical mind will have to take a hold of it. So basically, having her write it down is a good idea. But a lot of times, what I find out, the conflict comes to, she don't want to do it. She doesn't want to do it. She doesn't have a good reason for not wanting to do it. She just feels, I just don't want to do it. But she doesn't want to. Most women won't say that. I would say like 90% of women won't say it, because you'll get mad. You'll get mad. You'll get mad. She's afraid that she's gonna be seen as stubborn, and you might leave. She don't want that, so she'd rather keep a low-key conflict. When all it is that I don't want to do what you just told me to do, and I don't have a good reason for not doing it. I just don't want to do it. Guys do the same thing. He said, I forgot. In other words, they avoid conflict.
Okay, I want to address another thing, but I want to ask the ladies, you know, if it's okay. If not, I'll jump off, because I know I don't want to burn too much time. I mean, if you got something else better to talk about, I'd love to hear it.
You're gonna ask a question, but let me throw something in there, because Dingo, he wanted to ask a question for BGS. He wanted you to mention how men have the DNA from their father, but more so, he wanted you to explain something you had mentioned earlier. I don't know when, he didn't say.
Okay.
That men are more like fathers to women than them. Yeah, men are more like fathers to a woman, I guess, in a relationship than the mother. Does that sound familiar? What he mentioned?
I'm not catching what he said. Men are more like fathers to women than the mother.
Yeah,
I can scroll back up.
Well, it depends. It depends on what she's looking for her father normally, because just like a lot of times men are actually looking for their mother, because that's the energy that they're looking for, because they're idealized woman. Excuse me?
He said you made a comment about the fact that we are more like our fathers than our mother. That's what he wrote.
Did I say that? Well, you get the energy. The energy comes from your father. The energy that creates you. Basically your father. Basically, what I was saying is that the sperm or the light actually rides upon the material, which is your father. That's how come they can't get two eggs to actually grow into an organism. The energy comes from the sperm, and basically the sperm carries the life of the child. So you're like both of them, because you're made from the material of your mother, even though you have the energy of your father. So it's a roll of the dice to see who comes out like who. I mean, there's bits and pieces of if you ever had a kid, there's pieces from the mother and pieces from the father, and it depending on that child's personality, different pieces will come out.
Did that answer your question, Odinga? I might have said it incorrectly what you were writing. Let's see what he says.
Oh, he says, no, I didn't say that. Okay. He said, I didn't say. He was researching it. So I'm not getting his question. Well, the thing is you're like both. You're like both. And normally one parent will dominate.
True.
Yeah, normally one parent would dominate. Yeah. It's equal sharing as far as, the child has his own personality, but it's a blend. There's a core personality, and then there's a blend of its DNA. So you're gonna have aspects. You're gonna have its own self that doesn't have aspects of either his own self, and then you're gonna have aspects from father and mother. I look at my grandson, and I can see the characteristics from his father and characteristics from his mother. So it's a blend. It's not, sometimes you're more like your father because one dominates, and women can be more like their father. An attitude, the way they carry themselves, it just depends. Human beings are very, very complex creatures.
But can I just say something?
Go ahead.
I think that SPI asking like if the woman look for her father and her husband or her boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
I would say there is, I think, two category of women. Some women like to be authoritative men.
Mm-hmm.
They enjoy and they're willing to flow with that because it just worked for them, I guess. And then, but I found that other women, they prefer a friendship and be at the same level like kids.
It depends on their family structure. It really does.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So in other words, if your relationship with your father, he was strong and authoritative, and your relationship, your family structure wasn't that all that sound, and you didn't like the way you were raised, then you're gonna pick the opposite guy.
Oh, true. Absolutely.
So, but your father will have an influence.
Yeah.
Same thing with a guy and his mother. If you didn't like your mother very much, you're gonna pick the opposite woman.
But some women, if a man is like alpha and he like to tell the woman what to do and he has to run everything,
Mm-hmm.
and he try to hook up with a woman who doesn't have an understanding of that, it's a mess.
Some women are attracted to alphas.
Yes.
You know, they're attracted to alphas, but the thing is, having sex with an alpha and living with an alpha are two different things.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Really?
And every the alpha, and there's different kinds of alpha. There's physical alphas, and a physical alpha, like my son's a physical. He's a physical alpha, but as far as being dominant being dominant as far as a relationship, he's not. No. He's a leader on the court.
Wow.
He's learning. You know, in other words, it's a, you know, since he's a Virgo, and he's not always authoritative, especially off the court. Then he's easygoing, really easygoing, and he picked a woman that needs a stronger man, or at least a more forceful man.
Yeah.
So because she wants to follow. You know, she really wants to follow it.
Yes.
And I can tell she wants to follow him. But he doesn't want to be followed. Okay. He wants to do his own thing. And I said, well, you didn't need a wife and you didn't need a kid. So but since you already have them, you're gonna have to learn.
Yes, indeed.
It's really weird where his mother, because he picked a woman that's opposite his mother.
Yeah. Basically, it's true. All this that I understand. I can I can picture this now. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. If you see his mother and you see his wife, they are absolutely opposite. Okay. His mother is more of a tomboy. She's more aggressive. She's more forceful. You know, that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. She's dark. You know, she's wide hip. You know, and in other words, if you see in his wife is biracial. She's pale skinned, and she's pale skinned for a to be considered for a black woman. She's pale skinned. She's small framed. She has a soft voice. In other words, she's the opposite of his mother. And until you know, and until really examining, I said I didn't realize. You know, until now I didn't realize that's why he picked her, because he's never picked a woman that looked like his mother or even acted like his mother. They were all, you know, basically they were all more reserved. His mother's not that. In fact, that's how come we couldn't get along. Because I have my exterior is because I'm, you know, because my moon is Cancer, so I have an exterior that easygoing, but inside I'm a Gemini, and Gemini, if it doesn't make sense, you know, you can't bring a Gemini something that's not logical and have them follow it. Then they will not do it. It's got to make sense. If you can't make it make sense, you're wasting your time with a Gemini. And a lot of time, she wanted me to follow her. But the thing is, what you were saying, it wasn't making sense. So it's not going to happen. So basically we were like night and day, you know. In other words, if I said the sky was blue, she'd say it's pink. So, okay. That's just the way it was. And she would go on impulse, you know, and she's a Capricorn, so there's that right there, straight ahead. And once they make up their mind, it's straight ahead. And me, it's like, okay, you're going in the wrong direction. No, I still want to do it. So once she makes up her mind, but the thing is, she wouldn't come out and tell me she didn't want to do it. I would find out like 6 months later.
Huh.
Okay.
Wow.
I said, why am I getting all this conflict? Well, you didn't want to do it. You just said you did. But you didn't have a logical reason for not doing it. So But he picked a woman the exact opposite of his mother. So then, when in that case, yeah, that does happen. You know, you're not always looking for your mother or your father, depending on how you're raised.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I picked as a husband. I picked somebody that I thought he was the way like authoritative, and that he has all his business together.
Okay, so he wasn't. He had elements of your father, but the thing is, in other words, the aspects you picked your father, but without the aspects that you didn't like, right?
I'm saying I thought I make it up to myself. I thought he's gonna be like this and this and like that, and he was not at all.
Oh, okay.
I made it up all myself.
Well, that's women will do that. Okay.
Oh, how twisted that was.
Men don't believe it. Women can carry on a whole conversation with you without you being in the room. I mean, a whole conversation. And they have basically that's the only thing I don't like about being in a relationship.
Okay.
She's been having your woman has been having a conversation with you for 2 days. With herself and what she thinks that you'll say. So after she had this conversation for 2 days,
yeah,
and then the third day she's gonna come start talking. I want to talk to you about something, and then she's gonna pick up where she left off.
Yeah.
And then you're trying to figure out, and me being a Gemini, and most guys will float with me being a Gemini. What the hell are you talking about? And then they will go so far. Well, I thought we talked about this. We never talked about this. Well, I thought I told you. You never told me. But she was having a conversation with herself. In other words, the image of you and her, and she carried on this long conversation. And so she spent. And the thing is, a lot of women don't know the difference between the conversation that they had with the pretend you or the image of you and the real you.
Correct, and it's so annoying. I mean, at least I was super young. I have a little bit of an excuse, but
yeah. Well, yeah, you learned that it doesn't work, even though you. Okay, well, you had to remember. Okay, I didn't actually talk to him about it, so now I have to talk to him about it.
Yes.
Which is.
It's so confusing.
And a friend of mine, she's a lesbian, right? She's a lesbian. She dates women, right? She said exactly the same thing. She said, yeah, we do. We have a whole conversation. She said, my girlfriend does it and it drives me nuts.
Oh,
and I had to remember, look, she said, look, I'm other than this rough exterior, I'm a woman too. So,
I learned my lesson.
You learned a lesson?
Yes, it took 20 years of my life.
Yeah. Well, it's just the nature of women. I mean, you probably know how to control it.
Next life.
Yeah, well, no, really, you start over again.
Inshallah, I will say in my country.
You'll start all over again. Hopefully, I remember that vaguely from someplace else. But it is fun. But I let guys know that this is a phenomenon. So if she comes at you with some off the wall question, it's like, what? And say, oh, no, I wasn't with you when you discussed that with me. You got to remember. So start from the beginning. I always say start from the beginning. I learned to say that. So these are for the guys that are listening. If if you're with your girl, some guys are MGTOWs, they don't have girls anymore. But if you have a girl, you're in a relationship. In a relationship, and your significant other walks in and starts having a conversation with you, and you're lost, as the stopper said, no, you know what? We didn't talk about this before. So can you please start from the beginning? And basically we talked about it. Okay, I don't remember. Start from the beginning. And after a couple of minutes, she'll start from the beginning and she'll actually run you through the logic. But I always tell guys, I said, okay, it's the first time that I remember you talking to me about it. So I have to think about it. So let's pick this up tomorrow. In fact, I train women that only discuss stuff like that for 30 minutes. Give them 30 minutes, give them same time every day. and make it consistent. I know women aren't consistent. You know, don't say I'm gonna talk to him for 30 minutes from 7:30 to 8 on Monday, and then the next time I talk to him, it's like Wednesday of next week. No, you got to do it every day, and a continuous conversation. And I say 90%. I will say 90% of your problems can be worked out that way. Because a dude don't want to, you know, you get mad, you blow up, and all of a sudden he has to deal with 10 different situations in a matter of 2 or 3 hours, and he hasn't even heard of most of them. But if you have a 30-minute chat continuously about the same time every day, he knows it's going to start and it's going to end. Most dudes will engage you. They'll engage you. In fact, they said that they'll look at the watch and say, oh, it's 7:30. Got to go talk to the old lady, see what she's bitching about today. And they will sit and listen to you for 30 minutes. And then if you pose a problem, and when the 30 minutes are up, he'll get all day to think about it. And so when he come back the next day, he'll be more informed. And that way you don't have to ambush him. You can, right when it comes up, you can talk about anything for that 30 minutes. And boom, you can talk about it, whether you are unhappy about something or you think he's not paying you enough attention or anything like that. Instead of weeping about it, hey, look, I feel lonely. You're not paying me enough attention. You're on the Xbox or whatnot, and I don't know what to do. Blah 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 blah. Okay, it's 8 o'clock. We could talk about it tomorrow. And talking about it tomorrow, he knows when to expect it, what the topic's going to be. He might even have a solution and a compromise. And if you continue to do that, 90% of your problems will get worked out.
Totally.
The one thing a dude hates, absolutely hates, and what women will absolutely do every time, we need to talk. And a dude will say, okay, let's talk. No, we'll talk like tomorrow at Wednesday at 6 o'clock. Okay, well, what are we going to talk about? Well, I'll talk to you about it then. Men cannot stand that. Can't stand it. It drives you crazy. Yeah, can't stand. How come you can't tell me what it is now? Reason that you can't talk about it now is because you don't have it worked out in your head. You feel you need to talk, but you have to talk. You have to come up with logical points to talk to him and have it all worked out. So you need all that time to actually figure out what it is you actually want to say to the dude. So that's all it is. 90% of the time. No, what do you feel? No, right now. So I don't accept. No, I'm not talking about tomorrow. Right now. Either we talk right now or forget it. Well, what I was feeling, that's when you know it's feeling. Well, have you thought about it? No, I just felt that something was wrong. Okay, so you haven't thought about it. But what do you feel is wrong? And then it'll tell you. But it gives the guy's mind something to chew on, something to work on without this unsurety. Because men hate that. Especially if they think they've done something wrong. It's like, oh shit, what did I do? You gotta wait all like your mama's gonna spank you tomorrow. Man, I gotta wait 2 days for this whipping. Men absolutely hate that. Anything else? Anything on the board? Go ahead, SBI.
Okay, yeah, I just want. Sorry, I had to take it back.
Oh, Laquan Jones says BG has to give me flashbacks with his convo.
yeah, no, I wanted to take a backseat after I said what I wanted to say.
Okay.
Because this is a woman's channel, so I'm just trying to be respectful.
Okay. We got one another question real quick. You got another question real quick or no?
Oh, me? I had a question about highly jealous women.
Do you want the you want my answer? Is the real answer that I found out?
I'm open to hearing anything. Yeah.
Highly jealous women are women that are highly jealous women that I found are women that are prone to cheating. Women have this odd feeling that women think that you're doing exactly what they're doing. So if they're open to cheating, or they have a roving eye, who they're going to naturally think that who does? You do. So if she's highly jealous, I would examine her pattern. Because every woman that I've had that was highly jealous, unreasonably jealous, were the ones that cheat.
What about
Okay, so yeah, go ahead.
what about a man if he's very jealous and you think a woman is going about to cheat on him?
Normally, a man that's very jealous and thinking a woman is, there's two reasons a man will that's highly jealous and will think a woman is going to cheat. Either it's happened to him,
Yes.
or he's a womanizer and he knows how men are.
He's womanizer.
Womanizers tend to be the most jealous. Either he's very insecure or he's a womanizer.
Okay.
If he's
So
very needy,
how do you gauge the level of jealousy of a woman? Like, how do you grade it? What grades are there, and what does it look like?
normal jealousy is when you take the attention off of her. Okay. In other words, if you got a roving eye, and women, if you're her man, she doesn't want 50% of your attention. She don't want 60%. She wants 100% of your attention. She wants 100% of your light. And so now you can glance off here or there, but most women don't want you to turn your head.
That's true. It's very insulting.
Well, the thing is, you're not giving her 100% of your light, and women are actually possessive of your light. Your light is your attention that you give her, and she wants if you're her man, she wants 100% of it.
Well, I mean, some women should understand that men look at women. Period. I mean, that's how it is.
You guys accept it as a reality, but you don't like it. You don't like it. You'll accept it. Okay, it is what it is. He's a man. He's gonna look.
Yes.
But women want 100%. If you're her man, she wants 100% of your light, 100% of your attention.
I would be fine if my man is looking at another woman because she's pretty. But if I feel something twisting in his head while he's looking at the woman,
you don't mind him appreciating the woman,
right?
But you don't want him enjoying it.
Well, I don't want him to start like twisted things, like he's a pervert.
No, he wouldn't. Well, if he was a pervert, then you probably wouldn't be dating him if you don't like perverts.
Right.
And that's another thing. Plus, women are not really good judges of what pervert actually means and pervert actually is. A lot of women think that pervert is one thing, and that's what it is. It's a black and white thing, and it really isn't.
Most of the because what a pervert to a woman is different from a pervert to a man. A pervert to a man is a physical act.
I guess we have to understand it at a certain point.
Where a woman doesn't have to be a physical act. It's an energetic act. In other words, if he's looking at a woman with a sexual energy, he's a pervert. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Whereas a man, it has to be a physical act. You have to actually say something that's inappropriate or try to do something that's inappropriate. Say if there's a nice a 12-year-old with a nice form, okay. With men, as long as you look, you don't say anything, and you don't touch her, it's perfectly fine. You're not a pervert. But if you have a lustful look in your eye to a 12-year-old and a woman's around, you're a pervert.
Well, no, that's kind of rough.
What? It's too rough?
Yeah, I mean, why would you? No, first of all, why 12?
Huh? Well, that's a reasonable age, because if you looking at an 8-year-old with a lustful eye, there's something wrong with him.
Yes, totally.
Yeah. Okay. Even men would say that. But 12 is about puberty, and that's about the age that's acceptable to appreciate but not touch or say.
Right.
Yeah.
So there is that attitude, you know, if you can carry yourself as you enjoy, then I think the woman kind of respect you somehow.
Well, because if you carry yourself in a manner that way all the time, then she has the option of being with you or not. So in other words, if she caught you, if she met you, and you were you had a roving eye, and she accepted your roving eye, then she'd be bound to actually allow you to do it because that's her personality. You're gonna do it anyway, and you say, well, you know, that's who I am. That's what I'm gonna do, and you can, you know, if it's not for you, it's not for you.
Right.
But women do not like you putting your attention on anybody else. They don't like it. It is what it is. But a highly jealous woman would be a woman that's unreasonable.
Yes.
In other words, a highly jealous woman is like my ex. She used to see a woman that I probably would like. Okay. I haven't even seen her. And she would get jealous. I know you like her. Like who? Her over there.
What about jealousy? What about women being jealous of your exes?
It depends on your relationship with your exes. If a woman thinks that you're gonna go back and sleep with her ex, yeah, she's gonna be jealous, just like you would be her ex. So that is a probably invalid question because if you think that you don't want her ex around, if you think your woman is prone to sleep with her, and vice versa, same thing with you.
Is there a way to subside that emotion in her, or is it
the only way that's going to subside is if your woman actually trusts your ex. In other words, it's nothing you can do about it. It's something that that woman and your ex is going to have to work out. If she thinks she's cool and she's not interested in, the biggest way for it to work out is if your ex gets married and has a husband. Then she can't be jealous anymore because now she's married. That's the easiest way. Your ex has to work that out with your old lady. Sometimes they can work it out, sometimes they can't. But if there's something that you if you're gonna get serious and you're gonna be around your kids and you're gonna have to be around your ex, best for them to actually meet and see if their personalities get along. Because if it's gonna clash, it's gonna be a problem.
So what would you say is a highly jealous woman? What would you say?
Highly jealous? Yeah. Okay, there's degrees.
Okay, what are the degrees?
Okay, the degrees of a highly jealous woman is at the very minimal of that level. I would say a woman that's constantly looking over your shoulder, worrying about the next chick, especially chicks that you're attracted to. She's gonna talk about whether there's a basis of reality or not. Now, she'll say something, but she won't do anything. At the tippy top end of that level, right, is a woman that will burn your clothes because she's jealous.
Holy shit!
Yeah, you don't run into those very much. But if she's like this, you're gonna know because she's gonna be a little bit unstable anyway.
Now, are all these levels of highly jealous women, or these levels, are all of them, would you say, very bad or badly conducive to your relationship?
They're all a jealous woman is just like a jealous man is draining on a relationship to a woman. A jealous woman is the same way because you got to live, and you can't live on what people think, because a jealous woman or jealous man don't want you around anybody of the opposite sex, and that's not practical in most people's lives. It's just not.
Now, with these different levels of highly jealous women, is there a consistency, or what if it's just here and there? Or does it matter?
Well, if she's highly jealous, it's almost like clockwork.
So if it's not consistent, then it's not so much jealousy. It's just, you know,
my ex was jealous, and she could be flirting with a dude. Okay, we'd be at a party, and she could be flirting with a dude across the room without me seeing her, and she'll see me talking to a woman. She will stop what she's doing, walk over there, and damn near cuss the woman out. So
that's too crazy.
That's a dominant woman.
See, that's who she was.
Wow.
That's who she was, and she thought because I was easygoing that she could do that. Mm-hmm.
You're funny.
And she found out different. I don't have a leash, but I have a fence.
Right. I see.
Yeah, it's not that crazy. I don't think those high levels of jealousy, none of them.
Yeah, but
that's why it's a little weird. It's a little different, I guess, in my case.
Yeah, that's like my son picked a woman that was opposite his mother.
Yeah, it's like small spurts here and there for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I had heard about it in the past, especially.
Is it with your current, or is it with?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What it was is I had heard about it before too, where
Filipino women are jealous.
Yeah.
Yeah, Filipino women are jealous.
Why is it such a consistent theme where I keep hearing about?
Because Filipino men cheat. Because Filipino women are also easy. Filipino men cheat a lot. Mm-hmm. So it's in their culture for Filipino women to be jealous. So you have to be a little bit more forceful. That's not acceptable. I remember because my brother, he's married to a Filipino woman, right? And he's in the military, and yeah, when he was in the military, in part-time, he worked at the hospital, right? So she was jealous. She used to say stuff, right? And one day he was taking a present to a coworker because it was their birthday, right? They're having a party for it. So he had a present to his coworker, and she knew it was a female present, right? And so she didn't want him to go to this party, and she cut up a duster, right? And she actually took a rock and broke the windshield to the car, so he couldn't go. So the only thing is that with my family, we know, even though he's real easygoing, we all have limits. We all have our fences are a little wider, and he's 6'4", and and he was at the time he was 6'4", he weighed 230, and she's like 5'2", and she weighs like 115 pounds. So he just picked her up, put her over his knee, and he spanked her for about a good 5 minutes. And then he got in his car. He went to the party. He never had that problem again.
Really?
So you have to. So basically, they're going to be jealous. You have to be a little bit more assertive. Well, I don't have to tell you, you're assertive already, so you'll figure it out. It'll be all right. Just tell her the way she's acting is not acceptable, and mean it. Yeah. I'm sure. Yeah, she'll calm down.
Yeah,
There's two people I don't have to tell, but there's three people I don't have to tell to be assertive. You, Edward, and Valdez.
Facts.
Some guys I said, well, you got to keep your pen strong. Got to be a little bit more assertive. But you, Edward, and Valdez, I don't have to say that. In fact, they got to tone y'all down a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is super nice for me right here because when I get on the streams,
Yeah, I know. So yeah, it forces you to calm. Edward too forces him to calm down. He has to take breath. He can actually breathe.
Yeah, that's very true.
Cheryl Willie, they still asking the same doggone question?
They're good. They're good.
Okay. The mysterious Char. I get all the haters. All the haters want to know my personal life. I said, if you listen to the Hangouts, most of the questions that you ask will be answered in my Hangouts if you want to listen to them. If you really want to know, because we want to know about the mother of your children and this, that, and other. I said, if you listen to the Hangouts, I talk about it. I don't
That's
call
too
any
much
names.
work.
Yeah, that's too much work. I said I don't call any names. I don't talk bad about her because she's not. One, she's the mother of my children. Two, she's not here to defend herself. If you ask her, she probably has a different opinion of our relationship. But it is what it is. And I said I prefer not to talk about her in those kind of terms because she ain't here to defend herself. And as far as our relationship, she never really asked me what went wrong. Okay, at least she knows. Because she's afraid I'll unload on her, but but she never asked. How come we didn't make it? She never asked that question. So in 30 years, she's never asked that question. She knows how she is, and my children don't even ask that question anymore because they know how their mother is. So.
Yeah, time tells.
Even my mother. I'm so glad you didn't marry that girl. I said, well, I said it's not that she's not in her own way, she's a nice person, and she has a big heart. But my children said, "How come you didn't marry your mom?" I said, "Because I wanted your mom alive."
Oh.
I said, it's better for her to be alive and me not be in jail. So there you go. Figure it out. Now, what do you want for dinner?
Right.
That's the easy answer. And then when they got to know her, they said, yeah, Dad might have killed Mom. So yeah, it's probably for the best. She's assertive and I'm firm.
I've had dated guys before that let me just speak about one. I'm not going to say some.
Okay.
This one particular guy, he couldn't get a rise out of me, and he just would try.
Okay.
And that's what ended the relationship, because he just kept trying to get a rise out of me.
Okay.
And I had mentioned in the chat room to the guys that we were at dinner, and he went to the washroom, came back, and he looked over at this guy that looked over at me at the table, and he accused me of having given my phone number to him.
Oh, yeah.
And I looked at him like, what? I'm like, what are you talking about? He said, oh, I was gone long enough. And he paid for the dinner and left. Left
really?
me right there.
Oh, okay. So is he is this his personality? Is just unbalanced?
Well, I'll say unbalanced, but he used to look for a way to be jealous.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I couldn't understand that.
So either he's unbalanced because of a trauma he went through, or he's cheating. So what they say is that the ones that accuses the most are the ones that are cheating, and that's I found out to be very true over my travels.
Well, you didn't have to worry about cheating because I didn't stay too much longer after
Yeah.
couple of incidents. That was one, and then
Yeah, you're too low
something
key for
else
it.
was just as crazy.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. What?
oh,
That.
we've been on the telephone, and he wanted to try to hang up. I mean, I tried to start hanging up because it seemed like he would always start something.
Yeah.
And at first, I'm like, "Is it me?"
Yeah. Well, no, it's him. Of course, you know it's not you. You've asked it twice.
I
And
asked myself, I'm
and
like,
well, it
hmm.
doesn't really matter. You know, we always ask ourselves, is it me? What it comes down to, especially when you're dating, do I like it or do I not like it? And
Right.
if you don't like it, it doesn't matter. He could be the most wonderful, well balanced person, but as far as you're concerned, it doesn't work. And if it doesn't work, but as you get older, you learn that if it doesn't work, you don't like it. You don't like it. Don't try to make it work. You don't like it. Go pick another person.
Yeah,
You know, there's
I
some
agree.
things that you try to tough it out because there's things that he did that you enjoyed, I'm sure.
Right. And then, it's always subtle. And then it
Hmm.
just started adding up
Yeah,
the different things. And when it
yeah.
came down to the phone calls, and then I said, let me try something. So I said, oh, let me let you go so I get ready for work tomorrow. How you know I'm ready to get off the phone?
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
okay.
yeah.
That was pretty much the end of
Yeah, that's he's unbalanced. That's over the top. That is the epitome of that consent. If it was a woman, she'd be damn near burning your clothes. He's
wow.
unbalanced. Yeah. So basically, that's the universe telling you he ain't the one. You move on.
Right. And the funny thing, I always made a rule that I would never date them again.
Hmm.
It didn't work out, just forget it.
Hmm.
And I always bump into them some kind of way, and they'll
Hmm.
always tell me,
Hmm.
I be thinking about you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told my mama this or whatever. I'm like, oh, okay. Well,
Oh
maybe we
yeah.
get together. I said, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, he's unbalanced. Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he's unbalanced. In other words, you imprinted on him because men get imprinted mentally, not necessarily physically,
Oh,
but mentally, and it's usually by sight.
ah,
That's like when you get an Instagram model where a guy will send her $1,000 a month. He's never even met her because
mm,
visually he imprinted, and you imprinted on him, and basically you're the one. You're the one for him. Okay, he's not the one for you, but you're the one for him.
okay. Yeah, that was an experience.
Yeah, yeah. It goes both ways. You know, women will do that to men, but men are a little bit more aggressive because because they have to do the approaching.
Okay, I see that. Right, we have to
Hmm.
approach.
Whereas a woman, especially a woman, where if you're at work and a woman takes a liking to you, what she'll start doing is bad mouthing you to all the other girls to chase them off.
You said she's liking you, and that's what she does.
If she's imprinted on you, in other words, if she's taken what I call it, well, woman getting your scent. In other words, you get under her
Hmm.
skin and she can't let you go. So what she'll start doing is bad mouthing you to the rest of the women to actually get them away from you.
Oh,
Because in her
okay.
mind, you're the one for her. So all she has to do is get rid of all the other women.
Hmm.
That's happened to me more
That's
than a few times. Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird thing.
wow. That's interesting. I've always had one in every office that just
Hmm.
did
Hmm.
not like me, and I had not said anything to them.
Come on, a woman or
And
a man? Come
a
on, a woman?
woman,
Oh yeah.
yeah. And it was kind of interesting when I Valdez had mentioned the book, The 48 Laws of Power,
Hmm.
and when I went through it and I saw where I can't quote it directly, but it was stating that if you're a person and you appear not to have any problems or be bothered by anything,
Hmm.
people become envious.
Hmm.
And as soon as I read it and I'm like, oh, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm just, I go in, speak to everyone. If
Mm-hmm.
there's changes, it's just changes. I deal with it. I don't have any issue. I go home,
Yeah.
and it just appeared that there's someone that just can't take that.
Mm-hmm. Because
It's
you're not.
crazy.
Now, will be good people like women, especially like consensus. They will like to think everybody's in the same boat.
Oh, well.
And if you're the hen that's outside the order, the other hens will peck on your head until you get inside
Like
the order.
in like the last contract I had a couple of ladies. I think I was the only one out of, let's see, how many ladies was it? 20? I think it was 21 of us,
Mm-hmm.
and I was the only one that didn't have any children.
Mm-hmm.
And they were the ones talking about they got to get this and they got to get that for Christmas,
Yeah.
and he didn't give me no money and all this type of stuff. And I just, was there. I didn't have anything to say, and they started asking questions, and
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't, part of the
Click. Yeah.
baby mama daddy clique. And so I had one lady. She would tell me, she said, your shoe is untied. I said, thank you. And I know my shoe wasn't untied because I just went to the washroom. I come back and I walk past, and she just wanted to say something.
Yeah.
And I just thanked her and kept going.
Mm-hmm.
And so she tried it a couple more times, and then she gave that up. But
Okay.
I always got one.
Yeah.
Always one.
Got to be one of the girls, and somebody's going to try to bring her in. They're all talking about you. She's just the one that's trying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, if there's a mouse in the house, there's 7 more.
That's how I found out how much the day after pill was, or morning after pill, whichever you call it.
Yeah,
Because
morning
one of the
after.
ladies
Yeah.
she was complaining about the price. That's how I knew how much it cost.
Yeah. Okay. You know what she's doing.
She had
Okay.
4 kids. She
Oh
had
yeah.
4.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So that's how much
Yeah.
it costs. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Still can't stop. After 5, you figure that's enough.
I would think so.
Yeah. They get them tied, then go for it.
Yeah, there's always options.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. When I was 40, I was gonna get mine done, but my girlfriend at the time, don't do that to yourself. I said, why? We're not having any kids. Just don't do it to yourself. She talked me out of it. So I still haven't had it done.
Okay.
I said 3 is enough. I said I had enough. I had enough. Had enough drama. Had enough drama. Enough pregnancy scares and enough kids. I said that's enough.
Oh
All
yeah,
right.
the scares. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'd probably be on that list. I'd probably be in Jana's Van Zandt show if I had all the kids I was supposed to have. By the grace of God.
Wow. Linda.
I am no saint.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Linda, her keyboard is working at least, and she wants to know that on her birth certificate she has no time.
You have to. Well,
how could she get an actual reading?
You're not going to get an accurate reading because your rising sign and your planets are going to move because Earth is rotating, and but the best you can do is basically set it at 12 a.m. That's what everybody does. Set at 12 a.m. And you're not. It's not going to be accurate, but it'll give you enough information.
I have something to add to this.
Go ahead.
If somebody wants to find his time birth, go to the Vedic system of astrologers, and then she can find. It's called a sun chart, and so what the astrologer do is it combines dates that are important, like having a child, for example. Right, and or when your father passed or something. She can. I mean, the astrologer can find on the sun's sign the exact.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's not going to be exact, so.
No, but there is good formulas for this at least.
Yeah.
But it's Vedic, that and it's called sun, the sun chart. But yeah, and talking about the sun is gonna rise, and I have to, unfortunately, go away. I'm so happy to be with you guys, but I do have to get up at 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. I understand. I understand. we always enjoy you on here with us. So, in fact, they were just talking about you in the chat room before.
Yes.
In fact, the guys talk about you. That the ones that have listened, even on my Ibmore channel, they were talking about you. So.
Thank you. I learned from all of you.
So you're a fascinating person.
Wow.
They want to name you Nawalt, but I said there's no such thing. You know what a Nawalt is, don't right?
The what? Pardon? The what?
We call them a Nawalt, right? A Nawalt. Not all women are like that, and we're looking for the classical Nawalt. Okay, so it's like looking for the unicorn. So you're like a unicorn.
Wow. Well, thank you, and I'm glad that I can bring something, because I'm having a lot of feedback from everybody. Maybe even if I don't really say it, but I learn from everyone as well. A lot. Yes. And I enjoy always to be hung up. And Clara is a wonderful lady. I'm very pleased to be around all of you. So.
All right. Yeah, we enjoy you.
Yes.
Come back anytime.
California time is going to be crazy. I have to get up. It is.
Oh yeah. You're in North Cal. Yeah.
Yes. I got to shut myself down, unfortunately. But I'm listening to GBS and everybody else always. So have a nice night.
All right. Have a good sleep.
Okay, let me
write your dreams down.
Oh yeah, no, the dreams are fabulous. Yes, I will. Yes. Peace. Bye.
Okay, peace.
All right. So what's in the chat? They're talking to each other.
Yeah.
Oh, if anybody's writing a defense about getting a vasectomy, he said it's worth every penny. Okay. Skeet with freedom. I heard that. I still need to do it. I still need to do it. Especially at my age. I have no wish to start over. But hell, as long as I stick to my age bracket, I don't have to even worry about skeeting.
I got one more question.
Go ahead, Joe. Shoot.
All right, so I want to talk about time allocation, and as in women wanting to use your free time when they know you have free time. How do you deal with that, and or what? Yeah, how do you deal with that?
One, you have to put her on a schedule like anybody else. If you're busy, you got to be on a schedule. And the second thing is that when you're with her 100%. So in other words, you don't have, you're not looking at your phone, you're not worried about your kids, you're not worried about anybody else. When you're with her 100%. So whatever time she has, you give her 100%. Not 50, not 70, not anything else. You wipe everything that's in your head out. That's her time. So basically anything she want to talk about, that's what you talk about. You talk about her, and because basically she wants to download. She wants to She wants to express her feelings to you. So basically, that's her time, and you have to be patient and let her and be 100% open to her. But when it's your time, because a lot of people spend time with them, but basically they're physically there, they're with her, but their minds are someplace else. So basically, she's she's not getting a fire hose, she's getting like a little teaspoon, a little eyedropper. But instead, if you're gonna limit her time, you're busy, stuff like that. When you're with her, you give her 100% and tell her, hey, you know what? When I'm with you, I'm gonna give you 100%, but I have other things I got to do. And if she respects what you got to do, she'll understand. If you don't want to do that, then you know what? She's not the one for you. A woman that you're with that doesn't respect your time is not the one for you. She doesn't fit. So if she wants to be with you, she'll get with the program. But if you're gonna be with her, if you're gonna limit her time of being with you, she can't be with her a lot of hours. When you're with her, you got to give her 100%. It's the only way I ever worked.
You drop the link again.
Okay.
It's just that right now, because my girl's she just got here, so it's not really much that she can keep her time busy with. And so throughout the day I'm pretty busy till really, really late at night. And I kind of feel bad because I'm out here outside of the house getting shit done or working on whatever I'm working on.
How's her English?
It's really great.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I kind of feel bad.
Well, you're gonna have to when you're with her, you're gonna have to find you have to travel to find out what she likes and travel to those places so that she can go back. So in other words, if there's stuff she likes to do, go do it with her. So if she's bored and she doesn't know what to do, she get an idea of the city and where she can go.
Yeah, I do. Like when I'm with her, we go and keep her busy, keep her mind busy, and
yeah.
It's just that I guess I'm just feeling a little guilty because I do work long hours and whatever it is that I'm doing because I'm really focused person. I'm really, really focused, and so still I can't help but feel a little guilty at times.
Well, yeah, because she's totally dependent on you. So basically, we teach her to show her to basically teach her how to navigate the city, how to get things done. So if she needs something,
and it made it a lot harder because she's busy all the time. Her career, before she got here, she was busy all the time, 72-hour shifts. Like she's a really busy.
Oh, okay. So now she doesn't have anything to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, shit. I mean, when you go from being a doctor and having crazy hours to nothing, and then your husband or your man is busy as shit all the time, and then you're over here got nothing to do. So that's what makes me feel even more guilty.
What was it? Doesn't she have to study for the boards and all that stuff to take the test to?
Yeah, but I told her just take a few weeks if whatever you need to just first not wait till your clock is normalized first of all, because now you're on the other side of the world, in the day you gotta acclimate into the time, and then I told her to just take your time until you're ready before you start studying and all that stuff, because if not, you're gonna be stressed the hell out. So she's taking some time right now, but still, it makes me feel guilty.
Yeah, well, it'll work itself out. But if she's bored and she doesn't have anything to do, she might as well do it by studying, right?
Yeah, that's what I told her. If you're bored, why don't you, go on the internet, start studying, or do this, do that. Yeah. And then she tells me that, I kind of want to take some time, and not do anything. So if I'm bored, she tells me not to worry about it, not to feel bad, because she's purposely bored because she doesn't want to do anything right now.
Oh, okay. Well, then if that's the case, man, well, don't feel guilty about it. She's already given your answer. And there's nothing you can do about it anyway. She had to learn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned to see. Charles, there's the question on the board said Charles wants to know what love is, right? From a woman's
Yes.
perspective, and then from see what I think about it. Well, if Charles wants to answer it, she can.
Oh, I typed it in there.
Oh, okay.
To me, love is an action. It's not a feeling.
Okay.
You
Well,
guys want more than that?
now, well, it's up to you. If he's satisfied with it. Well, it's always both. It's always both.
Yeah, to me, it's action because feelings can change. I don't know.
Well,
So I say, I look at your action. I mean, yeah, I get where you're getting ready to go. But
most women say, "Show me that you love me." So that's not unusual. Express to me how you love me. And how you express it is different to each woman. Some woman, you show them how you love them if you bring her flowers once a week or buy her something once.
And
a
I
week.
actually was.
Yeah, go ahead.
And actually, Charles, I was answering it from my viewpoint of woman, as far as her love for a man is action. Because as far as our feelings, I don't know. To me, in my opinion, women they don't really know how to love a man like a man can love a woman. So
they can't.
To me, we have degrees. We just have degrees. Like, okay, we're feeling good, so we're gonna love you like this. Oh, I'm mad at you, so I'm gonna love you like this. I ain't cooking. I ain't gonna do this. So that's where I'm coming from when I say action.
Yeah. Well,
you take the emotion out of it and do what you're supposed to do. That's loving a person. To me.
Yeah, I always say a woman can never love you. Can never love you like you love her because she's not supposed to.
I feel like it's more of a back and forth currency. I look at it like a currency, right? Like if I'm shown means of affection, or if I'm shown by her, having my needs and my wants met, then I will go ahead and return, use that currency and give her the affection because my needs and my wants are met. And so it has to be a back and forth. If there's no back and forth, then I will withhold my affection.
Yeah, well, I said the wants and needs vary from person to person.
Yeah.
But the kind of man normally the kind of love a man gives a woman is the kind of love that a woman will give her children.
So how do you resolute from what a woman feels that love, how you show your love for her versus what you actually show her? So she tells you that, when you do or say XYZ, I feel loved, but in reality she's feeling something else.
Well, she can feel love from you. Okay. She can feel she readily accepts love from you in a certain way. She just can't return it back to you the same way. It's never going to come up the same.
So what is love being returned back to a man then? Like, okay, so you're saying it's not the same. So what would one consider her showing of affection towards you as translated to love? You know what I'm saying?
Okay, for a woman, and this, give me some leeway here, Char. For a woman, affection, caring, affection, protection, and attention are probably vastly more important than anything else. Whereas she's going to want more attention than she actually gives.
Whoa. Okay, so when it comes to attention towards women from the man, what is the limit? I mean, how do you resolute from what you expect, what she expects, than what you actually give her?
Really, what you expect from a woman is to be agreeable, number one, loyal, number two. Loyal is number two. The way a woman really shows a man that she loves. Most men that said the woman really loves him, or he feels love from that woman, is because she's loyal to him.
No, what I'm saying is, okay, so a woman expects a certain amount of attention.
Right?
But you're saying that you only give her she only receives a portion of what she expects. So are you saying that maybe they're not getting enough? Is it, or are you saying that you should give them exactly what they want? And
what I'm saying is, you can't, in other words, you can't provide, protect, and give her 100% attention. It can't, because you can't be there. And plus, there's always a balance. What I'm saying is, that's what they want. Okay, those are the things that they want more than anything else.
If you're not giving her what she expects or wants, wouldn't that make her resent you?
Well, it depends on the woman. Make her feel bad. Make her resent you. Could make her resent you. Could make her feel like she's not enough. There's a whole bunch of things that could happen.
So how would you, as a man, at least give her enough attention to the point where she would feel satisfied with it?
It varies from woman to woman. So if there's enough, okay, because she's an adult, she's got to make compromises too. She can't have everything. But I'm saying, there's a minimum and there's a maximum. So the thing is that attention is not just about time; it's also about being present 100%. Okay. A woman really wants you to know her personality. She really wants you to know what she likes, because to that means that you care, because that's how she shows caring.
So how do you know you're giving her enough, at least? Is there a way to tell?
100%, no. I'm not saying
100%, but at least to the point where they become satisfied with what you do give them.
There's no such thing as satisfied. You can know if you're giving her the right amount of attention, because she's going to want more.
So how do you know you're giving her the right amount?
Because she's going to want more. There is no. You can only give what you have. You can know when it's too much, because then she doesn't want to be around you. It's real simple. She'll push you. She will literally push you away. If you're around her too much, if you're around her too much, you're giving her too much attention, she will literally push you away.
So if she wants more attention, does that mean she's not getting enough, or does that mean
she being enough? What she would like and what's enough are two different things. She'll be content. It's a balance.
Damn it! I can't get a fucking answer.
because there is no perfect answer. Okay,
every woman is different.
Every woman is different. Like the amount of food, a baby will eat is different. You have to. It's a give and take. You have to experiment with it. So there is no formula to say how much attention. There's going to be a chick that's needy is going to need way more attention than a chick that doesn't. A chick like Char, I can tell by Char's personality, she does not need a whole lot of attention. She needs a certain amount. And then beyond that, Char will tell you, okay, you need to go do something else, because she's going to need more space. If I'm reading you right, Char.
You're reading me right.
Okay. So in other words, Char will say, okay, Char will say, at least talk to me 30 minutes a day or an hour a day, whether it's by phone, in person, or whatnot. So in other words, Char will say, if you call me at my lunch break and talk to me for 20 minutes, you spend a couple of hours after work, I'm good. More than enough for me. And it's There's another type of woman that's clingy. Okay, you know, if you can't even stop off at the store. In other words, before you stop off at the store, come pick me up. I want to ride with you. I want to be underneath you. You know, 5, 6, 7 hours a day. In other words, whatever your off time is, I want to be underneath you. It varies from woman to woman. In other words, that's where it gets, you know, that's why you pick a woman that will suit you. If you pick a woman that's clingy, you know, have you ever been around a clingy woman? SBI?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been around a woman that's more independent?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. If you give the same amount of time to the woman that's independent that a woman that you give to a woman that's clingy, what's she gonna tell you? Okay, I'm busy right now. You go do something else or whatever, right?
Right.
Okay. Where if you do the opposite for a woman that's clingy, say you give that a woman that's clingy a 30-minute phone call and maybe an hour and a half for that day. Okay, you get home, she's gonna be wanting to talk to you on the phone because she hasn't had enough attention. So it varies from woman to woman, and it varies from the type of woman that you pick. So there is no formula. I mean, like I said, if a woman's independent and doesn't need a lot of time, and you know that, then you know not to give her more than a couple hours a day because that's all she needs. In other words, I just wanted to, but she wants it to be consistent. In other words, Char will say, if you give me attention, you're gonna call me at my lunch. Call me every day. Talk to me for 20 minutes at lunch. If I'm at home at 5, you're gonna spend time with me between 5 and 7. Spend time with me, and then you can go do whatever you're gonna do, as long as you're not up to something.
So long as you keep it consistent, that's all that matters.
Consistency is what women look for. Because you are in charge of the boundaries, and that means consistency.
Okay, that makes sense.
And that's how women really trust you, because they know your routine. If a woman's into you, she's gonna find out what your routine is. She gonna look at her watch. Oh, that nigga, he just not getting off. And it take him about 40 minutes to get home. So I'm gonna give him 10 minutes. I'm gonna call him.
And he better pick up.
Yeah, see. And that builds trust. And then if you vary from that, then that's when the question's gonna come in.
So she has to adjust to your time, and then so long as it's consistent, then it's fine.
If it's consistent, she'll deal with it. She'll deal with it. I'm not gonna say it's fine, because it depends on her personality. There is no book that says women are exactly the same. They're not. Just like men are not exactly the same. That's how come you have to match. Yes, how come you have to mix and match what matches you, and she has to do the same. In other words, you got 100 different bus lines in the city, right? One is going to your destination. You have to pick the one that's going to your destination, because if you pick another bus, you're going the wrong direction, and you're not going to be happy. You're going to have to get off that bus and go back. That's what makes the world go round. If you really want a woman that's going to give you a lot of attention and fuss over you, you need a clingy woman, because she's going to be underneath you. She's going to fuss over you. She's going to want a lot of time with you. There's an upside to it, because you get a lot of personal care and attention, because she's going to be with you. But the downside is that when you're not with her, she's not going to be happy, because she's used to being under you. She's used to being with you. And she's always going to whine that you're never home, or you're too busy, and that kind of stuff, because she needs more attention. So there's an upside to it and there's a downside to it. What kind of balance are you going to strike?
Something to think about.
Something to think about.
Yeah, it takes time.
Yeah, well, yeah. But normally she'll let you know if you're not spending enough time with her. She'll let you know. Women will let you know. Okay, they will let you know. You know, black women are a little bit more upfront, but other races of women will whine. When she starts whining, you'll know that you're not spending enough time with her. It's like a
Why
puppy.
you ain't call me?
Why you didn't call me? Yeah, exactly. Yep. Mm-hmm. Where you at? And then again,
I guess I'm trying to resolve that inner conflict in me where
it will get resolved. That's called a relationship. Yeah, it's called a relationship. Figuring it out. That's why when you bring her here, when you got boots on the ground, that's when the rubber meets the road, because now you have to live together, and now she has to adjust to you and vice versa. Is what it is. It's like a kid, like my grandsons. Okay, we have one that's that I see him almost every day. I have one other one I might see him every couple of weeks. I have one I might see once a month. But when they're in my house, they have to get used to being in my house, because what they eat is maybe not what their mother feeds them. How their mother watches them, their mothers watch them, not how I watch them. So I have to adjust to them. They have to adjust to me. Like my oldest grandson, he needs way more attention than my youngest grandson. My youngest grandson, give him a little bit of attention, give him a little bit of food, give him a toy or an iPad. He'll go over in the corner and he'll play by himself. But my oldest grandson, if you're not sitting there watching him, he's going to come looking for you because you're not giving him enough attention. Is what it is. But that's just human beings. We're different, and you have to make an adjustment. So don't feel guilty, dude. It is what it is. It's just an adjustment, dude. You've been married before. You know how it is.
Yeah, I guess I got to give it some time.
Yeah. Be a man. Don't worry about it.
No, it is. It is, and I'm.
Yeah, and the Asians are used to their men being away. They're just used to it. The only thing is she doesn't have the family around her to actually, spend time.
Yeah, and that's another hard thing. It's just inner turmoil, I guess, right now.
Yeah, she'll get used to it. She'll find a Filipino section in town. She'll hang out.
I mean, other than that, I mean, there's really no issues at all.
Yeah, well, don't make any. They'll show up. They'll show up soon enough.
Yeah, yeah. So far, so good. I mean,
yeah,
I have no complaints.
Well, then, yeah, she wants a guy that can earn and that's busy. So he's gonna be away from the house. I'm sure she knows that. She's been away from the house. She knows what it is to be busy. So she'll understand. It's all right. I said, Charles, okay, you're answering him. Everybody's trying to pick Charles Willie's brain tonight, huh?
Well, Linda having some computer problems,
She ain't trying to get on.
Yeah, she ain't trying to get on. Linda, I know, because I was really trying to get on, but I really, really tried.
Yeah, Linda just wants attention. That's all. All right, Linda, fire away. Come on, Linda. We're gonna give Linda some attention. Go ahead, Linda. Fire away. She's still typing.
Let's see. I don't see anything.
Oh, so Laquan says, "What are your thoughts about the era of social media and the dating market?" Ick. A lot of women are bilocating. In other words, there were two places at one time, and I think What I think about social media, especially smartphones, is people aren't getting to know each other as well as they should because they're not present. Okay, as long as that phone is in your hand, you're looking at the screen, you're not 100% present with the person that you're sitting across the table from, and that's the issue.
Yeah, I feel very strongly about it as well. I feel like cell phones or smartphones in general shouldn't be allowed, period, when you're together. Now, me personally, I'm always on my cell phone, but that's because I'm a very busy person, so I need it, and so I'm not on it for entertainment purposes ever. Like, it's so rare for me to be on it. But that's, but I'm a special case. But
not really, not really. When it's okay, when you give time to your whatever, your ex, you're not ex, but your girl, or you're at dinner and you're giving her that hour, you basically put the phone down and give her 100%. Don't pick it up.
I do that. I'm saying when we're not having serious conversation or we're not having a private quiet moment. I mean, I'm always on it, but that it's only for work. It's not for entertainment purposes. Other than that, I have a strong, feeling about that they shouldn't be allowed. Period.
Well, during in Europe, when you're in a restaurant, you put your phone away. You don't pick up. It's bad form. That everybody knows you're at dinner and you don't answer the phone, and everybody accepts that. In fact, even a lot of your social media gurus say the same thing. When you're at dinner, you're having a private moment, put the phone away because you're on it so much, and you need a break from it anyway. And women are especially bad at that. They don't even pay attention to their children as much as they should because they're on the phones. They got kids beating them on the leg, and they're trying to type out a text message like mommy like my grandson says all the time, mommy, put down the phone.
Wow.
Yeah, they just is what it is. So basically, it's not good for relationships. He said, whenever a woman wants to hang out with me, I head straight to Lowe's, Home Depot, or the Men's Warehouse. Well, she got to pay Demir. Yeah, I tell them put the phone down. I tell them put the phone away. The date's over. That's what I say. So you can glance at it for a second, but if you're locked into it, hey, put the phone away.
I wonder why they would want to do that anyway if they are meeting someone, whatever, first, second time, however it goes.
Because they're addicted.
Engaged with that person.
They're addicted to the phone, and they in their mind they think they can do two things at once. I'm listening to you, yeah, but you're not paying attention to me. Like I'm talking to my daughter. My daughter automatically knows when I'm talking to her, she puts the phone in her pocket because she knows what I'm going to say. You have played dress up at the Men's Warehouse. Demir, you a kinky motherfucker. You know that? All right.
Purpose of dating.
From a woman's perspective, okay.
Purpose of dating is to get to know each other and spend time with each other. Is that what you're looking for, Charles? I don't know anything deeper than that.
Depends on the woman. Most women is to be entertained.
Oh.
Yeah, dating is entertainment for most women.
What, cartwheels, jumping jacks? I mean,
you don't read dating sites. Most women on dating sites, they want you to be what? They want you to look decent, be nice, and be funny. So if you're funny, that means what? Entertaining.
Mm.
You don't have to be a comedian, but have to be funny enough to entertain. Make me laugh.
We will make him laugh.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Well,
Wow.
they don't see it that way. They have the vagina, and you have to entertain them if you want to get it. So basically that is the big ticket. Boom, on the table.
You're a circus monkey. All
Yeah,
that.
basically. Well, Roosh calls it his clown game, being a clown,
Wow.
entertaining a woman to where she'll laugh, and she'll laugh right out of her panties. That's what being entertaining is for.
Okay.
Most women. I'm not saying all.
I wonder how that's working out for them. Put it that way.
Why are so many women addicted to their cell phone? Because basically women deal in emotion and the unconscious, and basically the cell phone gives them attention, this constant attention coming from that cell phone. And women are addicted to what? Attention. More than anything, what women want more than anything else, other than more than even comfort and protection, is attention.
And what are they looking at on the phone? That's what I would like to know.
They're texting their friends, Facebook. They're texting from their friends. They're getting messages from 3, 4, 5 different friends. That kind of stuff. So they
that can be a hole. That's crazy.
No, what I'm saying is you're from a different generation, though, Char. For them, it's normal.
Yeah.
You see women that are addicted to Facebook. It's attention.
Okay. Oh, that could wait, but all right.
Most Blacklist said get some female guests on YouTubers on. Most of them are not going to come on with me. Most of them.
Yeah, but I've asked a couple of people in the chat to let them know.
Mm-hmm. If they want to come on, it's fine. I don't ban anybody. I said they've even invited the haters. I think what Netflix and I think Char Willie's from a different. She's from a different generation.
I like Netflix, but
not all the time.
Right now, I call myself underemployed, so if I can get it at the library, don't cost me anything. YouTube, that's how I'm gonna watch it.
I'm talking about it at his house. In other words, you come over to his house and Netflix and chill.
Well, nothing's wrong with that. Bottle of wine, whatever the drink is, cook some food. What's wrong with that?
He's asking you, what do you think about it?
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's spending time together. That's cool. Cheaper.
Yeah.
Quality time. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, my son, he's the master of Netflix and chill, especially in his early 20s. I don't know how he scheduled. I don't know how he scheduled them all, but in fact, that was before Netflix. Okay. he get the bootleg DVDs back then.
Okay, the man on the street. Get him from there.
Yeah, get him from there.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. And actually, just for the financial part of it, if you're not able to afford going out, why put that on the man anyway? Oh, he interested in me. He like my curves or whatever he's liking. Okay, I'll make that so and so take me to such a place, such a place.
Yeah.
She ain't never been there a day in her life, but yes, she want him to take her.
Yep. Yep. Because I can't afford to. Somebody else got to. My daughter used to be like that before she had her son. So, in fact, that's why she got in the trouble that she's in, because he wanted to acquire her, and he was willing to He's working 2 jobs, so he was willing to do what? Wine and dine.
Yeah.
Then she had a baby. Okay, the wine and dine days are over, kid.
Your mommy now.
You're a mommy now. So the only reason I can't squawk with him because he held out the ring twice. So that's all he can do.
Let's see. Got another question. Marriage is at an all-time low. Do you believe that most women still hope for marriage? In your opinion, do you think most women know why they choose the mates that they do? Okay, two-parter.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Char Willie's in the chair. I like this.
Let's see. True, marriage is an all-time low, and do you believe that some women hope for marriage? I'm sure they do. Why? That I don't know. Maybe because they see it. Maybe it's advertised a lot. I don't know.
What was it?
There's a lot of people.
What was it for you? What was it for you? Did you ever want to get married?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what was your reason?
I'm like, I'm going to be a virgin. I'm going to be married. And then I'm like, okay, now I'm not a virgin, but I still want to get married.
Okay.
And then I got engaged and I want to get married. And then in that relationship, I'm like, I'm not going to marry him.
Okay.
But my last proposal was.
So what was your reasoning for wanting to be married?
Because that's what my parents were.
Okay.
And I knew if I wanted to have children,
okay,
I had to be married. I'm going to push that baby out with his last name. That was important to me.
Okay. Okay.
That's where that came from.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. What else he says? Do you think most women what they choose, what the mates they choose? I don't really even. Well, it depends on the age as far as choosing a mate. And so I think if you're in your 20s or your teens or whatever, you're just dating whoever's cute. That boy is cute. That's all you're doing.
Mm-hmm. Your imprint.
20s, yeah, cute, and maybe if he appears to have something going, maybe, or you may be looking more in the swag in the 20s.
Mm-hmm.
30s, then a lot of women have that long list of he has to be this, he has to be that. 40s, well, I got all of this, he better have this and he better have that. And then I think, and people, I don't know, women may not think too much about it after 50, I don't know.
Oh, yes, they do.
Okay, I don't know too many people.
They want a healthy companion. Yeah, they want a healthy companion that will keep them company.
Okay.
Have sex once a month and keep me company for the rest of the month.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, in the 50s. I can vouch for that one. I can answer that one.
Oh, okay. You have a friend that's 60. I try to have friends in every decade.
Okay.
I've always done that.
Mm-hmm.
And I always like older people for whatever reason. I could never really get younger people, but I'd always like to hang with people that were older.
Okay.
And I know my friend, she's 60, and she's talking about there's hope for her because one of her coworkers just got married at 58.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, because women within at the French Fillon. I think I have to play the whole video from that. And she says because even in the language, I think I was saying that to Valdez. Was it this one or was it on? I think it was on this Hangout last week, where women always think of themselves as as belonging to something, and men don't. So
Oh, okay.
that's just because of the wiring of their brain and their bodies and whatnot. They want to belong to. They don't think themselves as solitary entities. In other words, they think, okay, me and okay, me and my
Mm.
child, me and my family, me and my boyfriend, me whatever, me and my husband. So in other words, if there's me and there's no and, then that's where loneliness comes in for women. For most women, not all, but most,
Oh, okay.
because it's just natural.
And
Whereas a man thinks of, uh, it's not a me and, it's just me. And if I have, okay, I have
mhm.
friends, I have a girlfriend, I have a wife, I have a family. But I have. It's not me and.
Oh, okay. And could you drop the link again? The young lady, she's trying.
Who's trying now?
Scroll back up and pronounce her name. Bahira? I don't know.
Okay, I keep dropping.
Haya. Bahaya.
Okay. Oh, for hire.
She'll
She's
tell me
trying.
if I
Okay.
pronounce it wrong.
Did she clear her cache? But who said that? I think it's Control N will bring up a new browser. Uh, I think it's Control N. Yeah, Control N. Hit Control N. And it'll bring you up a new browser window without anything in the cache, and see if that helps. And then you copy the link and then hit Control N, and it'll bring up a new browser window without incognito browser. And then paste the link and see if that'll bring you in. Yeah, Mike did say that last week.
Oh, she said it opened up one. Okay.
Now paste your paste the Hangout link, and then see if it'll bring you in. Paste the Hangout link in your bar, and then hit enter and see if it'll bring you in. Char willing to share, boy. I guess the people are gonna listen in now.
Fine with me.
Have you ever been in the chair before, Char?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I don't think so.
A new experience, huh?
Yeah. I just answer the questions, that's all.
Well, you don't have the dog pound, so I guess it's easier.
Yeah, one at a time. That's all I can say. One at a time.
Who you asking, SPI? You think you're asking Char, or you asking me? What do you think about women who dress modestly? It depends on the culture that they come from. If they're from an American culture and they dress modestly, then that means they're more conservative. That means they're a little bit more chaste, all that kind of stuff. If they're from another culture, then that means something else.
Oh, he said both of us.
Okay. Yeah, it depends. Normally,
Yeah, I'm not sure about as far as culture. I really don't know too many of them, but here in America, it's good.
Yeah, you don't see, you don't want to see, you don't see too many Africans from the continent, dressing immodestly. But modest has a modest is there's different levels to modest nowadays. Because what used to be modest isn't modest anymore.
Yeah.
Because even Granny's wearing platforms. She's wearing 6-inch stilettos with platform heels. So
More power to her.
yeah.
Let's see if I
Remember, it used to be nothing but porn stars wearing those, and now everybody wears them.
Oh, Charles got a nice question here. Let me see here. Do women value having children more than they value stable relationships or marriage?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Do women value having children more than I would say, from what I see, it seems like they're more interested in having children than a stable
yeah,
relationship.
because having children is a biological need, whereas a stable relationship is not a biological need.
Yeah, I mean that's what we see. So
you normally have a stable relationship for children.
Mm-hmm.
So you value a stable relationship because you have children. You want things to be stable. So you don't value the relationship more than the children. You have the relationship because of the children.
Mm-hmm.
One's a want and one's a need.
Okay. Yeah.
And every woman has a need. It has that biological urge. It's just some are stronger than others. Some women can swat it away. And some women, it's just it's in them, so they just have to have it, as soon as they can. I gotta have a baby. And the worst is when your friend has a brand new baby and you have to hold it. Because a baby to a group of women is like a new car, a brand new sports car to men. Everybody wants to hold it or drive it, and everybody wants one. So it is the worst. Even old women that are in their like my mother in the 70s, 80s, it brings out the mothering instinct.
Okay, Charles has another question.
Mm-hmm.
Does security outweigh love?
Depends on the woman.
Could you explain that? Are you saying if the man has whatever a woman? Go ahead.
In other words, okay, if you have two men, one gives you security, one gives you love. Which one do you choose? And it depends on the woman and her age and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I agree with that. And then let me see, as far as, well, I don't know. Let me see well, I can only answer this for me.
Yeah, well,
I can only go with the one I'm going to love.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the one I'm gonna serve. So if I'm not gonna serve them, then I'm not gonna choose them.
Okay.
So I hope that helps, Charles.
So it's so in other words, if she chooses love over security, so hopefully you get both, but you have to choose one. Be love, right?
Yes, we can rub our two nipples together. We can make it. I'm real good with that. Don't even worry about it. I got you. I got you. Get us some rice. I'm gonna work this thing out. Some beans. I think you'll be eating some meat.
And then there's some women that says, okay, I need security, so we're gonna push you to the side,
I mean, it's gonna happen. I mean, the man, I'm sure he's working toward that. He doesn't want to be that way forever. So,
and there's levels of it. So,
yeah,
much more secure with $1 million in the bank than you are with 100 in the bank. So,
yeah.
So it just depends. Depends on the woman. Depends on what she wants. And definitely depends on whether she has children or not. There's a lot of factors in there. She got a couple kids. Okay, love is one thing, but I need security for these children.
Right. It would make a difference. Yeah.
There's not that many women that divorce for lack of security. Most women divorce because they're not happy, emotionally happy.
As far as the second part of your question, Charlie, did she really love the man in the first place?
That's difficult to tell.
Who knows?
Yeah, no.
Who knows?
A lot of there are times. It depends on what the woman wants. If a woman doesn't feel secure or whatnot, there's a lot. Believe it or not, what Charles, believe it or not, the woman will divorce that guy, marry another man for security, and still sneak around and sleep with her ex. That's when you get into the alpha, the alpha fucks beta bucks. But there's a lot of that going on. Why don't you marry him? Well, I love him, but he ain't no good. Sure, you've heard that one.
Yeah. Well, someone has appeared.
Okay.
No sound, but
Oh, I think she was on last time.
Can you guys?
Yeah, we got you this time. Yeah.
Yay! There you are.
Hey guys, how are you?
We're good. Can you hear us?
Pronounce your name.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Would you pronounce your name for me?
Yeah, sure. My name is Faria.
Faria.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome. Yeah, sorry I took so long. I had to configure everything.
What are you on? Are you on a regular Windows laptop?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So you didn't have Google Plus or something like that, right?
I had it on my phone and then on this iPad, but it just didn't work for some reason.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. So I think this will be fine.
Yeah. So hey, as long as we can hear you and you can hear us.
Yeah.
It's all good.
So join in.
Cool. Thank you for having me.
Have you been listening long to BGS?
The channel or the chat right now?
The channel.
I would say for a couple of months.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's only been up like this one has only been up like maybe a month, I think.
1, 2, 3. I think it's the third week, maybe.
Something like I think it's been about a month since I actually opened the channel up. So.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly what I'm getting used to it. Okay, because I think because I'm thinking, I said, okay, this is how I would say it to men. So how would I say it to a woman? Okay, so I have to switch things up. So far, I guess so far so good.
Yeah.
Like I think I just put one up about generational imprint, because I was gonna put it up for the men like almost a year ago. And I said, well, I haven't put anything up for the women for a while. And I said I was thinking about putting that one up because I put one up for the men about Jason Black and how he was talking about how the effect that what his thing was effect that the matriarchy creates coons. In other words, um,
Yeah.
dominant female narrative.
Yeah. So is that what you mean by generational imprints?
Huh? Oh
So,
yeah.
sorry, go on.
Well, you probably haven't seen the video, but when we started looking at imprints, and I started looking at especially in Anna Van Zandt, well, it was something I had learned basically from my grandmother. Okay. And as I got older, it said a lot of times the man that you pick or that you imprint on is the man that's around. That's the man that your mother picks. You know, whoever the group of men or the type of man that your mother picks, more likely that will give you imprint cues to pick that kind of guy. Unless you actually hit, for most women, not all, but most women.
Yeah, I've heard something about that, but they called it templates or something.
Well, the imprint is a template, basically.
Makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, if you have a template, you're actually putting something in place, which is imprinting actually came from study of baby birds. Really, is that
that's true.
How does the baby bird recognize mother? Because when they first come out of the egg, they smell the mother, they hear her, and they see what her outline, what she looks like, and they imprint. In other words, that's how they recognize her as mom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. And so basically, your mother is setting a template or an imprint, a cue of what kind of guy you should choose. And basically, that the video I did set that up. I mean, perfectly, because the daughters were saying that there was abusive men in the house and they were abused, and one of the daughters said she didn't know who her father really was, and her mother didn't know who her father really was. And then you go to the mother and say, well, okay, tell us your story. Her mother was an alcoholic. She didn't feel protected because she was abused sexually from the age from 8 to like 11, and she didn't know who her father was, and on and on and on. So in other words, she imprinted on, and she went out looking for her father through other men.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And she wound up doing the same. Yeah, go ahead.
No, sorry, you go on.
No, I was gonna say, and that so she wound up doing what? She wound up with sleeping with a bunch of guys, and her first child, she didn't know the father of her first child either. So she made the same mistakes that her mother did, and then her children were saying the exact same things that she was saying about what her mother did to her. So basically, it's a generational imprint.
Yeah.
And one of her daughters was having problems. Excuse me?
Oh, I just said that's unfortunate.
Yeah, well, I'm saying it is what it is. Either it's a healthy imprint or it's not a healthy imprint.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Can someone change it if they're aware of the imprint, like the kind of thing it is?
Well, you can change it mentally at first. Logically, you can change it. And we can't change the imprint, but you can change your reaction to it. Like, say, like an alcoholic, if they know that they're susceptible to alcohol, logically, what do they have to do? Stay away from it, right? Make another choice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in other words, you'll know that your imprint is off, and you will make another choice.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You can't rewire your brain. That doesn't happen. So in other words, whatever you imprinted on from age 1 to 7, okay, you emotionally you're stuck with that. So it's never going to feel 100% right.
Yeah.
But that was just one of them. Jason
Yeah.
Black was saying basically the same thing. And the problem is that we in the black community, we blame our fathers when we forgive our mothers. In other words, we never question.
Yeah.
Mom is always right. Whatever narrative that she told was 100% right, and whatever dad did was 100% wrong.
Yeah, I've always found that mentality weird because it's also in my upbringing as well. Like, we all have to respect our mother more than our father.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always just found it weird because I'm thinking, like, because you're not going to actually critically analyze their actions. It's just going to be like this weird archetype, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and it slows down your development. And what
Yeah.
happens, especially with black women in America, is that's when the shame and guilt come in, and she will not tell you the story. She will not tell you the true story.
Yeah.
So you have to find hopefully you have the father, and you can hear the other side.
Yeah.
That's what.
Do you think?
Go ahead.
Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask you. Do you think that's like more like a biology thing where it's the mother she invests like 9 months into the child, like, you know what I mean? Like, it has more of an investment than the father kind of thing.
Oh, okay. This is where my spiritual
Maybe not.
told me, and it made sense because it's been proven scientifically.
Okay.
Baby. What material is the baby's body made from?
Both the mother and father's.
The mother, no. The fertilized egg the initial fertilized egg comes from the mother and the father. But where does the baby get the rest of the material from?
The mother.
The mother's body. In other words, literally, the mother is the one. All the material, nutrition, cells, whatever it is, comes from the mother's body. So whose energetic signature is the baby going to have? The mother or the father's? It's going to have the mother's, because that's the material that the baby grew from. So the baby is literally made from the mother's body. So there's an instant connection. In other words, the bond, the mother and the baby bond before birth, and basically the orgasm that she gets during birth, the bonding hormones that's sent through her body when she gives birth, basically solidifies the bond.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Men don't have that. Don't do that. So my teacher told the connection between mother and child is something that you can't break, and you will never be able to overcome. That's what he told me about my child. It is what it is. So
that is very true.
Yeah. So looking at her like a deity, literally she has given you birth.
Yeah.
So it's easier to hate dad and blame dad because it's easier. You don't have the same connection to him.
Yeah. It's just weird because as a child I was very attached to my mom, but I've always gotten along with my dad more.
Yeah.
In a way.
And normally that happens as the child gets older.
Yeah.
They said you appreciate your mom when you're 7, you appreciate your dad when you're 30.
Yeah.
Because your mom's trying to take care of a baby and your dad's trying to take care of an adult.
Yeah.
So any cues that a child's going to take is going to be first from them. That's like the mother transmit because the connection is there.
Yeah.
So in every tribe, the ages from 1 to 6 or 7 basically is with the mother, and then the child can be separated from the mother and put with another group.
Yeah.
That's why even children that have been given up at adoption always go back and look for their mother.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Well, dad, no, they could care less about dad. unless they don't have a replacement for him.
Yeah, I don't know. I still find that odd. Like, I still think the dad's important because he provides, he provides when your mother's busy with the children, he provides resources and stuff.
Yeah, of course.
So,
Well, yeah,
yeah.
and plus that's the other half. That's the masculine half.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you women that don't have that don't develop their masculine brain very well.
Yeah.
Neither do boys. That's why boys are
Yeah,
more
that's
so
true.
raised by their mother.
Yeah.
Like I said, most women don't realize, especially when they're mating. When they're looking for a guy that that's why you always ask, okay, not only about mom and dad, but also about your grandmother and
Yeah.
why she chose what she chose, why she chose the man or men that she's chosen, and then you start to see similarities.
Yeah.
Because your mom's basically gonna, and you ask her not only why she chose what she chose, but what was her the guy what was her father like, or the men who played the father figure, what were they like, and what was your great grandmother like, and you'll start to see a pattern.
Yeah. Could there also be like another aspect where if you grow up around certain qualities in people and then you just end up liking that and it becomes normality kind of thing?
Well, the thing is, your brain is constantly wired by the people that are around you, because
Yeah.
because human beings are social animals. So it's not just the parents, even though they have the primary responsibility for wiring your brain, but your friends, the people that you're around, your personality, the social circle that you choose, your whole society will start putting connections in your brain.
Yeah.
Because you weren't born and raised in the United States, were you?
Me?
Yeah.
I wasn't. I grew up in Australia.
Okay. You can do well, even though they have similar cultures, because they both sprang from Great Britain, so they have similar cultures. You can tell the differences between
Yeah.
culture in Australia and culture in the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you go outside your own culture, you can really tell the difference. Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
And it's not just the food, it's like the people. The way they act is very different.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Because
Yep.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
Just like here, the people seem very like friendly and stuff. But then if you meet like someone maybe from Britain and stuff, they're more, what is it, closed off maybe, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then different personalities.
Yeah, well, yeah, different ways to get, different ways of behavior about getting to know people.
Yeah.
And even in the United States, it's regional. So people from the South will act a little, regional, because it's such a big country. It's almost continent size. So.
Yeah.
So even though the internet is basically closing that gap, people from the South will act differently from people from the North and the Midwest and even the West. It'll be slightly different.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Because you're located, Midwest, West, East?
Yeah.
Does
that
excuse me?
Sorry, go on.
I was gonna say,
I was just gonna ask.
Go ahead, ask.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna ask, do you still also have that American, like you guys still recognize you're American, so there's not that disunity kind of thing?
It's like, it's like everywhere else. Okay, outside the United States, you're American. Okay.
Yeah.
inside the United States, it's a little bit of class, a little bit of race, a little bit of where you grew up. So basically, it's like subcultures.
Yeah.
So inside the United States, I'm an African American. Okay. Outside the United States, I'm American. Okay. No matter where I go,
Yeah.
I'm just American. That's a different color.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Well, you're from Australia, and I'm sure inside Australia they classify you differently.
Yeah.
Yeah. But outside of Australia, you're Australian, right?
Yeah.
The same thing with Nigerians, people from Great Britain, you know,
Yeah.
other folks like that. If you're inside, say if you go to West Africa, they got about 10 different tribes, and they all know who belongs where. But
Yeah.
but say if you're from Ghana and you come to the United States, you're from Ghana. Because to tell them what tribe you're from, it wouldn't make any sense to other people.
Yeah.
So say if you're if you're from Australia and you're not an Aborigine, then nobody cares. It's the United States, you're from Australia.
Yeah.
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 But since enough people know what an Aborigine is, then okay. They look at you, are you an Aborigine? Yeah, I'm whatever they call themselves. I don't know if they call themselves Aborigine or they call themselves something else.
They call themselves Indigenous Australians.
Okay. But I'm saying there's certain tribes.
But Aborigine still kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Aboriginal used to be kind of degrading in a sense.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I've heard the ones that have come here, they know that everybody knows them by that particular name, so they just use it.
Ah, makes sense.
Yeah. To call themselves indigenous doesn't mean anything. Because, oh, okay, you're like the Native Americans here, the indigenous Americans. No, we're not one of them. Okay. Like here, they have different tribes. Like you go down to Central America, it might be Guatemalan or Mexican, but they could be Mayan, and then once they're Mayan, they're from different tribes, and it kind of splits up.
Yeah.
So it's just there's just one structure on top of another.
Yeah.
So what brought you to the States?
To the States. I've never been to the States.
Oh, you're still in Australia? You're still in Australia?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I thought
Did you think
No, I didn't know.
No.
This is the internet.
That's okay.
Yeah. You could be anywhere. Yeah. Well, how did you find me?
It was pretty random because I'm very curious about different kind of things. So I think I found you when I was like just searching red pill stuff.
Okay.
Stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
What made you search for red pill?
MGTOW is very large in Australia.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, MGTOW is extremely, and basically in most of the English-speaking countries, but it's really hot in the UK, Canada, and Australia. Australia's just stopped coming out because the United States is so big that it's not as concentrated. But since the populations are smaller in like Great Britain and Australia and in Canada, it's more concentrated. But MGTOW is really big in Australia and growing.
Yeah.
In fact, there's teenage boys that are starting their own little group.
Yeah.
So I can understand that they're searching for it.
Yeah, I searched for it like 2 years ago before I even knew that it was big. Like before I was just into psychology, and then I stumbled on like, and then that's how I found all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's growing. That's the thing. It was probably 2 years ago. It wasn't as big, but now it's becoming massive.
Yeah.
I mean, Australia's really big. I know there's a couple of
Yeah.
guys down there that are from there. I think Coltane is from down there. Yeah, did you stumble upon him?
Oh yeah, his
Yeah.
accent's noticeable.
Oh yeah, Coltane, and there's another one. I'm trying to remember his name. I haven't been on the site in a while. Because he's actually.
Is it Bering?
No, it's I think is it I think it ends with 13. Because he's actually not Muslim. Well, yeah, Muslim. I think he's from the East India. So I'm not East India, but East Asia, no, West Asia, like Pakistan or something like that. He's Muslim.
Ah.
I'm trying to remember his name, but I haven't heard from him in a while. But I know Coltane.
Is it yeah.
I know Coltane is one of the most widely known, and I think Bain 666 is another one. Yeah, I think he's from down there. There's quite a few down there.
Yeah.
I used to know at least 6 of them. What's his name? The Pretender. I think he's from down there. I know there's about 6 or 7 of them that I know that are from Australia. That I know.
Yeah. Quite a few.
I know there's more, but you know what I'm saying, those are the ones that I know that have been around for a while.
Yeah.
Especially prominent on YouTube.
Yeah. I think it could also be like the laws as well here, because they're just weird.
Oh yeah. You think they're weird down there? They're even weirder in Canada.
Is it weird in the States?
No. It's because the states, basically because you do have 50 states, and you have this massive population. Each state basically sets its own rules for the most part, and then the federal government comes in and fills in the gaps. So the states have a lot of power.
Yeah.
So the federal government just can't come by design. The federal government can't just come in and say you have to do this.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of it takes a time because there's a lot of state by state laws that have to be passed. Instead of, I think in Australia, just basically one.
Yeah.
So what made you interested in MGTOW? Is just a hobby, or just what?
I like learning about like different perspectives from my own to like understand the thought process of the person. So I just like learning how they come to the conclusions and stuff that. Yeah, basically that.
Okay. So you went back to the groundwork, which is like Stardust. So you probably started with Sandman, right? Like everybody, right?
Yeah. Sandman
first, and then start learning the other people.
Yeah, like a more deep depth, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really liked Barbarossa. Like I learned a lot from him.
Yeah, he's the OG. Him and Stardust.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even though I don't think he posts anymore though.
Yeah, he doesn't that much. Yeah, how about you? Did you already know about all this stuff, or?
About MGTOW, I think I started knowing about it like 2013, like 2012.
Ah, cool.
And a lot of stuff I did know. You know, a lot of stuff I already knew.
Yeah.
A lot of the red pill stuff I already knew. But this is just
connecting the dots.
Well, actually finding that other people are out there that think like you. That was the biggest thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hope Barbara didn't get married. I haven't heard from him in like a year and a half.
Yeah. People are getting worried.
So what did you find when you actually went did the research?
When I was just, I don't know if I was shocked or what, but I kind of like understanding more. I kind of like empathize with them now, because at the start it was just research. It wasn't really like, okay, I'm going to kind of, but after a while you do kind of be like, oh, this is a shit deal. And stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You see how a lot of the horror stories. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it made me realize something though, because I never was someone that really wanted to get married and stuff. But now knowing the laws, I'm just thinking I'm not gonna go and get a legal marriage kind of thing. Yeah.
Oh, that's a first.
Yeah.
That's the first where MGTOW would impact on women that way. That's the first.
Yeah, because not really me, because I don't mind sharing. If say if there's a divorce, I don't mind sharing if it's for the child. But like if I'm gonna marry someone, I want them to trust that I'm not marrying them for their money kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't think they're afraid of you. Well, the thing is, you know what MGTOW says, you can change. All right, Char. If you need to go to sleep, Char, go ahead and nod out. And you're on Central Time, and I'm gonna talk to Faria for like another half an hour, and then I'm gonna head out myself. It's what time is it there for you, Faria?
6:43 p.m.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Other side of the world.
Yeah. You guys must be tired.
A little bit. A little bit.
Yeah.
We'll let Char go to sleep, and then I'm gonna talk to you for another half an hour, and then.
Sure. Good night, Char.
She's probably cross-eyed right now.
Yeah. I am.
Yeah, get some sleep. Don't torture yourself.
Okay, I was trying, I must say. That was a trooper, but thank you.
You're welcome.
And we got a couple of MGTOW. I think Ron is a MGTOW. Ron Burgess, I think he's a MGTOW. You a MGTOW, Ron? I think he's a MGTOW. Because some of my MGTOW have followed me from my my original page, which was Black Gnostic Speaks. So
yeah.
So where did you find me under BGS or Black Gnostic Speaks?
Black Gnostic Speaks.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Original MGTOW page.
And I was like, I found it interesting how you're talking about the masculine and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, the esoteric
energies.
Stuff. Yeah. Caught some flack for that because most MGTOWs are atheists.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So they're much more popular on my Itmore page than they were on my MGTOW page. Even though the ones that did, even though they didn't completely rock with the religious, but they understood the symbols.
Yeah.
So what did you think? What did you get out of it? While me going over the
it made sense to me. Like some things I was confused with, like the vessels and stuff like that, but I understood. Can you wait a second on it? 1 second.
No.
Sorry.
Okay. Oh, you got to go somewhere?
I'll give it to you now. Oh, no, it's just my sister.
Okay.
No, okay? Please. Okay.
Oh, if you have to go, you know. If you gotta
no, it's okay. It's my sister.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll return to back what I was saying. I understood some stuff from it.
Okay, well, I'm here, so ask me the question.
I really didn't understand, the vessel kind of thing, like what you meant by that kind of.
The vessel. Okay, the vessel is a container for light. In other words, a container for masculine energy.
Yeah.
And the vessel is the material. In other words, without the vessel, there is no form. So basically, if basically the vessel is the transport from the immaterial world to the material world. In other words, how can I put it? How can I put it? I'm trying to put it the way you can understand it.
Yeah, whatever way. I'll try to figure it out.
Okay. Okay. The vessel actually comes from Kabbalism, because
Yeah.
in other words, the physical world, in other words, just like in the universe, okay, the physical world we see is basically is basically shaped from the material of the not what we call the non-physical, or the dark matter. In other words, the vessel is what gives us the shape and the form and all that other stuff, because basically masculine energy is raw, it's immaterial. Okay, it's energy, so it needs to take form in something, and the vessel gives it form. So in other words, for man to shape his family and whatnot and give it form, it has to be done through a vessel, and that vessel is the feminine. Because the man is more the masculine is more thought and energy than it is material. So in other words, the way you make something is you have to have the thought, the energy, and the material. So basic thought and energy come from the man, and the material comes from the women. So the women.
Yeah.
So in other words, if you want to create, you have to create through your vessel, and the vessel is the female. And she accepts. The vessel accepts. A vessel is something that accepts something into it, right?
Yeah.
It's a container for something, right?
Yeah.
So basically, anything you put something into is a vessel. If you put a glass is a vessel, you put water into it, right? If your vase is a vessel, you put water into it. If a boat accepts passengers and freight and all that stuff into it, it takes something into it. That's a vessel. Your car is considered a vessel because you get into your car. And women are designed that to accept what energy, they accept sperm if she's going to have a baby, that kind of, she accepts that energy, and basically she takes the material from her body and she makes a baby. Information from the man, because the man's sperm is very, very tiny. And she takes that little bitty tiny sperm, which is nothing but energy and information, and she grows it into a human being through her womb. Her womb is the ultimate vessel.
Yeah.
So that's on the physical form, but also in the mental and the spiritual form, a woman is also your vessel.
Yeah.
Because a woman is going to take on, if she imprints on you, she's going to take on your personality. She's going to take on your wants and your needs and whatnot, because that's what she's designed to do.
Yeah. So do you think? Oh, sorry, go on.
No, go ahead. Which is something that in my video, the last video I put up for BGS for Women, exactly the same thing that the girls were complaining about what their mother was doing, and that every boyfriend that her mother brought in, she would change. She would stop being what they thought she was into what that man wanted her to be.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, generally, do you think women are more malleable than men, or do you think men are malleable, but it's just they're in control more of themselves, kind of thing?
A man that's malleable is not respected
Yeah.
by men or women, is he? Especially in Australia, you know.
Yeah. Because they have this whole thing like alpha and stuff, so
Yeah.
that makes sense.
I mean, even a beta guy who can't stand up for himself, can't make a decision, that kind of stuff, he's not respected.
Yeah, that's true.
If he agrees with everybody, he's not respected. Where a woman that's disagreeable, okay, and doesn't agree with anybody, is not malleable, she is not liked, is she?
Nah, yeah, that's true.
So in other words, like my teacher said, you can't. Most people, when they look at this stuff, want to, and I used to too, want to think in absolutes.
Yeah.
Okay. You can't think in absolutes. You have to think in themes, because it's the patterns or the themes that are going to replay over and over again. That's like when I showed. It's like even esoteric feminine, esoteric masculine. When I show you the two, I show you the universe first. Okay. I show you universe first, which is, and the dark energy is immense compared to the physical matter, the physical universe, the matter that we see.
Yeah.
So I show you the sperm and the egg, right? If you see the size of the sperm and size of the egg, compared to the sperm, the egg is immense.
Yeah.
So in other words, if you take the theme from what you see with the universe, and you take the theme from what you see the sperm and the egg, and then you can start thinking about what the dynamic between male and female.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And then you get into the separations. Okay, what is uniquely masculine and what is uniquely feminine, or basically the theme of feminine. And then that's where you get, it's like when we even get the yin and yang symbols. The feminine is always dark, is it not?
Yeah.
It's black, because that reflects what? The universe. In the universe, the feminine is black. It's dark matter. That is the material. And if you look at physics, okay, you look down to physics, for women, I showed the esoteric masculine. I don't know if you've looked at that one. Was in the shape of an atom, right? An atom. If you look at an atom, all an atom is an energetic form, which is magnetism, or a field, an energetic field that's printed onto the dark matter of the universe. And it's the idea and the energy come from the masculine, but the material that fills it in is the feminine.
Yeah.
So if you start thinking about these themes, and you start getting clues about men and women, because then other dynamics start to pop up.
Yeah. And then you can see when it's not working, like, how it's not efficient. You can tell when the energy's off.
Then when the energy's off, because you're not playing the roles that your bodies dictate, because the body, like even the French philosopher said, the body that you were born in dictates your role.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Because then it gets into okay, what kind of brain does a man need as compared to the brain that a woman needs? Because her role and what I call their imperative, her biological imperative, what the role that her body dictates that she needs to play, is different from the one that the man needs to play. So they need two different types of brains.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because if a woman's going to birth the children, take care of the children, she needs to be more emotionally connected to her offspring, right?
Yeah.
So she's going to have a bigger emotional center, a bigger emotional pattern in her brain as compared to men.
Yeah, and because like the men, they would have to have a more strategic directional mind, because they have to hunt and stuff.
They have to hunt, they have to build, they got to do a whole bunch of other stuff that men do, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Since they don't birth children, they don't need a large emotional center, do they?
No.
Okay. So basically, your bodies dictate your bodies, and the roles that your bodies play dictate the parts you're going to fill in. Because it wouldn't make sense for a woman to have a completely logical mind when a baby's crying, right?
Yeah.
What's the baby crying? Why is it crying? It could be, oh, man said, oh, is the baby wet? Is the baby hungry? And the baby just might need to be hugged and be close to the mother. Well, the mother will
Yeah.
mostly feel that because the baby can't say in words, I need this, right?
Exactly.
Okay, and there's just different roles. So if you think about the different roles that the light, which they say is masculine, and the vessel play, then when we start thinking of those terms, and then you're going to say, okay, you have light and a vessel. Okay, if you think of a woman as a vessel, okay, what is she going to be more focused on? How a vessel looks, right?
Yeah.
To attract that light or their attention. Uh, what's the first thing they say about women have is body issues, right?
Yeah.
As compared to men. Okay, that's a physical form. Men is light don't have a physical form, so they're not as worried about it, are they?
No.
Okay.
They're more. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, they're more like looking to be purposeful and like
Yeah.
utility type stuff.
Yeah, utility type stuff. Yeah. The vessel needs to be looked after because the vessel can't look after itself, can
it? Yeah.
And a vessel is because it's an object needs to belong to something, which is the belonging. Yeah, there's a lot of different themes that if you think about. Once you start, once you open yourself up and start thinking about themes, then the obvious things start connecting itself.
Yeah.
So basically, that's how come my teacher used to deal in pictures, because words are one thing, but pictures give you an idea of the theme.
Definitely.
Yeah, you give an idea of a theme, and then you can get all the way down into imprints and all that other kind of stuff, because there are all that stuff matches up. All that stuff starts matching up, even down to the imprint.
Yeah.
Because what she needs a man for is what a woman needs a man for, the vessel needs a man for is different than what the light needs a vessel for. They're two different things.
Yeah. Does the light it doesn't want to be contained, like stifled and stuff like that kind of thing?
It wants to shape, it wants to create. It wants to create through something. So basically it's shaping the vessel to create.
Yep, that makes sense.
And that's why he said the light probably wants to sleep around more, because it wants to create share its light with anybody that will take it. in an instant.
Yeah. More vessels.
more vessels, yeah.
Yeah. And then what is like the other matter? Do you think if there's those two, is there other matter maybe in that sense?
In the universe?
Yeah. Or is it just more about
nope. Everything else, like my teacher, because I didn't, because I questioned it when he first said it. This is, there's no such thing as space, only forms.
Yeah.
So in other words, if you have to get to the point where you can get your mind around it, because it's difficult if you never thought about it before, because our eyes tell us that there's plenty of space around us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what our eyes tell us, because it's like getting a fish in the middle of the ocean to notice water.
Yeah. This is natural environment, maybe it wouldn't.
Yeah. In other words, because it surrounds you and encompasses you and you were born in it, you don't really notice it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And also, like, why do you think people don't accept this kind of like their role? Like, some people don't accept like how and stuff like that.
I'm talking about accept their role as far as it's called, well, like Neo said in the Matrix, it's called choice.
Yeah.
You can choose. You can choose to do it, or you can choose what not to do it.
Yeah.
So you can choose to accept it, or you can choose not to accept it.
Yeah.
But you can't change what it is.
That's true.
So if you know, like I said, for me, it's like, okay, yeah, women operate exactly like vessels. In fact, most of the MGTOWs start calling women vessels after that.
Yeah.
Because they start, you notice you notice the themes. It is what it is. You notice the themes.
Yeah. Exactly.
So, and that's why all the symbols start to match up, like yin and yang. Like, I don't know if I did yin and yang. If you looked at my esoteric series, you probably know. You've probably seen it. Yin and yang symbols, and I call them polarized reflections of each other. So, like that's where the mystic marriage and the animus and anima comes from. So,
yeah.
So in other words,
yeah.
So in other words, a man's brain. If a man's brain is 80% logic, then a woman has to be necessarily the opposite to balance it out. So she has to be 80% emotion and 20% logic.
Oh, makes sense. But say if they're both logical, is that not effective, you think, or is it better to have a balance?
Excuse me, say it again.
Do you think it's better to, like, say both of them are logical? Do you think it's better to have a balance between emotion and logic, or can it still work if they're the same? Maybe.
If it'll probably be more of a masculine. Be more of a, say, like a masculine affair. I mean, a masculine relationship. If they're both logical.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing with two. Well, as long as one is then it becomes relative. Is one more masculine? Is one more feminine? And that could be on either side. Say if you get a really masculine female, a really logical masculine female, ordinarily, what is she going to be drawn to? She's not going to be drawn to another highly masculine female. She's going to be drawn to something a little weaker or a little feminine. And that could be a guy. There's guys that exhibit less than the normal masculinity.
Yeah.
So it's relative. It's relative to the two people involved. But if you're looking for the overall picture.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Because even gay men are not going to pick a masculine gay man's not going to pick another masculine gay man.
Yeah. The power has to yield somewhere.
Yeah.
Someone has to.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because it doesn't feel right. That's for a long-term relationship. If it's just a hookup, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I don't know, but I kind of like people that are more like strong and kind of more sensitive. Like I like both kind of polarities, maybe.
It's relative. It's relative to the people. I mean, a lot of times it's who you choose and who you feel comfortable with. So I don't know if you're old enough to date or you look young in your picture, huh? Because you look young in your picture. That's you.
Yeah.
It depends on what kind of guy are you drawn to stronger guys or what?
I would say both. Like I like both stronger and more kind of weaker in a sense. Not weaker in actually I'd say both.
So I mean, okay, if you had to choose between the two, which would you choose?
That's very hard.
I mean, You're happy around a milquetoast beta guy that's in his femininity.
Yeah, I kind of like both because I grew up with both kind of dynamics and of those kind of people. So yeah.
Have you had? I'm not. Well, I don't know. Have you had relationships with both?
No.
Okay.
I never dated, so I don't know.
Ah, see, it doesn't count then. Friends don't count.
That's true.
Friends don't count. That's not different. Are you Muslim?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you traditional?
I do traditional stuff. I mean, in general.
I'm talking traditional as far as dating and whatnot. I mean, or do you still practice what do they call it? Arranged marriages and stuff like that?
There's an option, but I don't really do arrange.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure because I know depending on where you're from, they still do it, and in other places, other cultures that even though they come to the West, they still practice their culture. So
yeah, that's okay.
It depends, huh?
Oh, that's okay if you don't know.
Oh, huh?
Sorry.
That's what?
I just said that's okay if you don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Like I know a lot of Indian women have come to the West and they refuse arranged marriages and stuff like that. So some take it and some don't. So
yeah.
Yeah, well, that's a difference. If you get in a relationship, that's when the dynamic will actually manifest.
Yeah.
So in other words, they're just friends, right?
Yeah, but think about it deeply. I couldn't act because myself, I'm more on the side. I'm kind of easygoing. I let people. I don't really want to be the leader kind of thing. But sometimes, if someone needs me to be, I'll step up. But
you step up, yeah. So in other words, you will tend to want a more traditional man, more masculine man.
Yeah, definitely.
For lack of a better term. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, okay. Well, see, you don't want both. You can like both. You can like both kinds of people. That doesn't matter. But as far as the dynamic, because your personality. I can always tell your personality. You're not gonna want to be a beta man's vessel. It's just not gonna happen.
Yeah. So Charles asked a question, and primary reason. I was never someone that believed in like paper marriage, if you get what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't even know if I want kids or anything. But if I was to get married, it would be to pass on, values and have children.
Okay.
Mostly.
Well, you're still young, so you're still young, and well, but that's mostly what marriage is for. Marriage is not really for companionship and partnership. It's really for children and passing on stuff to children.
Exactly. Exactly. I've never seen it as. Sorry, go on.
If it's still alive by the time you get ready to do it.
Yeah, I've thought about it because like my parents and relatives are like to me, because in my culture you're supposed to get married not young, but like in your 20s is like the latest that you can. But still, people get married when they're 30, 40. But they always ask me, "Do you have someone?" Blah blah, and I'm just like, I don't want to get married, really. But then
because they don't care about you; they care about their legacy. They care about their grandchildren.
Exactly.
And they want to be alive long enough to. They won't be alive long enough to raise them.
Yeah, exactly. That's true.
Vic, she said, BGS, what's the link between your father's energy and what's the link between your father's energy and the men that you are? Okay. The energy is more, not less. It's not. Partially, it's the energy, but the thing is, it's the cultural pattern that your mother sets. So, in other words, your ideal man or your hint or imprint of an ideal man will come from the men that are around you. So if it's your father, hopefully it's your father. So if your father in the culture says that this is it's going to be a combination of the two. Said this is going to be your mental ideal man, and basically, without even thinking about it, you're actually going to go out and look for somebody similar to your father.
Yeah.
Because that is your first imprint of masculinity. So you're going to say, what is masculinity? What kind of man do I like? It's going to be some kind of variation of your father.
Yeah.
And that's just your imprint. And basically who your father is and what kind of man he is based on your mother's choice. Okay. Based on your mother's choice. And her idea what a man is based on her mother's choice. So basically, your grandmother picks a certain kind of man if he stays in her life, and the woman is the girl is relatively happy. She's going to do the same thing. Your mother's going to do the same thing with your father, and then that's going to imprint on you. Now you can. Very few people reject the imprint because the idea you think what's a good man is going to be your father if he was a good man. And sometimes it's unconscious, and that's why come a lot of women that don't have a father, never met their father, then they'll make up one, and that'll be their imprint. But that's how it goes, if that makes sense. Okay. Oh, okay. His son. Okay, Ron. Oh, Ram, are you in here? How come you didn't jump on, Ram? He's basically shadowing, so he's listening to me talk. I didn't even know he was in. Oh, he probably was listening. He was just telling me he's gone because his sons are just starting to get up. If a woman did not have a father in the house, what if a mother does not date men or women? Well, then she's going to get her cues from the culture. She's going to get her imprint from the dominant culture, where she goes to school, the men that are around her, good or bad. So, in other words, if it's a single mother that doesn't have a man and all the guys on the block are drug dealers, right? Then she's going to see the fast moving, hustling dudes as the masculine, and that's where the imprint's going to come from.
Yeah.
See that a lot.
Exactly.
Oh, you want to jump in, Center of Truth? Okay, he wants to jump in. I got about 20 more minutes in this, and then I'm out. There's the link. Jump in. He said, I see. Okay, Vix G. Okay. She's hiding half of her face. Ain't no hookups in the chat room. Chat room.
It's funny. Did the other woman from the first hangout, did she return?
Which from the first one?
Yeah.
From the first one. I don't remember.
Oh, that's okay.
The one I was arguing with?
Yeah.
Oh, Jacqueline. No, she hasn't returned.
Oh, that's okay.
She has not returned. She likes arguing with me.
Yeah. Do you think? Yeah.
I don't know.
Is this the first time? Oh, sorry.
No. Actually, first time I talked to her was on somebody else's hangout, and we wound up arguing for about 5 hours.
Wow. Is this the first time? Oh, sorry.
No, actually, first time I talked to her with somebody else. Okay, Senator of Truth, you're gonna have to mute the. You gotta mute the YouTube feed.
Charles, I don't really have a lot of female friends. I have one, but I hardly see her. And one is married. That one is married.
Yeah, what's good?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey,
Wait, you hear me? Yeah, what's good?
we can hear you.
Yeah. Very, very good. Life is absolutely amazing.
Oh, yeah, it's bright and sunny where you are.
Yeah, where I am. It's like 10:15 in the morning for me.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah, trust me. I knew, what was it? When did I know Freya? About a year now, because she used to be subscribed to my old channel,
Oh,
like
okay.
way back, and it was, seems to be the only person who seems to actually interesting person. Basically, seems to be the one that actually wants to learn about male nature.
Mhm.
Doesn't seem to be an actual troll. So I remember watching, what was it, the last live stream. She was talking, and then there was something wrong with the audio, right?
I think her
And,
mic. I think something wrong with her mic.
Yeah. And someone was saying, "Oh, she could be a troll." I was like, "Huh?
No,
Nah,
no,
it
no. I
can't
don't
be."
think so. No, she's trying too hard. Trolls don't normally like to come on with me. So I don't.
Yeah, I heard that. Okay,
Didn't
cool.
like to come on with me.
Yeah, because like I didn't know you had this channel. Like I just like stumbled upon it, and I was like, "Raw, this channel makes complete sense because the women need it more." Trust me, the women need it more than the men now, man. Like they need to know what's going on. You know, people need to get educated.
I would love to have a woman do it because it would make more sense. You know.
Yeah.
But I said I'd give it a shot because a lot of the women that were actually are actually YouTubers. I mean, they're talking gibberish, and they're not. I don't think maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think they really help women very much.
Yeah, I had. Yeah, I actually could say that. Yeah.
Yeah, I just my personal opinion. I don't think they help women very much. I think they try to teach women how to get men, and I think that's backwards. Because if it was my daughter, I wouldn't teach a woman how to get a man. It's easy for a woman to get a man. It's hard for a woman to pick a man.
And also, it's kind of come to a point where like you're trying to teach not just women as well, is basically how to be feminine. You know what I mean? Like that too. Because
I think that's a role for a woman.
Yeah, obviously not you, but I'm just saying like that's another thing. But like femininity is kind of coming, But Freya, you were gonna say something?
I was gonna agree. I look at most of the dating coaches and I'm like, this is not true what they're saying.
Go on, BGS.
Well, I think they're trying to. One, they're trying to teach without offending.
Yeah.
Okay. And I teach more. I teach more like a coach. Okay.
Yeah.
Because Senator Truth, he's a trainer, and you can show them a person the technique. Say if you want to have them do squats or something like that, you can show them the technique. But if their bodies aren't ready for squatting, they're going to hurt themselves. So you have to start them off with something else. So basically, you can show them technique, but they have to train the body, which is more important.
Yeah, I had
than the technique. Yeah. Or same thing if you're because I'm sure you probably coach football too, right?
Yeah, I'm actually in a course to do football coaching right now. And pretty much soon I'm going to be traveling. I'm going to be traveling all kinds of places.
Yeah.
I'm going. Yeah. So that too.
Yeah. So basically, you don't if you're coaching somebody, you don't teach them the end goal. You teach them. You have to teach them basics first. You have to teach them. You got to give them drills to get their bodies up, get them drills so that a lot of things that they do is on automatic. So in other words, you're trying to get their skills up first. Once you get their skills up, and then you can start teaching them strategy and that other kind of stuff. But if their skills are lacking, then they can't execute it. So if a woman doesn't know who she is or how to pick a man, teaching her how to get a man is not very good because she's not going to be very happy. She can start attracting the wrong attention. Go ahead, Dustin.
Yeah, like yeah, that too. Because I've also like, even though I'm like a young dude, right? I'm about at 25. Like I'm also teaching cats how to be masculine as well on my channel, because what I tend to notice, because even though like, because believe it or not, I actually learn quite a lot from you, and I still try to learn. Yeah, oh, believe me, because I try to learn to be masculine as well, because obviously I know, you know, my backstory about my father dying and things like that, and obviously that had an impact in terms of, because the thing is like the only thing I could recognize, because I know, because I've looked into male nature for a long time, the only thing I would say that is missing now is probably my, you know, the killer instinct. But I'm not meaning killing actual people, but like the instinct.
Well, that you know, if you're a footballer, that should, you know, that relatively that should already be there, because that's a matter of training. I mean, you have to actually put them into the test to actually have that. It has to be developed. Now, some guys are born aggressive. Like that.
Oh, that's me. That's the powerful autistic trait. But yeah, go on.
If you're born aggressive, you know, if you're born aggressive, then it's easier to teach. If you're not, then it's a little harder to teach. Like my son in basketball, he wasn't born with it. He had to be taught, but through the training and through playing, he actually developed it. So you can develop it because it's there. It just has to be. It's like somebody that's born a little bit more muscular tone when they're born in their bodies. It's easier to get them bulked up, right?
Yeah.
Whereas a guy that's not, he can still get there, but it's gonna take him longer and take him more work. So.
But you know the 48 Laws of Women series I'm doing, right?
Yeah.
I'm surprisingly I'm getting a lot of like good feedback from females regarding that series, because you know I'm because on Facebook I'm part of a few groups. Like a lot of women are starting to like my shit, so that's good to know. And basically teaching the dynamics between the male and the female. Even though I'm only young and I'm still learning, like I think I've grasped quite a lot of knowledge in regards to that, because that's something I always wanted to learn.
Yeah, I mean, you can grasp the knowledge. The knowledge you can grasp. The thing is, the
applying
it. The second thing is experience.
Yeah, right. That too.
And that has to come. So the knowledge will come first, and then the experience and applying it. And how it actually manifests. You see, in your life and basically in the physical world, it will actually come to you. But that comes with time and age. You know, it doesn't come. You know, you'll get there. It's just a matter of staying persistent and actually acquiring. It'll come to you. But
that's good.
I think a lot of women are attracted to it is because one, it's not. Most women aren't teaching it because women are teaching feelings more than anything else.
Of course.
You basically, and they're lying to women that all you have to do is believe in yourself, and this is going to come, and it's actually bullshit. Okay.
Yeah, it is bullshit. It's big bullshit. And it's go on.
And it doesn't. And the biggest way to actually attract men or attract anybody of the opposite self is improving yourself.
Exactly. And I've always like mentioned that, you know, when you always become the strongest version of yourself, like for example, that's what I always try and do. Every day I'm improving myself, reading books, going to the gym, whatever. And I've been trying to tell people, like, once you get, because the thing is women are attracted to you when you're in your, so I call it the high point. All right. Yeah. There's high point, medium point, and low point. I actually made a video breaking that down. I may have to put that in one of my Senator Classics video. Basically, when you're going to be more attractive when you're in your high point, because you are basically at your strongest. And I've always mentioned this. Yeah. Like, you know, when your life is going at your best, that is when you're most likely going to be attracted to women.
Because you're fulfilling your purpose.
Exactly. Yeah. And I've always told people, like in my series, right, your purpose should come first.
Should come first.
Once your purpose comes first,
then your mission. Then your mission. How do you acquire it? Yeah.
Then everything starts to fall in place. It creates the sexual polarity between the male and the female.
Exactly.
Because if you put everything into the female, that's when the female starts to resent you.
Because you're not playing your role.
Exactly. Yeah. And I always try to tell men this, like, you don't be chasing women, you chase your purpose, the women will come and follow.
Yeah, because if you know, and this is good for the listener, because
Yeah.
Men have the wrong idea that they belong to her. It's the opposite. She belongs to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the
And
thing.
she wants to. And the thing is, she wants to belong to you. You know,
But you have to be that person.
You have to be that person, because she's looking. A woman is looking for a man to belong to.
Exactly.
And if you are not that person that she can belong to, that she can follow, she won't.
Exactly.
Instead of trying to figure out how to get her, improve yourself.
Exactly. Always.
Always.
That is the mission.
And
once you do that, you'll be okay. You know, because go on.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, because it's like game is good to a point, but it's like when I grasp this, I realize how game has its place, but I think men are just emphasizing game too much and not really focusing on themselves, because yes, there's certain things you need to know, because obviously in regards of game, you need to know in certain situations how to handle yourself when a certain thing arises. But when you're tracked, because this is the thing, if you look at even the black YouTubers, right? They always talking about gay women picking on women, but that's where the education ends. They don't tell you how to maintain a long-term relationship, what needs to be put in place to maintain like a long-term relationship and things like that. You know?
Yeah.
And even women don't get taught that. But go on.
If you think about it, because this comes from old man, right?
Okay.
Yeah. What is if a man has game, what is the most perfect game you can have?
I don't know. Can't answer that one.
When the women come to you.
Yeah. When the women come to you.
When women come to you, that is exactly what all the Macs that I know.
Yeah.
All the pimps that I know, all the womenizers that I know, when they perfected their game, they did not have to chase women.
Yeah, that's true.
Because their game was so tight that the women came to them.
Yeah, I heard that. Because
a pimp dresses the way he does, talks the way he does, has the car the way he does, because he's not looking for a regular woman. He's looking for what? A prostitute.
Yeah.
Not looking for a square woman. So his game, because the way I describe game, because they asked me to describe game, and we told them the four cornerstones of game is your mouthpieces, how you talk, your trap, basically the way you look, the way you look, what is it? Trying to think what it was. Your environment.
Yeah.
Your environment plays way more. It is way more important than anything else. Okay, if you're a black guy looking for black girls in your town in the sea of white women, you're gonna have a tough time.
Don't get me started on black women, right?
I'm saying, I'm just giving you an example. I'm just giving you an example.
I know. I made a video, right? It's just when I came to this realization at like 25, I was like, I could attract almost any race but black women in the UK. I don't know what it is. I don't know if the black women in America the black women in the UK has bit the American bug or something. But it's like I never could seem to attract like ebony or like light-skinned women. But if it's any other race, it's not a problem. And I do not know why this is.
Because your personality and the way you carry yourself fits.
Yeah.
Basically your game, your game and your mouthpiece, your trap fits other races of women. If you want to, because you're Asperger's, if you really want to attract black women in the UK, you look at the guy that's pulling them without talking.
Okay. So basically the thug. Oh boy.
Well, not necessarily thug. There's In other words, if you find say if you want to find professional black women that are educated and whatnot, right? You figure out where they hang out. Say if it's a pub, say if it's a library, wherever they hang out, you join that group and you just observe and you figure out what are the guys doing, what kind of bait are they using to attract you.
I'm gonna have to do that, but hey, it is what it is, man. But it's like it's not something that bugs me. It's just something that I just come to realization, you know. Go on.
Your kind of swag doesn't attract black women. It is what it is. So either you change your, adjust your swag, or you know, be happy doing what you're doing. It's up to you.
I think I'm happy doing what I'm doing then.
Well, then everything's good. You don't need it. Yeah. You don't need it. Black women aren't that hard to figure out.
Fair play.
Yeah, black women aren't that hard to figure out. If I were you, what I would do, you get two things. You get the kind of black woman you like to friend zone you, so you can study her.
Okay.
And you see what kind of guy she likes. Okay, and you figure what kind of guy she likes, and then that's who you start building.
I already figured. I already know the question to that anyway.
Well, no, all black women do not like thugs.
Obviously, but you know, but what was I gonna say? Yeah, but like the traditional thing, right? Is I don't mind like being traditional, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like people had this misconception on my YouTube channel that I don't mind having one woman, then settling down and. Basically, because it was crazy, right? I was trying to explain to this dude, I think it was a dating coach, right? A black dating coach. When I told him, right, I've never cheated on a woman before, right? He literally commented back to me and said, wait until you're 33. And I'm like, what the hell? Because it's like
normally if you're gonna cheat, you would cheat early in your 20s because your testosterone higher. Yeah, by the time you're 33, then the need to cheat goes down. I can tell you that.
Yeah, exactly. And I've never cheated like on a woman. Like I've always stayed faithful. You know, I don't mind being like the traditional person who provides, protects, you know, procreates, all that good stuff, right? But it's like in the UK, because like I live in the UK, it is so bad right now in regards of even trying to go down that route.
Trying to be traditional? Trying to be traditional?
Yes.
Are you talking about the laws, or what are you talking about?
It's so the laws, like people. You ever notice that there's hardly any PUA coaches like in the UK, right? Is like they've literally, it's like they've gone extinct or they've died down, right? Even like the clubs, you know, like all the clubs, men are like not going there anymore. All this stuff is sometimes they see like, oh, if a man is approaching a woman, it is harassment now. You know. That's what's basically going on. Women are basically saying, like, even in the pubs and that, because I've been in pubs and stuff, it's like, why are men not approaching me anymore? Like, say 5 years ago, and it's not to do with their looks. It's just the fact that men in the UK have just come to a point where they're just absolutely scared to approach women now. It's really that sad, you know. And it's also come to a point where men, because I speak to many like, let's say like black women, but they're like, because I work in a beauty contest or pageant and I basically speak to them and things like that. And they're like, yeah, men don't want to get married, all this good stuff. All the black guys don't want to get married and all this good stuff, right? Yeah. So it's very tough in regards to that. And it's come to a point where I had to like literally create my own system to basically navigate basically in the UK. You know, I had to actually stray away from my traditional, let's say, roots. It's kind of weird because I have very high morality. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, you have to find like-minded people and change your environment, because your proximity is always number one.
Yeah, like
it's number one.
Like-minded. This is the thing, right? This is the thing with the like-minded people, right? Is not just based off my YouTube and things like that, right? Is sometimes it comes to a point where these so-called like-minded people, and I've always noticed women do this stuff, right? Is they will like go chameleon on me, right? It's like they will have this persona that you know, they're this like-minded person, and as time, let's say within the first 90 days, their true colors, let's say, start to show.
Oh yeah,
you know. So it's like it's a trap either way. But
well,
yeah, go on.
Okay. If they're supposed to be traditional, you're probably giving Korea game is what you call pipelining, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
In other words, if you start pipelining your dates, and they say if you're dating a woman and you're not sure whether you're going to be with her or not, and so you basically you friend zone another woman and basically get to know her, and you bring her along, you know, up to grades in pipeline. And so by the time the 90 days, 120 days go by, you haven't really dated her, you haven't had sex with her, all you do is talk to her, all you do is gotten to know her. You might have even met for coffee a time or two, right? But you've gotten to know her, so her true self has already come out. So by the time you're ready to date her, you pretty much know her.
You know, do you want me to tell you something? You know, I've done this already. And this person I had as a friend, I knew for 4 years. All right, 4 flipping years, bro. All right, and then all of a sudden we became like girlfriend, whatever. Then all of a sudden, true colors come out. She's not what she claims. Yada yada yada. Like,
yeah, but you're gonna have well. The thing is, there's always gonna be a mask. One thing is the likelihood that some of that mask will actually kind of lift up and peep up, so you have a better idea. In other words, it's better than meeting some chick cold for over a couple of weeks and then being with her for 90 days and the mask is going to come up. You at least have a better idea.
Because like when like, for example, when female,
it's even better to meet her in a social circle where other people know her and you know her friends and stuff like that.
Same thing I've done as well. This was the same goal, even though I was talking for 4 years. But
and then it's different when you're actually dating them, because then the dynamic situation, because the dynamic will dictate how she's going to act. Because every woman, every person is not going to act the same way with every other person.
Because like straight up, I just be myself. You know, because I have no need to hide anything. I have no need to like have this mask, you know, because
you don't, but most people do. We're not like other people. You know, you don't need it, but other people do.
Fair play. Because the way I see it is, if I be something else that someone else is, right? Because I try to tell females this, right?
Yeah,
you gotta be yourself, because if you project something that you're not and you attract the thing that you don't actually want, you actually waste your time in finding the ideal mate. Because
that's true, but their social training tells them otherwise. They have to act a certain way.
Yeah, because I remember once, like, oh yes, that's what this is. There's one woman I want to show you, right? I'll give you the name. It was on Facebook, right? It was like, if you want to see an Asperger's woman in full action, all right, is her name is called Afai Thomas, all right. It was like a black woman, right? She has like she has her own business or whatever. I don't know what it is with these Asperger's women, right? Especially the high function ones. They seem to always pick the right decision at the right time when I always come up against them, because it's like they already know what's the deal, you know, because it's like at young, they said, okay, first thing I'm going to do, find a man, settle down, have kids, wife, no messing around, you know. And I've came across 2 people like this who have Asperger's syndrome or basically high functioning.
Well, it's really, really simple. Who basically files for 75% of the divorces?
Women.
So if she has Asperger's and she's happy with her marriage, it's a 75-80% chance that it's going to be successful, right?
Yeah.
Because she's happy with it.
Yeah.
And she's logical, and once she makes up her mind, she's not going to change. And men are pretty simple. If I meet you and I like you and you're what I like and you don't change, I'm happy.
Yeah.
So basically, there's a good reason why it works. Is because even though men are the gateways to commitment, basically women are the ones that are emotional state will change, and they make emotional or non-logical decisions a lot of time.
Yeah,
So
I get that.
You have a woman making a logical decision, and she's gonna make a decision that she's gonna be happy with. Then the marriage is gonna last, because most guys, as long as she's acting the way she's acted when I dated her, they're good to go.
Pretty much, that's the same thing. It's like that would be ideal. It's like if you find someone who just accepts themselves for who they are, right? Like, for example, I have no qualms with that. You know, I know for sure that, no matter which women I have or whatever, I always know that there is going to be some, let's say, cons to her, right? There's going to be pros and cons no matter who you deal with. So I can obviously tolerate a certain amount. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I get where you're coming from in regards to that. Yeah.
So that's that. If the dynamic on the other end is not going to work the same way, because the vast majority of people wanting to get in and out of a marriage are women.
Yeah.
And a woman will dictate more than a man will dictate how long a marriage is going to last.
Definitely.
Like the old school women that just will not get divorced for any reason. They're married 50, 60 years.
Okay. So, all right, question, right? Because I even said this in the chat with Ron Rose. Do you genuinely feel, right, do you think relations between the sexes is going to improve over time?
Yeah, it's going to improve because the basically culture and instruments that actually dictate what the sexes, how they relate legally, will change. Once that changes, men and women will actually gravitate back into a form that they can actually deal with each other. Because what happened over the last 30 years is that they broke the form.
Yeah.
It's not marriage 1.0 that had been around for thousands of years. It's marriage 2.0. Nobody knows how to make that work.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. The statistics don't lie.
Statistics don't lie. And basically comes down to honor and commitment. If two people want the marriage to survive and thrive, it will. If they don't, one of them doesn't or won't, it's not. And most women are as faithful as their options. If they're around a lot of guys who have a lot of options, they might not be that faithful. Okay.
True.
Some might cheat on you, and the others might say, "Well, hell, I'm going to divorce him."
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go get the other guy. Depends.
I seen that a lot.
That's what they find. But that's a study. In fact, in Asia, where you have a really, really strong patriarchal culture, right?
Yeah.
And what they found out is that in the rural areas, like China, divorce was almost unheard of, right? When they moved to the urban cities, it goes up to 50%.
Yeah, there's a strong correlation with that. Yeah,
it's not even a strong correlation. It's, the studies can't even be refuted. It is what it is. Same thing in India.
India. Oh boy,
bigger city.
Yeah. Because like you said, commitment and honor. Yeah, I definitely don't have problems with that. Commitment is definitely not a problem for me. So.
Yeah. Well, not for you.
So them.
But the woman.
Yeah.
The woman is the one, especially in Great Britain, woman's going to be the one that files for divorce. So you can be as faithful and committed as you want to be. If she's not, guess what? I'm unhappy. It's like when they didn't used to let people get out of a marriage unless it was something really, really grotesque, like he was damn near beating her to death or something like that.
Yeah. Messed up. But yeah.
Different.
So you pretty much confirmed how I'm feeling. But yeah, going for it.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, it doesn't help where some of their friends will be like, you deserve better. You know what I mean? You should raise your standard. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Well, because it depends. A lot of times, and I teach this with what I call there's different grades of women, and that's one of the reasons you have different grades of women. You have to find out who her friends are, and whether you match the ideal picture of what her friends like. Because if not, her friends are constantly going to be in her ear.
Yeah.
You know, in other words, that's like it's really funny. It's really funny when a woman finally gets a boyfriend that she likes, that she really likes, she thinks that this one's got a chance. First thing she's gonna do is go show him off to all her friends.
Oh, that's so true. Because yeah, because that was the crazy thing, right? I remember it was one of my exes, right? It was like, I remember basically she was saying, oh, you know, I just want to show you off to my friends. Because like she attracted, what was it? Because she was like, because I think she was like 5 foot something, right? I was 5'4", 5 or whatever, 6'4". I'm 6'4", 6'3", right?
Yeah.
And it's like she was parading me like I was a flipping movie star at the beginning. And I'm like, what is this? I'm like, what? Why do you need to brag? And this was like on Facebook and things like this, right? And it was photos. And she says, yeah, I get that. But you know, the way I see it with relationships as well is, you know how they say the grass is green on the other side. I don't necessarily believe that, because it's where the grass you water is where you build it, because relationships is obviously building, relation of building. All right. So you want to build on a relationship that you already have. That's why I never have, because I remember this one time when I was with this one of my girlfriends, right? This literally this black kind of supermodel. I was on Waterloo Bridge. This black supermodel came out of a taxi, right? Basically asking for directions. I don't know what she was doing. I had my other girlfriend there, right?
Okay.
And she just, like, my girlfriend gave me some next look, right? I don't know if it was insecurity or whatever, all right?
Of course.
And it's like
it's competition. She picked up on the vibe from that woman that you didn't. Yeah.
And it's like, look, like,
if you ever listen to one of my videos, the first thing, a woman, you will scan a room for what? For danger, right? To protect her. Yeah. She's going to scan the room for competition. She's going to identify all the women that you like, and those are the women she's going to keep her eye on.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Because, go on.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, because basically she was like, oh, first off, when I look back, like ages ago, right? When I look back at that situation, I thought, wait, are you telling me this chick was actually checking me out? She wasn't asking for directions, because I was thinking on it, right? And then when I was looking at her face, she was thinking, when I was looking at my girlfriend, she was like, what the hell? But what the girlfriend don't realize is I'm a faithful dude. Like, I'm not even going to go there. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
She trusts you. She doesn't trust her.
I get that.
She trusts you, especially if she looks like she's an upgrade.
Well, she looked like an upgrade. But
oh yeah. That's called a threat. It's called women are good at mate poaching.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's called a mate poaching. Yeah. So she don't want to get made. She knows how she is and what she would do. She trusts you. She want to make sure that woman gets out of your face as quickly as possible so that you won't be tempted.
Yeah, it's true, because for example, forget, my mind just went blank. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, that happens all the time. It's just the way. I was just telling who was I was telling that? I was telling SPI Latino. He was asking me a question, and me and Char were telling him, is that a woman wants 100% of your attention.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
And so anything distracting you from her, your attention from her, she's not going to like it very much, and especially if she looks like an upgrade, because that's a direct threat.
Because women always want constant reassurance of where they are emotionally with the guy. You know, so like they always want assurance, and that's regards of sometimes attention as well. So when, for example,
you can always jump in for you, so you don't have to
talk. Yeah, I'll keep quiet.
That's okay.
It's a discussion.
I like listening Don't worry.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, yeah. So it's like yeah, she will always want to have reassurance in regards of where she emotionally is with the guy. That's why they always phone call you and they will ring you and say, "Oh, hi." It's because she wants to receive the man's presence at the time.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? That's what's up.
Yeah, that's what's up. And some need more, some need less. We were just talking about that. So
yeah.
It's a quantity. It's a quality of light that she wants. A quality and quantity of light that she wants. So that fits right in. That's just female behavior.
Yep, pretty much. I always was fascinated by female nature and basically studying it because it's a challenge.
I used to be.
Yeah, obviously. Look, you've been on Earth longer than I have.
Yeah, so. I used to be. I used to be, but no, it's not. It's not a challenge or or anything like that. The individual person sometimes is, but as far as the challenge, nah. You can almost predict it. Because there's an outlier, but for the most part, you can predict it. It's like clockwork.
Because I always think, like, sometimes whenever I see women who want to know about male nature, sometimes I think, "Rod, this is someone that actually, genuinely wants to, have good relations, with the opposite sex."
Well, because but the thing is, they can't understand male nature without understanding their own, and that's where women.
Of course, I say that's kind of for both sexes in general because it's like intertwined. Because I always had this idea, right? I always told, in life we always want to learn about new things, right? We always want to learn new things. We study all these things, but some guys just trip on studying females. For example, I remember there was this one guy, right? He was like 37, he has kids, all this stuff, and I was saying, have you ever looked in? You're with a female. Have you ever looked into understanding how they actually work? And he said no. And I was like, when I think of that in a logical sense, I think that makes no sense. So you're saying you just go in there naively?
They have a system that works, and they don't know how it works. It just works.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
In other words, I stick to my system. I stick to the system, and I stick to the women that work with my system, and you can do that.
Yeah.
Straight up. You don't have to understand female nature. I know that these are the kind of these type of women. I recognize these kind of women are attracted to my particular whatever. Yeah. And those are the women that I shoot for. You don't have to understand them. Now, a relationship, you're gonna have an issue whether you know how to attract them. Now, if you're trying to have a relationship with them, then you better start trying to understand them.
Definitely. Yeah. And that's where some guys fall flat. That's why if for example, I say I settle down or whatever, I want to know as much. I want to know as much as possible. That is the goal for me, is to know as much as possible, especially because look, I'm young. I'm 25. I haven't even hit 30 yet.
Oh yeah.
But it's like men, in all honesty, I always say in their 20s, they should be focusing on their career, get as much female nature as they possibly can. And get their fitness up, whatever, build themselves, like as we said previously, into the strongest version of themselves. Yeah. And they're not gonna have that problem in regards to that, because I even read, was it Mode 1? I got Alan Roger Curry's book, right? And Mode 1 was such a big it was a big eye-opener in regards of how different this is why I love Mode 1, right? Is when you have a deep understanding of Mode 1, all right? I know I'm not Mode 1, but I'll probably say I'm Mode 2 coming. Let's say Mode 1.5, all right?
Okay.
It comes to a point where once you understand Mode 1, Mode 2, Mode 3, Mode 4, then you understand each man's like his way of how he sees women, how he interacts with women, but not even seeing them. Because like I have to give like Alan Roger Curry credit for that book. Like I was like, damn, that gave me literally a weapon, to understand. Because even when I was looking at what's his face, the Rob Kardashian issue, all right, with Black China. Yeah. I said this dude is definitely mode 4, and he's a target. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like he's using his resources to attract women, but I don't know. And basically, he made himself a target. So he essentially is, let's say, he's mode 4. You know what I'm saying? That's how things. But yeah.
Are you finished? What?
Oh.
I just voila there and then walk Salna. Please, Randon. Go to Khan. Just can you go? I'm sorry, I'll return it for you, okay?
You have to get off there. Oh, she wants it on the computer.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay.
Yeah. Well, Rob Kardashian. Well, he needs well, number one, Rob doesn't understand himself. Number one, and he's looking for validation.
Yeah.
So basically, he's not any mode. He's actually acting more like a woman.
Oh boy. Damn. Fair. Yeah, that's kind of true because
he's actually like a woman that's trying to buy a man, and basically he's getting the same results.
Because you know when he was doing that like revenge porn and all, revenge pictures and all that, that's what females do. You know what I'm saying? That's a feminine thing because like once you are in a situation, you just walk away. You know what I mean? You just walk away. You just take the L. Yeah, it's gonna be painful for a while, but you just walk away and just take the L. You know, if I was in that situation, that's what I would do. I'll block all communications with her, walk away, and just let the humans heal.
Well, he could easily do that, but the thing is emotionally he can't. Mentally and emotionally he can't because he's acting like a female. Because he's been around females most of the time. So in other words, he's doing it's something that his sisters might do or his mother might do. Not what a man will do because he's a baby boy in a matriarchy.
Well, yeah, I hear that.
Acting like a female. And he's whining like a female. I did all this for you, and this is how you repay me. That sounds like a female.
Yeah, because you know that's another thing as well. Is women generally do not care about what you did in the past. It's about how they emotionally feel now. You know, that's how general. That's just really my basic understanding. But was it Charles Gilmore, Mode 1? Hey, Charles Gilmore. Say it again.
Say it again, yeah.
Say it again.
Yeah. In fact, you know, say it again does work. It really does.
It does. It does.
In fact, if you learn how to do it properly. Well, I learned how to do it properly back when I was in my 20s. It used to give me a lot of trouble, and I started practicing, and I didn't really mean it. And then next thing you know, she's trying to get you to slip your number so you can go visit her at the house, right? It's like, that's not what I really meant because I really wasn't. I was just practicing, but she doesn't know that you're practicing.
Oh boy!
So everything he says is accurate.
Yeah, man. Hey, Alan Roger Curry, man, like that book, man. I have to give credit.
Yeah. Very few. Like I was telling him one time when he I think I was commenting on one of his posts, and I said very few guys like him actually come to public and tell the tale. There's a lot of guys like a lot of guys like him, but the thing is, very few actually will tell you the secrets that he knows because most of them don't. Because they don't.
This is true. Yeah. And I'm definitely coming Rom Reels' way as well. Gonna probably buy some books of him.
Yeah. But, it's all valuable, but you got to get you got to get out there and
apply the stuff.
And apply it, And
I'm on the field sometimes.
And sometimes it helps to have a good chick in your friend as a friend zone and evaluate it on her. Yeah.
Because the thing is because when I was younger, I used to see the friend zone as a bad thing, right? Like really, you got to use the friend zone like situationally, right? To a point where if she friend zones you, she's good looking and she has, let's say, so-called contacts of, let's say, potentially good let's say good quality females in her so-called social circle, then you would want to stay as a friend. You know what I'm saying? Because it puts you in a situation where you exposed to let's say a pool of other women that could potentially be interested in you. And the crazy thing about it is it comes into a situation where it becomes like a duplication effect, where you go talk to that woman who friend zoned you, and then you talk to the friend of the woman who friend zoned you, and then the woman you go to who the friend of the person that friend zoned you leads you to even more women.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's sometimes how you could use the friend zone to your advantage. I used to do that quite a bit.
Yeah, but saying you should use it also as a learning tool.
Yeah, that too. Because I learned a lot. I learned a lot from being in the friend zone. There was times where I actually purposely acted a certain way to be friend zoned, simply so I wanted to get some information because this person. Yeah, go on.
It's better if you do it to her than she does it to you.
Yeah, definitely.
You don't want to, never friend zone a woman that you're sexually attracted to, which a lot of guys do.
Yeah, that makes no sense. That makes no sense.
Well, they think they still have a chance instead of, admitting to yourself and taking the loss. In other words, if you're sexually attracted to a woman and she doesn't reciprocate, simply let her know when she wants to friend zone. You say, we can't be friends because I'm sexually attracted to you, and it's not a good thing for me or you. So
yeah,
because a lot of guys don't want to take the loss.
Because that's another thing with the losses, right? Like especially guys. All right, I try to tell dudes, right? Just tell someone how you feel. Forget about the outcome. You know what I'm saying? If you take the outcome out of the so-called rejection, you ain't gonna feel so bad. That's what I used to do. Like that's how I used to take rejection. Is I used to think, let me forget about the outcome. Let me think, hey, women could apply this too. Just don't think of, does this person like me or this person's gonna reject me? Just go with the flow. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
You just take the rejection and you move on. And if you're sexually attracted to her, you don't want to be friend zoned by her because she's not.
Yeah, of course.
She's always a love interest. So you basically, you kissed her on the forehead or you kissed her on the hand, said, you're really beautiful. I'm really attracted to you, and I understand that I don't feel the same way about me. So rather than me suffering and me bugging you, I'm gonna,
part ways.
Wish you a happy life, And
that's my strategy.
If you're gonna friend zone somebody, you have to friend zone somebody that you're not sexually attracted to.
Yep, that's the one.
And some guys, that's a very small pool.
Oh yeah, I remember once, right? I was in Asda, basically my supermarket in the UK, right? I just pulled this guy completely out of his bullshit, right? Literally, because it was like he was talking like he was a couple. They were a couple, but I find out they're just friends. I'm saying, look, dude, stop BSing, all right? I literally said to him, right, literally in the supermarket, people were hearing, right? I don't know what came over me. I said, look, you want to get in that ass, all right?
Yeah.
And then he came around.
Remember, this is a woman's forum now.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I know.
It's okay.
I'll make it PG.
Yeah,
I'll make it PG. I know that you want to have sexual intercourse with this woman.
You want to hit that. Yeah. You want to hit.
And I was trying to explain. I was basically trying to explain this, right? And it's like all of a sudden everything started coming out. It was like, oh, I really like this girl, And I just said, look, dude, you just quit the small talk. All right. Get to what you need to say. And if it's not someone you want, just keep it in. Like I remember the same situation happened with a female. I said, look, you need closure. All right. Stop wondering about stuff. If this dude don't like you, this dude don't like you. All right.
Yeah. The thing is with mode one and anything like that, any organized system like that, is that you want to get to know yes or no as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
You know, so if you're sexually attracted to a woman, you want to know as quickly as possible whether she's sexually attracted to you or not.
That's it.
That's what mode 1 is about.
Yeah.
Being saying it in a way that's not offensive.
That's the one.
And then get into a yes or no as quickly as possible. Like he said, the rejectors and the acceptors are the two people that you want to meet, because the acceptors are the one that are going to give you what you want, and the rejectors are the one that's not going to waste your time. She's going to tell you immediately that I don't want you. So, and that's what you want. That's where mode 1 really comes in.
Because that book really did help. I ain't gonna lie, that book helped.
Yeah. I mean, it's something pickup should teach right off the bat.
Because like the thing is with pickup, like it's sometimes I just think they overcomplicate things.
Yeah,
you know?
They do.
They just it's like I told them, look, this is I would tell you like my strategy, right? Is I'll just walk in a road, right? Let's just say, for example, me, right? I'm in Clapham Junction, all right? I'll bust a smile at a female, all right? If she's not smiling, keep it moving, all right? Let me keep it moving. If she is smiling, okay, that's an invitation for me to talk.
Yeah.
All right? I'll probably say keep the chat a bit small, you know, like, and get her to do most of the talking. All right, let her talk about what she wants to talk about, and then bang, I just say, hey, you know, I'm interested in you. Do you want to go out on a date or yada yada yada? And based off how confident I'm feeling, I could set up the date on the spot, or I just get her number, set up the date there. Or if I'm just not feeling 100%, like I feel a bit, let's say, hesitant, I'll just not even do anything at all. You know, I'll just walk off and just, you know, that's literally it. Like, that's how I see it. It's like, you know, these PUAs, all these coaches, they're making a problem out of something that doesn't necessarily need to be. You know,
well, yeah. I mean, they can teach you a little technique and how to close. But the thing is, for the most part, it's, you know,
the relationship.
For the most part, pickup is a numbers game.
Yeah,
just like being at a call center, it's a numbers game.
Yeah,
and in fact, I've asked pickup every person I asked during pickup at any system, I said, "What's your hit rate?" And I said, they said about 3 to 5%.
Wow,
and that's good. It's actually good.
Yeah, it is.
Because I always say this. I always tell this story about how I learned game from a natural. And he used to tell me, he said he had an opening line. He meet the women wherever he meets them, because he's really good at day game. You have an opening line. You spit the opening line. He said only about 50% are going to accept my opening line. He said another 50% of that are going to sit there and have a conversation. 50%, down to like 25. 50% of that is down to about 10 are actually going to be interested. He said about 5 are going to give me my number, and I'm going to close on 2. So basically his thing is to talk to 100 qualified women a month.
Wow.
And so he wound up with like 2 or 3 new women every month. So
fair play to him.
8+. So basically that's the way he worked it. So he said he winds up with, sleeping with what, 50 women, anywhere between 25 and 50 women a year. It's not bad. High quality.
Yeah, I had that. Yeah. But it is what it is, man. Like, yeah, but it's good that you have this platform here for women, man, because I generally do believe like a lot of women do need this, because
as they get interested, because they're definitely on my other one. So
yeah. Oh, I see them a lot. Yeah, like remember that time when we had that live stream?
Oh yeah,
that was a very good live stream. I actually liked that. When I was talking about Asperger's. Yeah. Because I'm still trying to get through to like other YouTubers to do collaborations. I still want to talk about like, because the funny thing was like like the single parent like situation and things like that in regards of like reclaiming your masculinity in your single parent household. that would be something quite interesting, because I haven't really seen much people. I could be wrong. I haven't seen much people who were like from single parent households who basically came out and say, hey, this is how you got to do so and so forth to basically keep masculine and not be one of these blue pill simps.
Oh, you talking about growing up in a single parent household?
Yeah.
It's really difficult, and a lot of that depends on who your parent actually is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
because that's what I would definitely would want to, like, if we were to do a live stream, is to talk about how you basically overcome that, because I was someone who was in that situation. It's not like I'm not blaming my mom, obviously, because my dad passed away, right? My dad died, but it's like you know, it's good that, you know, a man could come out. Like, I don't mind on whoever's platform, O'Shea, Duke Jackson, whatever. I don't know when that collaboration is going to happen, but hey, I'll give it time. Basically go and say, hey, look, these are the certain things you could do as a man to basically improve yourself in masculinity, even though you're in a single parent household. Because I generally feel I've done quite well based in that situation. Because it was tough.
But the thing is, when did you start playing football?
When I start playing football.
When did you start playing football? What age?
I'll probably say, wow, long ass time. Probably 10 years old, 9 years old, 8 years old.
See, that's where you start learning it.
Okay.
Start learning the principles, because especially in the modern era, that's where a lot of men, that's where they have their rites of passage. Because you're basically learning the principles, how to cooperate, how to have honor, fair play, keeping your word, taking accountability. Because, say you're playing defense.
Oh, that's why I play.
If you're playing defense and say you score, basically they get around you, scoring the goalie, right? And you miss your assignment. Everybody knows you missed your assignment, so you trying to put the blame on somebody else doesn't work, right? You have to raise your hand and take accountability for it, right?
Yeah, that's what you have to do.
That's part of being a man. Yeah.
Yeah, because, you know, the crazy thing about like football, right? Because literally, I would say soccer saved my life, right? Was I played in almost, let's say, I play as a left winger, second striker, and I play as a defender. All right, so I literally could play attacking player and also defensive, right? And also I was the captain at one point for another team, because I always wanted to know, you know, like being the captain of a, say for example, a football team or a sport. Well, what does that mean? I know it's leadership and things like that, but what does it necessarily mean?
It's being responsible for somebody other than yourself.
Okay. Cool. That's good to know.
And that's what you have to have, especially if you're in a relationship and you're going to have a family. You have to be responsible. In other words, you have to put the team ahead of what you want, because now you're the captain. And you have to put their needs, the needs of the team ahead of yours. And secondly, you have to convince men to follow you, right?
Oh, I could do that.
Yeah. What I'm saying, you have to figure out a way to convince men to follow you. And that is part of being masculine. That's part of being the rites of passage of being masculine.
Yeah, Fry, you were going to say something? Hello?
Not really.
Oh, I was just trying to pause.
You can ask a question if you want to ask a question.
Go ahead. Ask questions, man.
Oh, no, it's okay. I'm just listening. I'll tell you when I want to.
Okay.
Thanks, sir.
It's a woman is defined when she has a child. Okay, that's when she says she's truly a woman, when she gives birth.
Okay.
That, basically that she becomes into womanhood. That's what said. That is a woman. That is her rites of passage, is having a child.
Okay. What about the man?
A man has to have a physical rites of passage.
Physical rites of passage, meaning
physical right. He has to accomplish something.
Okay, fair enough. The purpose strikes back again.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Fair enough.
He has to prove to himself against other men, preferably other men, but sometimes even against nature, that he is strong enough and tough enough to survive and thrive. And that's what the rites of passage is actually for. That's what sports actually prove. You're actually on the field proving yourself against other boys or other men, other males.
Because I heard, you know the thing about sports, right? Like I always try to explain that sports were, I think, originated from death games. Am I right or wrong?
Sports is actually an extension of the tribe going out to battle.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Because
right there,
if you listen to, say,
a war and a sport, it sounds similar.
Well, say when you come out of say the whole village gets around the warriors, right, and they're cheering them, right, and the chants. If you listen to the chants, those are war chants.
Yeah,
amping up the warriors to actually go out and fight the other team in a not a literal sense, but in a virtual sense, right? I'm actually going to do battle against another team, and it's really strong. I know in Europe, but with soccer clubs, right? Because virtually your heroes, your warriors are actually going out to battle another team, and basically the two masses of the two villages are going to get together, and they're going to cheer, and they're going to chant and taunt the other side, right?
Yep, that's the one.
So basically, it's the example of the warrior and the tribe coming together, cheering on the warrior, so they can actually go out and do battle, and they can be victorious. That's what it's for. So it comes from that. War games are just an extension of that in Rome and Greece. Actually give that same sense. But the thing is, that's where it comes from.
Oh yeah, SPI. Go on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what's it? Anyway, also in the future, I'm making a video about you. So watch out.
Yeah. So basically
Go on.
So basically, if you go back and you look at, say, you go to to Africa, or basically the ones that people really like, or Samoan, or what is it? What's the other one? A Pacific Islander chant, because they're really, really aggressive. They're really aggressive, and they really talk about war. And a lot of their chants are becoming popular, not only in the States. Yeah. Remember was it Iceland? When the soccer team come home? Was it Iceland? When the soccer team came home and they gave them the Viking chant?
Yeah. Happened in England. It's against England as well, in the World Cup.
Yeah. So basically that's an example of them chanting for the warriors to come home, and then they're coming home victorious. So basically it is an extension of war.
You know what? It makes sense because I watch soccer, right? Cristiano Ronaldo won the Euros for Portugal, right? And the way you could literally, it looked no different to a medieval celebration of a war.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So
it's very tribal. And that's how come it can be used as a substitute for rites of passage if it's done right.
Yeah.
Which is I say teach for a male, okay, besides educating him and giving him a trade, but teaching him how to fight, and then get him into sports so he can learn how to cooperate with a war party, because that's basically what it is. It's a war party.
Yeah.
It's actually then war is actually an extension of the hunting clan, like a gang initiation or a gang period is a hunting clan.
Yeah.
In other words, boys will always form a hunting pack, right? Even say if you have a depressed area and boys are out on the street and they don't have anything to do, they'll form a hunting pack, which we call a gang.
Yeah, I get that.
So so basically, it's a modern version of an old thing. Go ahead, SPI.
You got something to say?
I mean, I could add to that, but man, you scared me. What are you gonna do? A video, a negative or positive video?
It's positive, man. You know me. How could you even think it was gonna be negative?
I don't know.
You know me long enough.
I don't. You know what? I don't mind criticism because
there's no criticism.
Not a lot of people go against me or criticize my work because they just They don't have.
You know
I
what?
don't know. Nobody has yet to this day.
You know what, Alex? There's two subs that people wonder why I like you guys, and that's you and Edward. Okay. They wonder.
Say it again.
I said there's two people that say, why do you like this guy? You know, with the rest of the other people say, why do you like him? And
who?
Like they ask me, how come I like SPI Latino, right? They ask me, why do you like him? Okay, I always get that. And then the second person is Edward, because they're polarizing figures.
Okay.
People very few people are in between on SPI and Edward. They're either like
I don't know who Edward. Who is Edward? I don't know who Edward is.
Edward's on my stream a lot, and he talks a lot. So,
okay.
There's people that like him, there's people that don't like him.
I'll give you
And there's two people like that. And I was just on a stream with a few days ago with MGTOW Universe, and I think his name was I forget what his name was, but SFM. It was his initials. Yeah, and he was talking shit about SPI Latino. I said, he said, and he asked me the same question. Why do you like SPI Latino? I said, I like him. Okay. I said, I like that. Me and Alex go back, man. So Alex has always been cool with me, always from day one. So, and same thing with Edward. So
okay.
And for whatever reason, and I think Edward and Alex actually like each other, but the thing the one is a black version and one is a Latino version of the same person. And they clash.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, so
because was it in regard to YouTube? Like, I'm like really trying to step on my game on YouTube. You know, like
you get it because you just have to find your audience. That's all.
Yeah, because
like it took me like 8 months before like I've had to find the perfect little niche in between what everyone else was doing, because I didn't want to do what everyone else was doing. I thought that was kind of, that's your thing, that's cool and everything, and most of the subjects are fucking burnt out of the ass. And so I tried a different approach and specifically just do, subjects that nobody really covers that much.
Yeah.
So I try to differentiate myself a lot.
You can, but it's all right. We have to jump in and do something popular to bring people in sometimes too. So it's all right. You basically, if you do just what interests you, and that's what happened. If you do the subjects that really interest you, that you like, then your audience will find you.
Because I'm doing.
Don't even worry about the audience. Just do what you like, and then go ahead.
Yeah, because there's one channel I'm gonna be doing soon. It's for like people with Asperger's syndrome. But it's gonna be big, like, because I'm gonna be around London. People are gonna be seeing me doing workshops, kinds of stuff, because that's something I've always wanted to do, and there's not many YouTube channels on Asperger's syndrome.
Well, okay, what I would do is I would pick interesting things about Asperger's aspects, like like you're in the UK, right? And now they say that Sherlock Holmes, has Asperger's. He's a high functioning Asperger's, right?
Yeah.
So I would do a series on the aspect of the Asperger's of Sherlock Holmes, and what say pick an aspect that Sherlock Holmes shows Asperger's, and maybe even show clips or sound clips or something like that, and demonstrate, okay, this is the positive side of Sherlock Holmes having Asperger's. This is also the negative side. And blah. Do that kind of stuff to get people in. That way, people will be interested in Asperger's. In other words, they said, okay, this is a famous case of how it works, and you show other people that other people may be famous or maybe not so famous, and say, okay, this is the positive side, this is the top, and sometimes this is the bottom. Okay, these are people with Asperger's that don't get along, or they have issues, because there's a lot of questions, like what's his name, that shot up these people in Los Angeles. What was his name? Shot the women. He was his.
I can't remember.
And we were wondering whether because he had trouble forming bonds, and they were wondering whether he was Asperger's or not. And they're just mistreated before he actually medicated himself and kind of went off and started killing people.
Is that? Are you talking about Elliot Rodgers?
Yeah, Elliot. Yeah.
Oh, about him. I don't know about Elliot. Elliot Rodgers possibly. I don't know, man.
Given his symptoms, what do you think?
He probably was socially awkward, but you know what? You gave me another idea as well. I may just have to do a video on Elliot Rodgers as well.
Yeah,
because there's obviously comments out there, things like that. But yeah,
because they were wondering whether he had Asperger's or he was just because he wasn't just socially awkward. I mean, he was really just so painfully shy. It was ridiculous. So I don't know.
I don't know. I think the key is to just focus on subjects that you're really passionate about. If you're really passionate about Asperger's and you're really passionate about working out and staying fit, you should focus on that. Like me, right now, I'm very passionate about figuring women out and figuring out specific relationships with women. Like what's the best way to have a relationship with women? Like what kind of dynamic, what kind of power dynamic? Like how do you make a relationship work in this tough ass age where the environment is not conducive to it? And to me, because not only because I'm getting married and she's an American now with me, which everybody's like, oh no, and I take it upon myself as a challenge. Like, you know what? I want to figure this shit out. I want to figure out women back and forth and how I can make a relationship in today's society and make it work, because it's damn near impossible. And not only is the environment not conducive to it, but America and first world countries don't really have a need for marriages anymore. And it's a challenge to me, and I love it.
Well, it's like a old guy once told me. It said it's not what price you sell, is whether you buy it right. So in other words, if you get the woman bought right, in other words, you get the woman on that. If you get the type of woman right in the first place,
right,
then your level of success goes way up. So if you got the right woman that fits you, that's the hardest thing. Does she fit you? Does she fit your lifestyle? Which is the hardest thing to figure out.
Yes.
And then once you do that, then everything else should work out. The risk doesn't go to zero, but I'm saying it goes way, 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 way down.
Right. So part of that is actually minimizing the risk to the lowest possible combination. So that's part of the the I guess the little path that I'm taking.
Yeah. And then it's adapting what you learn to her, because everything we say about women is not going to work on every woman. It's gonna it's gonna work on the vast majority of them, but it's not gonna work on every woman. And then you're gonna have to go to something else.
Well, at least I'm
combination of things.
At least I think that I'm exploring something that not a lot of people are talking about or exploring themselves. So,
definitely.
Yeah, we keep you basically keep a journal of your journey and see what you learn and see what you had to adapt to. Like the first thing, whether she's bored, but she's gonna be bored because she's just here. So that'll be interesting in itself.
Yeah.
Because when you were talking about what is most passionate, the funny thing is the channel I'm doing now, I'll probably say this is the topics I'm doing is probably third on the list. It's probably football and fitness. But the thing is I've always wanted to be on a fitness channel. The problem is with the fitness channel, right? There's so many obstacles in regards of bringing it out.
Why is that?
All right, basically there's certain gym policies, right, in regards of this is a gym. All right.
Okay.
Another thing is when your body composition changes. All right, because the thing is let's just put it this way, right? The competition in the fitness industry in regards of like making channels is very tough. Yeah. It means because everyone is like they're claiming they're flipping natural, but they're on steroids, right?
Okay.
The only way like you could really become a really good fitness YouTuber, because there's so many people who act like they're genuine, but they're frauds, right? Okay. If you just make a channel where you basically display literally genuine attributes all right, you become a highly successful YouTuber, because everyone's just, majority of them are full of shit. Like, I hate saying it because I'm kind of part of that community, but majority of them are just full of shit. So I definitely want to do that. So I know in the future there will be a fitness YouTube channel, and once I do make that channel, I'm telling you, people are gonna literally wake up. It's gonna be literally the red pill of fitness, because everyone's getting screwed over. Everyone's getting screwed over in the fitness industry. Don't flip and realize it. But and then the second one is football, because I love soccer. Like, soccer is literally the thing that kind of saved my life at one point in my life. So that's what I would say is that, like, the only reason why I have this channel really at the beginning was to literally just air my voice, like literally just keep things off my chest. I'll say it on YouTube because no one else really got me, and then all of a sudden I got a kind of a following, and then I made it into something bigger than it actually was. So
I mean, you got to figure there's like 1 billion YouTube users, so that's you don't need very much.
You know,
true. If people can talk about their kids and get 50,000 followers, why not you?
It's true.
Yeah. So the thing is, you just have to find. You just got to find find the niche, and find a way to deliver it. And once you do that, they'll find you.
It's true.
Because I don't do my channel. I don't do a whole lot of fancy things.
I had that.
It's not.
Yeah,
really,
but just like you are sticking to a niche, and you are sticking in a all three of your channels. You're sticking to a niche that not a lot of people cover. I haven't seen anybody cover shit that you're covering, and even if they are, they don't go into deep detail, and they don't even have the experience, and the ability to even convey that information in ways that normal people can absorb that information. Because I'm sure there's a lot of people with your same knowledge, but they don't have the ability to convey that into bite-sized, sizes.
Because they're demonstrating, not teaching. Whereas I'm trying to teach, so I'm trying to in teaching you have to be patient. So, and in other words, I can't give you a huge geopolitical explanation on something because you want to understand.
I've always believed that it's not about the subject; it's always about the teacher. Like, if you got the right teacher, you can learn any fucking thing. Because I remember, like, I'm horrible at algebra. And I remember there was one teacher where after I had failed algebra 5 fucking times in high school, like, he made it so fucking easy that I was like, holy shit, how did I not get this shit before? And it's because of the teacher. It wasn't because of the subject.
Yep. I hear you. I did that with calculus. I found a teacher that taught the way I thought, and I went through all 3 semesters of calculus with him. So it is 15 more minutes, guys, and I gotta go.
I understand,
because I gotta be back at it tonight. So
wait, what time is it up there?
When here? It's 3:30 in the morning here.
Jesus. Wow.
and it's like, what time is it there with you, for real?
It's 8:34 p.m.
Oh yeah, your sister or whoever it is going to kill you.
I negotiated with her.
Oh, you did.
Yeah.
So how'd you bribe her? What'd you bribe her with?
I gave her money.
Wow.
Fashion payoff.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, I'm honored that I'm worth a bribe.
Oh.
What do they call a bribe in Australia? I know they have a cute little name for it. What do they call it?
A bribe? I don't actually know. I think it's a bribe. I think.
I know it's a bribe. I mean, I know they have a nickname for it. I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, they do. I just don't know either.
Oh, you don't hang out at the pubs enough, huh?
No.
Yeah. Anyway,
normally I do that.
You have the closing 10 minutes for you.
Oh, no, it's okay.
You said normally you what? Normally you what?
I do favors like with my siblings.
Okay.
Like
Oh,
yeah.
And they pay you, huh?
Oh no.
Okay.
It's like they do something for me, I do something for them, like some negotiation.
Okay.
Kind of thing.
Okay. That's fair enough. but
Yeah.
this time it didn't work. Okay, you had to go straight to cash, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, that's rich. That is rich.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, when in doubt, use cash.
Yeah. That's always good.
Works for me. And cash works for me. All right, any closing thoughts? You're welcome you're welcome to join us on BGS Ibmore later on. Well, for you to be tomorrow, but later on tonight. It'll be 7:30 Pacific time. I don't know what that translates to you. But
I'll figure it out.
You're welcome to join us on BGS Ibmore, because I finally got rid of my community strike and last week. And I was finally able to broadcast my Hangouts back on my regular channel.
That is nice.
So I just had
thank
to
you for that.
Avoid the sleep stacks from striking me again. But
who do you think? Yeah, was it someone that struck you or?
Oh yeah, it was Chrissy. Chrissy got me.
Oh,
right.
Is she the lady that? Sorry, gone.
No, she's the lady that fights colorism.
Yeah, I know her.
Okay, yeah. She's the lady who fights colorism. So, and the video that she struck, I was actually being nice to her, but I said, okay, well, no biggie. They couldn't close down the channel, so I just had to put my Hangouts on an alternate channel. But now I'm all clean.
That's good.
Yeah, I'll probably be watching that stream in the background, because I gotta do some work in regards of, because obviously I'm gonna be on YouTube tomorrow, innit? Because my schedule is Mondays, Wednesdays, or Sundays. So I gotta do the 48 Laws of Women series, and then I gotta go and do the live stream and some other video as well. So yeah, so I'll be watching your live stream, definitely.
All right.
So
all right, and for you, check out the one. Did you check out the video I just put up for BGS for Women? You look at that one yet?
Get out. Oh, not yet.
The generational imprint.
Oh, I haven't. I'll check it out.
Okay, yeah, check that one and see what you think. But I just put that one up.
Okay,
so,
no problem.
For women. So, well, at your leisure.
Awesome.
At your leisure.
Thank you.
Closing thoughts, Alex.
No, I'll just ask it tomorrow and then the stream tomorrow.
All right.
I wanted to ask a question about the declining estrogen in women, when this starts and before they actually hit the menopause.
It actually starts around 30, and the biggest reason for menopause I found out is not estrogen; it's actually progesterone.
Really?
Yes, because the progesterone is what makes them fertile. Progesterone is what makes the not only vaginal walls but the uterus supple to where it can actually hold a baby. So basically, if you look, there's three of them. There's testosterone, but it's the estrogen and it's progesterone, and progesterone actually tanks at 35. It starts to go down at 30, but it actually goes to the floor at 35. So even though estrogen has a nice smooth curve, but progesterone actually goes bam, and that's what makes women infertile.
Well, my question was in regards to, okay, so progesterone. Is in regards as in when estrogen starts to decline, does that mean that it is related to their logical minds?
No, it's physical. No, that's just no. It's just it basically what estrogen, as far as their logical mind speaking, in is basically the ratio between estrogen and testosterone. In other words, they women have testosterone, but it's just small amount, right? So basically, as the estrogen declines, the testosterone starts to basically come in and take over and not be more dominant, but basically has a bigger effect. And that's where that's where the logical center of their brain starts to grow.
Right. So does the correlation start
Yeah.
when those two start declining, or
Yep.
is it at menopause?
It no, it actually starts when it starts to decline. That's like women's be more logical after age 35. So basically they think more logical, because the estrogen does make you more emotional. If
Right.
If they take you and give you an estrogen shot, you're gonna get emotional. That's like when women take estrogen replacement, they get emotional. Because it's not natural.
What does progesterone have to do with that?
Progesterone, well, it's another hormone, but that's the one that really starts to sink, and that's what really signals menopause. Starts to signal menopause, and then after that, then the estrogen starts to follow. But
is there any physical traits or any way to physically see these changes, or are they just internal?
You know what? I didn't examine that. I'd have to look it up and research it, because I was just doing it. I was just doing it as far as fertility, as opposed to men's, peak fertility, and when his testosterone starts to decline. That's what so I didn't go into the physical attributes of how do you figure out key signals, but I'm sure skin and all that other kind of stuff that factors in, because your skin won't.
So there are some visual cues.
Yeah, there are visual cues. It's just they're subtle. Because
and are you talking about women, or both men and women?
It's women it's a bigger effect on women, because men have very little progesterone. You have just enough to make the sperm. Sperm need progesterone so they can find the egg, because it's progesterone that attracts the sperm to the egg, and it was just enough. So there's most of your progesterone goes into your sperm.
Does that affect psychologically, not just physiology, in regards to women?
Talking about progesterone, yeah. Basically, a woman's period is a mix of the blend of her testosterone, which is small, but her estrogen and her progesterone. Progesterone makes her more will make her more receptive to sex.
What about in regards to logical mind?
That I don't know. I have never really examined that.
That would be interesting to find out.
Yeah, well, go look at the charts, and then do your own research and then think about it. But I know it's usually around 40 that they said that from all the psychiatrists, they said normally women start to get in their animus, which is their male brain. Their male brain starts to come to the fore around 40, and that's because the estrogen starts to dip. It's an interesting study. But look at it's actually on YouTube. Look at Jung and look at animus, and the video should come up, and they'll talk about not only the animus, but also when they say the animus, that's the female logic brain, or the little man that's inside her head. So they'll talk about the internal animus, the imprint, and they'll talk about a female logic brain that's inside the head. So basically, you look up Jung and you look up animus, and the video should come up, and it'll give you good insight. But anyway, folks, I'm gonna head to bed.
All right, catch you later.
And I'll holler at you guys.
Good night.
For me, it's later on tonight. And
all right, BGS. Have a good night. Morning.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, take care.
Bye. Thanks for coming.
You're welcome.
Welcome. Bye, everyone.
Bye.